Cicadas shrilled beyond the classroom windows. I sat in the back row by the window, staring at a neat stack of brand new textbooks. A brief history of Skyvault, a complete guide to known Skyvault dungeons, monsters of Skyvault's first floor. The list of specialized titles went on and on. What the hell was all this? While I was still completely lost, the body's original memories flooded into my mind. Pain split through my skull. A minute later, I finally finished absorbing everything. I pulled one all-nighter and got transported to another world. I adjusted almost immediately. Well, it happened. There wasn't much back there worth missing anyway. The body's original owner had the same name as me. I was now a sophomore at Bohai No. 1 High School. I looked down at my scrawny body and wiped a tear from the corner of my eye. Brother, you really had it rough. Maybe this is for the best. You can reunite with your parents in heaven, and I'll start over in your body. Don't worry. I'll take good care of it. Today was the day that would decide my future. Every sophomore who passed the qualifying exam would enter Skyvault, receive a class, and awaken a talent. I wasn't nervous at all. After all, I was an orphan from a poor family, sitting in the back row by the window with absolutely no connections. This is the perfect underdog setup. I'm definitely about to turn my life around. I took a deep breath, steadied myself, and pulled out the thick, complete guide to classes. A quick scan of the table of contents showed several promising melee damage classes in the combat category: Battle Axe Fighter, Dragon Knight, and Berserker Swordsman. I flipped farther and reached the hybrid combat classes. My eyes widened. Sword Immortal? Demonic Blade Wielder? How do those even belong in the same class system? As I marveled at the sheer variety of classes, hurried footsteps sounded in the hallway. Several teachers shouted anxiously, "Hurry, we're almost at the infirmary. Don't panic. I've already hooked him up to a recovery potion. We have time. What could possibly be worth doing this over?" A combat class is still pretty good. His face looked wrong the moment he teleported back. I never thought he'd actually slit his wrists. I sucked in a shocked breath. Someone hated his class assignment so much that he tried to start over by killing himself? I couldn't imagine what kind of despair that student had gone through. A few minutes later, our homeroom teacher, Yu Mooching, strode into the classroom. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail. A white short-sleeved t-shirt and skinny jeans complemented her fair skin and curvy figure, giving her a crisp, capable look. Her brows were tightly drawn. She wiped her hands with a blood-stained square of medical gauze, then tossed it into the trash. No matter how unhappy you are with your class assignment, it cannot be changed. Remember this: life isn't about being dealt a good hand. It's about playing the hand you're dealt well. Her voice turned stern as she stared at the confused students below. Do I make myself clear? Yes, everyone answered in unison. I closed my eyes and savored the moment. So this was what being a student felt like again. Good. Starting with the first student in the front row, stand up and form a line. Follow me to the athletic field. With that, Yu Mooching turned and left the classroom. Chairs and desks scraped harshly across the floor as everyone got up and hurried after her. At the center of the athletic field, a gigantic teleportation array shimmered with pale violet light. Outside the field, freshmen in physical training class clung enviously to the chain-link fence and peered through. I stood near the rear of the line and looked up at Skyvault, suspended high overhead. It was enormous and oppressive, yet dazzlingly colorful. The dean stepped in front of us with his hands behind his back. Students, once you enter Skyvault, confirm your class and talent, then teleport back immediately. You can explore after you're dismissed. Anyone who lingers inside too long will lose their Skyvault stipend. Understood. Understood. Everyone replied together. At the dean's signal, the students entered the array one after another and vanished in multicolored flashes. I followed close behind. The moment I thought, teleport, my body dissolved into golden light. Vital signs normal. Beginning class assignment. Class assignment successful. Beginning talent awakening. Welcome, Skyvault adventurer. When the voice in my ears faded, I opened my eyes and found myself standing in a plaza. Strangely dressed Skyvault adventurers hurried all around me. A holographic interface appeared before my eyes and displayed my personal information. Name: Chi Xiao. Class: Priest. Talent: Unshakable Calm. All spells with a cast time under 10 seconds are cast instantly and have no cooldown. Rank: Unranked. Skyvault points: 0. Priest: Unshakable Calm. That doesn't sound bad. It wasn't what I had expected, but I could live with it. Support classes were always in demand, while damage dealers could be replaced at any time. My future still looked reasonably bright. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing my classmates vanish one after another, I returned to the real world as well. When I opened my eyes, I was standing on the teleportation array again. The skin on the back of my left hand suddenly tightened. A mark appeared there, shaped like two hands cradling a red heart. 5 yards from the array, Yumuching waved and shouted, "Sophomore Class 8, assemble." Everyone quickly gathered, then returned to the classroom together. Their expressions ranged from excitement to crushing disappointment. I had barely sat down when Yumuching entered with a stack of registration forms in her arms. She passed them to the students in the first row and raised her voice. "Fill in your class truthfully. Once you submit the form, you're free to go. If you want to enter Skyvault, press the mark on the back of your hand and think teleport. You won't need to use the array on the field again. Classes will be reorganized during the first period this afternoon, and the summer advancement schedule will be announced afterward. Don't stay in Skyvault too long, don't team up with strangers, and don't be late. A late arrival counts as an absence and will also cost you your Skyvault stipend. Is that clear?" "Yes." I accepted the registration form from the student in front of me. It was simple, with only 4 fields: name, class, talent, and career plan. After filling it out, I walked to the lectern and handed it to Yumuching. One of her brows rose slightly. "A priest? Support class? Let me see your mark." I showed her the back of my left hand. I knew Yumuching was also a support class adventurer. "You're free to go. Remember, don't wander around, don't run dungeons with strangers, and don't be late this afternoon." "Got it." As I stepped out of the classroom, Yumuching shouted behind me, "Are the rest of you practicing calligraphy? Why are you writing so slowly? Turn those forms in." I pressed the mark and thought, teleport. My body disappeared from the hallway. When I reappeared in Skyvault Plaza, the novelty had already worn off. I opened my interface, selected the Skills tab, and found my 2 starting skills. Light's Punishment, instant cast. Deals 18 light damage to one target within 30 meters. Costs 20 mana. Lesser Heal, instant cast. Restores 50 health to the target. Costs 30 mana. The instant casting was clearly the effect of my talent. I decided to test my skills and figure out exactly how casting worked. The plaza was a safe zone, so I couldn't casually use Light's Punishment. Instead, I cast Lesser Heal on myself. The moment the thought entered my mind, golden light flashed. A dazzling golden glow instantly wrapped around my entire body. I was already at full health, but bathing in that light felt warm and soothing, like soaking in a hot spring. Damn, that feels good. I could get addicted to this. The sensation faded quickly, so I tried to cast Lesser Heal again and enjoy it one more time. But the golden light never appeared. What's going on? As I stood there confused, a notification sounded in my ears. Insufficient mana. Insufficient mana? I had only used 1 skill. How could I already be empty? A possibility suddenly occurred to me, and I immediately opened my interface for a closer look. At last, I found the explanation in the combat log. Your Lesser Heal restored 0 health to you. 66 overhealing. Your Lesser Heal restored 0 health to you. 66 overhealing. The same entry appeared 5 times. What? I had only willed the skill to activate once, yet it had fired 5 times in an instant and drained all my mana at once. I hurriedly checked my attributes. Health, 120/120. Mana, 11/160. Stamina, 12. Each point of stamina increases health by 10. Spirit, 8. Each point of spirit increases mana by 20, spell damage by 2, mana regeneration per second by 0.5%, and casting speed by 0.1%. Strength, 3. Each point of strength increases parry by 0.1% and physical damage by 2. Agility, 3. Each point of agility increases dodge, movement speed, and melee attack speed by 0.1%. Sure enough, I had only 11 mana left. This talent was insane. Holy shit. This is incredible. I couldn't stop myself from shouting. I was loud, but the plaza's roar swallowed my voice, and no one heard me. Light's Punishment dealt 18 base damage, and my 8 spirit added another 16 spell damage. That brought the actual damage to 34. Each cast cost 20 mana. In other words, I could fire it 8 times in an instant for a total of 272 damage. Once I raise my spirit high enough, I'll be able to kill a god in 1 second. My heart raced at the thought. This talent was completely overpowered. It was like carrying an unbeatable Gatling gun. With this talent, once my attributes and equipment were strong enough, I could try challenging dungeons alone. Then I wouldn't need teammates at all. Every treasure in those dungeons is going to be mine. After I calmed down, I remembered the registration form I had given Yumuching and realized my description of the talent had been completely wrong. I had written that it made my next spell cast instantly, which was nowhere close to what the talent actually did. Still, a mistake was a mistake. It probably wouldn't matter much. I quickly pushed it from my mind and focused on a more urgent problem, my severe mana shortage. In other words, I needed more ammunition. Forget getting 3 attacks off in a real fight. The moment I cast anything, all my mana disappeared in under a second. That wouldn't work. A man needed stamina. I need a trigger. I wanted to install a sensitive trigger on my Gatling gun instead of the crude on-off switch I had now. A gentle pull should let me choose between short bursts and full auto fire. I decided to practice until I found the right mental touch. Skyvault Plaza was a safe zone, and mana recovered incredibly fast there. In less than 10 seconds, mine was full. I cast Lesser Heal again, and sure enough, all my mana vanished within a second. That's fine. I have plenty of time. I wasn't worried. I had only just begun. Standing around waiting for my mana to recover was boring, so I decided to familiarize myself with Skyvault while I practiced. Skyvault was divided into 6 major districts. At the center stood the Dungeon District, which led deeper into the realm. The other 5 surrounding it were the Public Recreation District, Trade District, Arena District, Commission District, and Points Shop. I wandered through each district, casting Lesser Heal every few seconds as I searched for the right feel. By noon, I was in the Points Shop, preparing to leave Skyvault and return to the real world for lunch. Then an announcement echoed throughout Skyvault. Attention, Skyvault adventurers. In 5 minutes, the Public Recreation District will randomly distribute 10 beetle rhino steaks. Consuming 1 permanently increases strength by 2. This bonus does not count toward rank evaluation. The moment the announcement ended, nearly every Skyvault adventurer stopped in their tracks. I heard someone nearby whisper, "Teleport to the Public Recreation District." A streak of light flashed, and the speaker instantly vanished. In the blink of an eye, the bustling plaza lost 99% of its crowd. Only I and a handful of equally confused adventurers remained. How could I miss excitement like this? I murmured, "Teleport to the Public Recreation District." I expected to disappear, but all I heard was a system notification. Rank is unranked. Teleportation unavailable. With no other choice, I ran toward the Public Recreation District. It wasn't far. In under 2 minutes, I reached it while continuing to cast Lesser Heal along the way. I stopped and stared. Skyvault adventurers had packed the district solid, and as more people arrived, the zone itself continued to expand. My interface automatically displayed. Beetle Rhino steak distribution begins in 2 minutes, 35 seconds. I kept practicing until the countdown ended. Then the system announced, "Unfortunately, you did not receive a Beetle Rhino steak." I didn't mind and was about to leave when a storm of purchase offers rang out around me. Green Demon, 20,000 Sky Coins. Public Recreation District, coordinates 114, 514. Crossing Boat, 30,000 Sky Coins. Trade District, coordinates 99, 81. Shah Brahmin, 50,000 Sky Coins. Public Recreation District, coordinates 4396, 2200. Mohammed bin Hassan, 100,000 Sky Coins. Commission District, coordinates 139, 7091. The bids kept climbing until the highest offer reached 200,000 Sky Coins. The people around me and I listened in stunned silence. Those powerhouses are ridiculous. One realm-wide broadcast costs 100 points. What a waste. They should give those points to me so I can exchange them for attribute points. They can farm thousands of points easily, but tradable food like this is unbelievably rare. Of course they'd save it for relatives and friends. Points mean nothing to them. The real issue is Sky Coins. They're tied to real-world money, so these people must be filthy rich outside too. That's terrifying. I want to know which chef posted the Realm Commission. Once he starts listing these in bulk, people will go insane fighting over them. Skyvault hasn't held an event like this in ages. The ingredients must be extremely rare. I continued casting Lesser Heal as I listened to the discussion and the bids still ringing overhead, quietly marveling at it all. Inside Skyvault, points couldn't be traded. Sky Coins were the only currency that could. At the latest exchange rate, 1 Sky Coin was worth roughly 12 yuan. These rich bastards were completely out of control. If I ever got my hands on a Beetle Rhino steak, I'd probably be so happy I could fly. For now, I decided to visit the trade district, stock up on mana potions, and use them to keep my mana full while farming dungeons. Before long, the offer for a Beetle Rhino steak surged from 200,000 to 450,000 Sky Coins, drawing cries of disbelief from adventurers across the realm. Shah Brahmin broadcast, "If this is how you want to play, I'll offer 600,000. Come on, then. Let's see what you've got." Green Demon and Marine Lupin both passed, while Crossing Boat praised Shah's generosity. Shah roared in fury, You people have gone too far. Amid the laughter, I shook my head with a smile, pressed the mark on my hand, and returned to the real world. Back in the real world, I appeared outside the classroom. The moment I entered the cafeteria, I spotted my roommate, Xiao Bang. We weren't in the same class, but we were as close as brothers. Xiao Bang miserably poked at his food. When I sat down, tears spilled from his eyes. Old Chi, my life is over. How bad is it? Tell me so I can have a good laugh. I became a chef, and my ridiculous talent increases strength by 10%. What am I supposed to do with that combination? Chop monsters up with a kitchen knife. I grabbed a steamed bun from Xiao Bang's tray and took a huge bite. What's wrong with being a chef? Everything. Production classes can't even enter Skyvault dungeons. When Xiaolu finds out after classes are reorganized this afternoon, do you think she'll dump me? Didn't Xiaolu already dump you? I stuffed a piece of red braised pork into my mouth. Oh right, that was Xiaowan, not Xiaolu. Xiao Bang checked the records on his phone, then slapped his forehead. I've been so heartbroken I even forgot Bing Bing. Damn, I'm terrible. I finished the bun in 3 bites and drained my seaweed egg drop soup. The original owner of this body hadn't eaten much. Was I seriously only 60% full? When I reached for his fried chicken leg, Xiao Bang slapped my hand away. Leave some for me. Then he split it and handed me the meteor, boneless half. My roommate worked at a restaurant every day after school to cover his living expenses. He often bought me meals too, helping me eat a little better. The original owner of this body hadn't been ungrateful. He had always remembered Xiao Bang's kindness, and the two of them had long since become real friends. With an appetite like that, you must have awakened a combat class, right? Xiao Bang asked. Priest. My talent's decent too, I answered. Holy shit. You're a big shot support now. You finally turned your life around. Don't forget to look after your little brother from now on. Xiao Bang cried excitedly. Of course. I raised my half of the chicken leg. We're brothers. I've got your back. Xiao Bang immediately bought several more chicken legs and a couple of colas. He hurried back with the tray, and we ate while celebrating my successful class awakening. I saw a bunch of top players bidding on food in Skyvault just now, I told him. I described the bidding war to Xiao Bang. The chef class has a huge future. Level up your skills as fast as you can, and you'll definitely make a fortune. Okay, I'll remember that. He agreed aloud, but I could tell he only half believed me. Food that could sell for hundreds of thousands of sky coins had to require incredibly rare ingredients. He didn't think an opportunity like that would ever come his way. I could see his doubts, but I didn't press the point. I knew he thought I was only trying to comfort him. After mooching a free lunch, I parted ways with Xiao Bang and returned to Skyvault to continue practicing my trigger. Hard work finally paid off. I managed to reduce the number of instant lesser heals from 5 casts to 4. That promising start made me even more confident. 5 minutes before class, I returned from Skyvault and sat down just as Yu Mooching entered the classroom. Her eyes were red. She had clearly been crying. If I call your name, come up and collect your new class assignment. Lu Wen, you're first, Yu Mooching said. The named students went to the front one after another. After receiving their assignments, they packed their books, carried their desks out, and moved to their new classrooms. Before long, I was the only person still sitting by the window in the empty room. Yu Mooching hadn't called my name, so I knew I wouldn't be changing classrooms. She stared at the deserted classroom, and tears slid down her face again. The class awakenings for every sophomore had now been tallied. The results were catastrophic. Not one of the top 50 students, the ones on whom the school administrators and teachers had placed all their hopes, had awakened a combat class. Not one. Calling them casualties wouldn't have been an exaggeration. Yu Mooching had broken down crying the moment she saw the results. 5 minutes later, 15 students entered carrying their desks and chairs. There was no need to guess. Every one of them had awakened a support class. All right, we have fewer people now, so sit wherever you like. Yu Mooching watched the students enter, her gaze full of disappointment and her heart aching. Dozens of students who normally scored close to perfect, students in whom she had placed tremendous hope and who possessed great potential as support class adventurers, were absent. Not one familiar face she had expected to see had come. Even one would have been enough. Skyvault's class assignments were brutally cruel. Apart from a handful who received combat classes, everyone else had become a production class adventurer. This was anything but good news. Once everyone was seated, Yu Mooching stood and wrote a set of coordinates on the board. I'm sure all of you know me, so I won't waste time introducing myself. One more student belongs in this class, but he has something to take care of and can't come yet. We won't wait for him. Memorize these coordinates and a symbol in Skyvault. She tapped the mark on her hand and vanished. I pressed my own mark and teleported after her. Once inside Skyvault, I opened the map and went to the coordinates. A breathtaking woman stood there in an off-the-shoulder gown and jeweled crown, holding a golden staff set with gems. A thin veil covered her face, and she coldly ignored every stranger who tried to strike up a conversation. "Is that Mizu?" Before I could ask, her beautiful eyes swept toward me and she beckoned. "Chi Xiao, assemble over here." I hurried across. 2 notifications appeared on my interface. Cloud Mist has invited you to join the party. Cloud Mist has sent you a friend request. I accepted both. Yu Muqing said, "Wait here for the others." I nodded and stood beside her, repeatedly casting spells as I searched for the right mental touch. She didn't seem concerned by my strange behavior. New students were curious, so a little weirdness was understandable. Within 5 minutes, all 15 of my new classmates arrived. Once everyone had joined the party, Yu Muqing said, "I'm distributing your Sky Vault stipends now. Each of you will receive 1 support class equipment set, 1 pouch of refreshing spring water, 1 serving of dried bread, 20 lesser health potions, and 20 lesser mana potions. Tell me immediately if anything is missing. A full equipment set and 40 potions? Support classes get great benefits." While I was wondering how to conserve my stipend and build up supplies, a female classmate arrogantly raised her hand. "Ms. Yu, my father hired a power leveling team for me. May I opt out of the school-organized party?" "You may," Yu Muqing said with a nod. "But once you withdraw, you won't receive the stipend or be allowed to participate in school events." "That tiny stipend means nothing to me." The girl snorted. She deliberately tossed her hair, her expression dripping with superiority. "Stand to the side and wait. After I finish forming everyone else's party, come back to the classroom with me and sign a waiver." "That won't be necessary. My father will send the waiver directly to the principal." At that moment, a notification appeared on my interface. "Miao Shuebing has left the party." Miao Shuebing snorted and turned away. Without so much as another glance at Yu Muqing or her classmates, she followed 4 people in luxurious equipment straight into a nearby dungeon. What's she showing off for? All she gets is a faster start. We'll all catch up in the end. Exactly. So what if her family has a few high-tier fighters? She has no idea where she really ranks. When Yu Muqing heard the students grumbling, she stopped them at once. "Does anyone else want to withdraw? If not, I'll start distributing your stipends." She sent the first trade request to me, since I was still busy casting spells. "Chi Xiao, stop playing around and take your stipend." "Yes, ma'am." I hurriedly accepted. After receiving the stipend from Yu Muqing, I opened my inventory to inspect it. It contained 20 lesser health potions and 20 lesser mana potions, each capable of restoring health or mana instantly. There was also 1 serving each of dried bread and refreshing spring water, with enough for 50 uses apiece. As for equipment, I received 8 uncommon pieces of the linen cloth armor set, 1 foam staff, 1 lesser wand, and 2 quartz rings. From lowest to highest, equipment quality was ranked as common white, uncommon green, rare blue, epic purple, legendary orange, and divine red. Common equipment was generally useless. It was mostly given to production classes for skill practice or used as material for higher quality gear. Once the stipends had been distributed, Yu Muqing addressed us. "Starting today, after you finish your dungeons, you must turn in the materials you obtain in exchange for the next day's stipend. Future stipends will include only potions and food. Equipment will be replaced only when it becomes damaged. Remember that." "We will. As long as you run enough dungeons, you'll eventually turn your noses up at this linen cloth armor." Everyone laughed, clearly satisfied with the school's stipend. "Go ahead and equip everything." I eagerly put on every piece of linen cloth armor, both rings and my weapons. Each piece of linen cloth armor provided 1 spirit and 5 defense. Each ring added 2 spirit, the foam staff added 3 spirit, and the lesser wand added 1 spirit. The entire loadout had clearly been designed for support classes. Once everything was equipped, my spirit increased by 16 points. I opened my detailed status panel and found that my overall strength had improved dramatically. The full status panel appears only once. Updated equipment statistics will be listed in the author's note for the relevant chapter. Health, 120/120. Mana, 132/480. Stamina, 12. Spirit, 24. Strength, 3. Agility, 3. Defense, 16. Physical damage, 6. Attack speed, 0%. Parry, 0.3%. Dodge and movement speed, 0.3%. Spell damage, 48. Casting speed increase, 2.4%. Mana regeneration per second, 2. Physical critical hit chance, 0%. Spell critical hit chance, 0.3%. Critical damage bonus, 0.3%. Resistance, 0. My lesser heal could now restore 98 health. Light's punishment could deal 66 damage. With 480 mana, I could cast Light's punishment 20 times, inflicting 1,584 damage in an instant. According to Monsters of Skyvault's first floor, ordinary monsters in Tier 1 dungeons had a little over 400 health. Elite monsters had between 1,000 and 1,500 health. The bosses at the end of each stage had between 4,000 and 6,000 health. Countless people had verified those numbers, so they were completely reliable. As long as I survive the beginner stage, I'll definitely carve out a path as a solo farmer. My heart raced as my goal came into perfect focus. Stack spirit without thinking twice. Insufficient firepower was the root of all fear. With unlimited firepower, I would dare challenge all of Skyvault. With my larger mana pool, I became much better at controlling my casts. I could now release 8 to 12 heals in a single second. Even my worst attempt produced 3 casts in 1 second. There was no secret to it. My trigger finger was simply getting better. Before long, several homeroom teachers in assorted equipment led their students over to meet Yumuching. By my estimate, only 30% of the students in our year were present. Apparently, that was all the combat class students our year had produced. All right, let's form the parties. Yumuching clapped for everyone's attention and pointed at me. Chi Xiao, step forward. I walked over to her side. I'm putting him with 1 physical defense class and 3 physical damage dealers. The moment she finished, Jiang Yi, the homeroom teacher carrying a pair of battle axes on his back, shook his head and muttered, Ms. Yu, you're making your scheme a little too obvious. If all the cloth armor goes to him, are the other 4 people in my class supposed to fight over the leftovers? Do you have a problem with that? Yumuching raised her fair chin with a proud look. The glimpse of smooth white skin nearly made Jiang Yi dizzy. No problem. None at all. Jiang Yi looked back at his students, scratched his head, and thought for a moment. Shui Rueji, Gajun, Du Wei, Ma Lei, stepped forward. 4 male students emerged from the crowd. Before they could take a second step, Yumuching called out again. Hey, wait. Don't you have 2 female physical melee fighters? Those 2 in the first row look pretty good. She pointed at the 2 girls behind Jiang Yi. What exactly are you planning here, Lady Yu? Do I need to arrange his marriages too? 1 wife and 1 concubine. Jiang Yi teased. Disgusting. Yumuching's brow shot upward. Boys rush into dungeons too recklessly. I need calm girls to direct the party. Then why do you need 2? Are you giving them to me or not? I am. Of course I am. The moment Jiang Yi saw her anger, he surrendered, though his voice remained dripping with sarcasm. Ms. Yu is so cautious. So calm. Du Wei and Ma Lei returned to the crowd, and the 2 girls Yumuching had selected were called forward instead. At last, my first party had been assembled. Looking at the 2 boys and 2 girls, all wearing dark expressions, made my head ache. My homeroom teacher was far too thoughtful. Did she really have to make everyone hate me this much? But as the party assignments continued, their displeasure gradually turned to relief. There weren't enough support class students to go around. That was right. All 16 supports were assigned almost immediately. More than 30 students still stood behind Jiang Yi and the other homeroom teachers without a party. Jiang Yi, who had occupied the moral high ground a moment ago, immediately lost his nerve. He plastered on a smile, rubbed his hands together, and approached Yumuching with shameless humility. Ms. Yu, could the support students from your class take these unassigned students through the dungeon after their first run? Run it again? Yumuching frowned. You know resetting a dungeon costs 100 points, don't you? My students are entering a dungeon for the first time today. They don't know the process, and they'll be physically and mentally exhausted. They're my precious babies, the pride of our school, and the future of our nation. What if you wear them out? They're my students too, Jiang Yi muttered weakly. Standing at the bottom of the moral pit now, he wore a miserable expression and let Yumuching lecture him. I'm not saying they can't make a second run. Oh, that's 1 dash. But you'll have to increase the stipends for my precious students. Well, you can submit the request to the principal. What are you afraid of? Fine. Jiang Yi agreed through clenched teeth. Who is willing to run the dungeon a second time afterward and accompany the students who couldn't get into a party? The moment Yumuching finished speaking, I stepped forward. I am. Points were important, but equipment and supplies mattered even more to me. I would happily take all 30+ unassigned students through if I could. Good. Then I'll assign another 2 groups of female students to you. Jiang Yi gave me a thumbs up. Yumuching nodded in satisfaction as well. She was proud to have such a proactive student. Both she and Jiang Yi were veteran teachers who had guided many graduating classes. They knew how physically exhausting dungeons could be and didn't want their students pushing themselves too hard on day one. I'm willing to. After I took the lead, the other support students volunteered one after another. Soon, every combat class student had a party. I was especially enthusiastic, taking responsibility for supporting 3 separate groups in one stretch. Yu Muqing was so moved that she forced Jiang Yi to reward me, out of his own pocket, with 100 lesser mana potions. Jiang Yi could only grit his teeth and accept it. 100 bottles was still better than leaving his students without a party. After I received the potions, Yu Muqing added, "That's 100 bottles every day." "What? Ms. Yu, that's going way too far." Jiang Yi's intestines practically tied themselves in knots. "I'm going too far." Then ask some senior support students to come help. "Qi Xiao, give the potions back. I still want to keep farming dungeons." Jiang Yi forced a smile uglier than crying and stopped me as I moved to return them. "Haha, you've misunderstood me, Ms. Yu. I meant you're far too devoted to your students. It isn't healthy. 100 bottles a day? Of course. No problem at all," he said with a pained laugh. It looked as though his year-end bonus was finished. If he applied for this subsidy every day, the principal would curse him to death. After an hour of work, all the parties had finally been assigned. Before entering a dungeon, however, every student had to return to the real world and sign a liability waiver. After exchanging friend requests with my party members, I returned to the classroom and collected 3 waivers from the lectern, since I would be taking 3 different groups into the dungeon. The waiver essentially stated that if a student died inside a Sky Vault dungeon for any reason, neither the school nor the homeroom teacher would bear any responsibility or pay any compensation. The student accepted all consequences effective from the date of signing. That was understandable. The school couldn't be held completely responsible for every mistake a student made inside a dungeon. If it were, the school could never continue operating. Starting in freshman year, nearly every course revolved around Sky Vault. The school covered practically every dungeon on the first floor in exhaustive detail. Only students who passed their sophomore final exams were allowed onto the teleportation platform to enter Sky Vault and awaken a class. The school had done everything it could to prepare us. If a student still died inside a dungeon, the school could hardly be blamed. After we signed the waivers, Yu Muqing didn't let us return to Sky Vault immediately. Instead, she reminded us with grave sincerity, "If anyone dies in a dungeon, don't panic. Contact me immediately and add me to your party. I can revive you. Remember that." "We will. And if a teammate dies and you fail to save them in time, do you know the consequences?" "Yes. We'll be expelled, blacklisted, barred from legitimate companies for life, and stripped of all government benefits." It was a rule everyone had been required to memorize since freshman year. Good. I hope all of you advance to Tier 1 smoothly. Once you do, you'll be able to customize a beautiful appearance like your teacher did. Ms. Yu, you were already gorgeous to begin with. Oh, what a sweet talker. 10 mana potions for you. With that, Yu Muqing turned to me. "Qi Xiao, you have 3 dungeon runs today. Do you have enough stamina?" "Absolutely. Thank you for taking this on." "It's no trouble. Not when I have 100 mana potions." I grinned broadly. "Don't hoard them. Drink as many as you need. If you run out, ask Mr. Jiang for more." "Yes, ma'am." Everyone move out. Light flashed, and I entered Sky Vault once again. The second and third parties, unable to enter the dungeon yet, could do as they pleased. They could study, review their notes, or wander around Sky Vault. I arrived at the dungeon entrance and saw the 4 people waiting for me. Meng Yun, a shield warrior, Wang Ling, an assassin, Gajun, a berserker blade, and Shui Ruiji, a battle axe fighter. The moment I joined the party, Meng Yun said coldly, "Let's get in, clear the dungeon, and disband." She was furious that Yu Muqing had favored me, so she took it out on me instead. I was only a support, yet our teachers had deliberately put boys and girls together. Disgusting. On top of that, I was so thin and small that I looked like a monkey no matter how they saw me. After all the students entered their dungeons, Yu Muqing and Jiang Yi were left staring after us with worried faces. "I hope they're all right and finish safely." Jiang Yi pressed his palms together and prayed. If Fan Zihan or Hua Xiu were leading them, I wouldn't be this anxious. Yu Muqing rubbed her brow. All the best students from my class ended up in Class 2. Sky Vault is merciless. Our party selected the Mines of Sin, a mandatory dungeon for every student at the school. The teachers had already explained it in exhaustive detail. The dungeon contained 7 bosses, 94 elite monsters, and 35 ordinary monsters. Every student was required to know their locations, routes, and skills by heart. Physical training class even held a simulated dungeon exercise once a month. Yet the moment our 5-person party entered, Meng Yun and the other three still looked nervous. Objective: kill Captain Cliff. I'm the party leader. Follow my orders, Meng Yun said. The teachers said a support should usually lead because they have the broadest view of the battlefield. Wang Ling reminded her quietly. Meng Yun planted her hands on her hips. Well, I'm the leader now. No one argued. Meng Yun raised her shield, gripped her short sword, and shouted, I'll charge. Keep me healed and follow close. She rushed straight at an isolated, ordinary monster. Minor. Health, 502. Damage, 18. Defense, 6. The others hurried after her. The minor fell after only a few slashes. A notification appeared on all 5 of our interfaces. Minor killed. You received 0.6 points. The corner of Meng Yun's mouth rose. Then shouts and the clash of weapons came from farther ahead. The miner's dying cry had drawn its companions. 15 miners charged us with pickaxes and shovels raised. I swept my eyes over their numbers and prepared to heal. Meng Yun took the front line and shouted, I'll hold their attention. Supports, watch our health. The 4 of them formed a wall in front of me and prepared to fight. Damage numbers began flashing nonstop. Their swords and axes danced, easily cutting down all 15 miners. None of the 4 had lost any health, so I didn't cast a single heal. I didn't expect it to be this easy. Meng Yun glanced at me disdainfully. Support classes really do have it easy. All they have to do is follow along and collect points. I ignored her and focused on memorizing the dungeon's terrain in preparation for my future solo runs. The monsters were exactly where the textbooks said they would be, and the health estimates were accurate too. After Wang Ling finished collecting the drops, she warned, Meng Yun, there are elite monsters in the next mining tunnel. Don't get careless. I know. Let's go. Shui Rueji and Gu Jun said nothing, but the contempt in their eyes matched Meng Yun's. Was this priest really going to stand in the back and shamelessly collect points? If he at least cast an attack spell, they might believe he was making an effort. The 5 of us soon reached the next tunnel. Most of the enemies were still miners, but the patrolling elites were impossible to miss. Mine Overseer. Health, 1,376. Damage, 67. Defense, 30. I'll tie up the overseers. You kill the miners first. Meng Yun charged without even acknowledging the miners that had spotted her. She ran straight toward the 2 overseers ahead. Wang Ling flinched and shouted for her to stop. Meng Yun, the teachers told us never to fight them like this. But it was already too late. Drunk on excitement, Meng Yun forgot every warning from class. She reached the overseers and smashed one with her shield. Clang. The overseer didn't budge. It answered with a backhanded sword slash, and a huge chunk vanished from Meng Yun's health bar. Several miners caught up and surrounded her, their relentless attacks driving her health down at frightening speed. The other 3 and I started toward her, only for more miners to pour from the tunnel and instantly surround us as well. Our party was split in 2, and the tunnel erupted into chaos. Panicking, the 4 fighters could do nothing but attack whatever stood closest. Their health plummeted, so I hurriedly cast Lesser Heal. Several rapid waves restored all 4 to full, but nearly emptied my mana. Instant casting felt incredible, but my control still wasn't precise enough. The danger was far from over. Our party remained trapped in a brutal melee. The 2 elite overseers were the enemy's main force, and we had no area attacks. Surrounded by more than 20 miners, we had to kill them one by one. I decisively drank 2 mana potions, restoring my mana to 360. Then I narrowed my eyes at the elite overseer behind Meng Yun and fired 13 Light's punishments in rapid succession. Thick columns of golden light, each like an enormous club, whipped into the overseer's face. Smack after smack rang out as it suffered repeated hits of 66 light damage. Your Light's punishment hit a mine overseer for 132 critical light damage. The nearly full health overseer lost 924 health under the sudden barrage from my golden clubs. After losing 60% of its health in an instant, the elite overseer flew into a rage. It abandoned Meng Yun and turned toward me just as I tossed aside another 2 empty bottles. But before it could reach me, golden light flashed. The same thick, dazzling club of light smashed down once more. Smack. Minus 66, minus 66, minus 198, minus 66. Rows of golden damage numbers floated above the overseer's head. G.U.H. Aya. The overseer screamed, its knees buckled, and it collapsed dead. With my mana drained, I hurriedly drank 2 lesser mana potions. I looked toward Meng Yun, whose health had fallen below half, and lightly curled my index and middle fingers together. Boom. Brilliant golden light enveloped her. Warmth spread through her body, and her health instantly returned to full. More golden rays descended one after another, restoring Wang Ling, Shuiruiji, and Gu Jun to full health as well. At last, the chaotic fight ended. Even at full health, Meng Yun remained tense, her body trembling slightly. That had been far too close. Without my timely heals, the two overseers and several miners would definitely have killed her. But hadn't one of those overseers been killed by me too? She looked over and found me idly kicking the empty bottles at my feet. Had he really killed that overseer? While she was still wondering, Wen Ling walked over and punched her hard in the arm, breaking her train of thought. Meng Yun, do you realize you nearly got all of us killed? Do you? Wen Ling demanded. I. Meng Yun pressed her lips together and rubbed her arm, not daring to answer. Pull something like that again, and I'll report you to our homeroom teacher and have you kicked from the party. There are plenty of guardian classes. We don't need you specifically. If Qi Xiao hadn't stayed calm, you would have gotten all of us killed and blacklisted. Wen Ling pointed at her and continued scolding. Feeling the full force of the other three's anger, Meng Yun could only nod again and again. At the rear of the party, I kept nudging an empty bottle with my foot, my mind somewhere far away as I considered something. After venting her anger at Meng Yun, Wen Ling turned to me in a much better mood. Qi Xiao, thank you. If you hadn't healed us so selflessly, we would have been finished. It's fine. This is everyone's first dungeon. Let's play it safe for now and worry about efficiency after we're familiar with the place. I replied with a smile. Right? Everyone, wait for Qi Xiao to recover, then follow me. I'll scout ahead. Qi Xiao, focus on recovering your mana. Wen Ling vanished into stealth the moment she finished speaking. I took out my refreshing spring water, sat on the ground, and drank. Lesser mana potions were reserved for emergencies. Under normal circumstances, people ate bread and drank spring water to recover their energy. I didn't talk much. Meng Yun might officially be our leader, but everyone was increasingly following Wen Ling's directions. A minute later, my mana was full, and Wen Ling returned from scouting. The first boss is just ahead. I'll assign the roles. Foreman Razzo. Health, 4,502. Damage, 218. Defense, 86. Skills, Knockback, Heavy Blow, Charge, Whirlwind Hammer. 2 Sin Sentinels. Health, 1,200. Damage, 154. Defense, 31. Skill, Shoot. The door leading deeper into the mine was locked. Guarding it were Foreman Razzo in chainmail and 2 elite sentinels. Razzo carried 2 hammers on his back and watched his surroundings alertly. Each sentinel wore a one-handed sword at its belt and carried a musket. The 5 of us stood in the mining tunnel and listened as Wen Ling assigned our tasks. Meng Yun, focus on Razzo. Keep your distance and don't let Whirlwind Hammer hit the rest of us. Understood. Shuiruiji, keep the sentinel on the left occupied. Gu Jun and I will handle the one on the right. Shuiruiji and Gu Jun nodded. Got it. Qi Xiao, stay at maximum range and keep us healed. Razzo charges random targets, and he may stun someone for 1 second. Don't worry. I gave her a thumbs up. Our teachers had spent a full month explaining how to fight the dungeon's bosses. We remembered the theory clearly, but putting it into practice still made everyone nervous. All right, I'll count down from 3. Meng Yun, go first. Shuiruiji and Gu Jun, follow me in 2 seconds later. Okay. Meng Yun put away her arrogance and tightened her grip on her shield and sword. 3, 2, 1, go. Meng Yun rushed out. Wen Ling and the other 2 followed 2 seconds later. Razzo saw Meng Yun and laughed. Haha, a pretty little thing delivered right to my door. The sentinels raised their muskets and took aim. Kill her quickly. Bang, bang. Meng Yun raised her shield and blocked both shots, then slashed Razzo with her sword. -27. Wen Ling and the other 2 split up and attacked their assigned targets. Meng Yun didn't flinch before the towering Razzo. She attacked while retreating, pulling him farther from the sentinels. Razzo roared, "You insects!" He brought his hammer crashing down on Meng Yun's shield. Unable to withstand the immense force, her knees slowly bent. Then Razzo suddenly kicked her. Bang! Meng Yun was launched backward, losing 135 health in an instant. I walked calmly out of the tunnel entrance and curled my fingers slightly. A layer of light wrapped around Meng Yun while she was still flying through the air, and warmth surged through her body. Her health rapidly refilled, with another 61 points of overhealing. A sharp light flashed in Meng Yun's eyes. She charged straight back at Razzo. First she smashed him with her shield, then thrust her short sword forward. The tip pierced Razzo's chainmail and sank into his abdomen, dealing 42 damage. Standing against the wall, I shifted my attention to Wen Ling and the other 2. I repeatedly curled my fingers. Golden light fell from above and enveloped all three. Each of them received 98 points of healing, some of it as overhealing. I discovered that curling my fingers while casting increased the frequency of my spells. It felt like pulling a trigger and allowed me to fire in bursts. Shuerueji and Mengyun were losing health faster, so I had to curl my fingers several more times for them. Wang Ling and Gejun needed only 1 or 2 occasional pulls. I stood bored at the tunnel entrance, staff in hand, lightly curling my fingers every now and then. I had nothing to do and no pressure at all. Then Wang Ling and Gejun brought down one of the sentinels together. It screamed and hit the ground, earning me 1 point. The three of them immediately went to reinforce Shuerueji. Caught between all 3 attackers, the other sentinel fell in moments. I received another 1 point. Then they hurried to support Mengyun. Sensing the danger, Razo struck Mengyun with a heavy blow. Bang! The blow left her clutching her forehead, stunned and unconscious. Razo seized the opening and charged at Wang Ling, the nearest target. Bang! The collision wiped out 60% of her health and paralyzed her entire body. Before she could recover, Razo kicked again. At the critical moment, golden light enveloped Wang Ling. She received 98 points of healing and 51 points of overhealing. Bang! The kick launched her away and cost her 176 health. Golden light continued circling her, restoring even more health. She hit the ground and rolled several times. By the time she got up, her health was full again. Without my timely healing, Razo's combination would have killed her instantly. Wang Ling flashed a grateful smile at me as I yawned, then tightened her grip on her daggers and rushed back toward Razo. Mengyun shouted and charged him at the same time. The four surrounded Razo and unleashed a furious assault. -42, -55, -75, -86, -33, -60. Covered in blood, Razo laughed wildly, gripped both warhammers, and spun like a top at terrifying speed. Whirlwind hammer. This is bad. Retreat and spread out. Wang Ling shouted. Shuerueji, Gejun, and Mengyun immediately turned and ran. But the spinning Razo moved quickly, slamming into them again and again. Bang, 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 bang. -177, -182, -145, -163. The four failed to dodge in time. The whirling hammers clipped them, rapidly reducing their health to critical levels. At that very moment, four beams of light descended and enveloped them. All 4 health bars instantly returned to full. Razo finally noticed me hiding in the distance and charged straight over. No, Wang Ling cried. I had only 120 health and moved slowly. I couldn't survive even 1 hit from Razo. Mengyun, stop Razo. Drink a potion if you have to, but hold him back at all costs. Understood. Mengyun gritted her teeth, raised her shield, and charged. But the instant she got close, Razo's 2-handed hammer sent her flying. Bang! -194. Mengyun hurtled backward, her health hitting critical again. I merely curled my fingers, and her health returned to full once more. Facing Razo as he spun toward me, I calmly took out 2 potions. Run, Qi Xiao. Head for the entrance. No, run toward Mengyun. I remember now. Gejun smacked his forehead. We weren't supposed to attack him together. Ganging up on Razo triggers whirlwind hammer. The teachers warned us about that. The earlier fights had gone so smoothly that everyone had forgotten. What good does remembering that do now? I'll block him. Shuerueji gritted his teeth and charged. Then they saw me drop the empty potion bottles. I narrowed my eyes. A golden staff of light as thick as a man's thigh appeared from nowhere and crashed down on the spinning Razo's head. It was the combined force of 24 overlapping light's punishments. I kept pulling my mental trigger while drawing more mana potions from my inventory. This 5-person party's tactics were a mess. Wang Ling was technically directing them, but aside from shouting emergency orders, her leadership hadn't helped much. The party members knew their own roles, but they hadn't remembered a single key point their teachers had emphasized. If I hadn't stepped in at the critical moment, Razo would have wiped us out already. At last, all 9 elite enemies were dead. Whenever the other 4 weren't looking, I had secretly slipped in several bursts of light's punishment. Otherwise, once Ned joined the battle in his logging machine, the party would have been forced to take a beating. Clank, clank, clank. Mechanical noises came from the logging room, drawing closer by the second. Panting heavily, Wang Ling addressed us. Get ready. Ned is coming. Qi Xiao, can you keep going? No problem. I confidently thumped my chest. Good. Wang Ling nodded, then instructed Mengyun. As soon as Ned appears, pull him back into the logging room. It's too narrow here. Got it. Mengyun raised her sword and shield and rushed ahead. One Ling and the other two followed close behind. I drank 2 mana potions and slowly walked after them. Foreman Ned's logging machine. Health, 3,855. Damage, 193. Defense, 185. Skills, chainsaw cut, sweep, heavy blow. Meng Yun charged into the logging room and saw that Ned had almost reached the doorway. She froze for a moment, then clenched her teeth and rushed him anyway, hacking wildly at the iron window of the driver's compartment. Clang, clatter. Her short sword struck the iron window, throwing off sparks, but dealing almost no damage. -5, -7, -3, -1. I can't hold this thing. Its armor is too thick. Her palms went numb, and she retreated again and again. Hold on. Attack. One Ling and the other two flanked the machine from behind and started hacking at it. -9, -11, -7, -13. They attacked with everything they had, but by the time I entered the logging room, they had barely taken off a few hundred health. Haha. Pathetic. How did trash like you ever kill Razzo? Die. Ned pulled the steering lever and tightened his hand around the control stick for the chainsaw arm. VRRRR. The chainsaw spun at high speed. He shoved the control stick forward. The chainsaw arm shot out. Ned shouted, "Chainsaw cut." Ahaha. Meng Yun reacted quickly and raised her shield. Boom. Crack. Her wooden shield shattered instantly. The chainsaw tore away a large section of her left arm and chest. -244. Ugh. Meng Yun cried in pain, already on the verge of death. A beam of golden light fell from above and wrapped around her. Her severed arm hung in midair, held aloft by the light. The wound rapidly healed. +98, +98, +98, +98. Meng Yun collapsed into a sitting position. The pain disappeared, and her arm reattached itself. While she stared in shock, I shouted, "Lie down." Huh? Okay. Meng Yun obediently dropped flat. Whoosh. The chainsaw passed inches above her nose. Stay down. Roll over here and grab your shield. I kicked the shattered shield toward her. Meng Yun rolled under another chainsaw sweep and scrambled back to my side. All right, get back in there. She picked up her shield and short sword and charged the logging machine again. The chainsaw swept sideways. Shui Rueji, Gujun, and Wang Ling failed to dodge and were instantly flung away in sprays of blood. The moment all three hit the ground, I restored them to peak condition. Gujun suddenly remembered the teacher's warning. Before fighting Ned, they had to kill the miner who ran to alert him. Otherwise, Ned would enter the logging machine and become invincible. You only remember now? Stop talking and attack. Shui Rueji rushed to the driver's compartment and brought his hammer down on its door. The impact boomed, caving the door inward. The door is its weak point. Keep hitting it. The four focused their attacks on the weak point, and the logging machine soon went out of control. Inside the compartment, Ned was battered dizzy and began vomiting. With no other choice, he hit the release button. The spring-loaded door knocked Shui Rueji away, and Ned jumped out immediately afterward. Hack him to pieces. Meng Yun's eyes were bloodshot after everything he had put her through. Her sleeves were shredded, exposing large patches of skin beneath her chainmail. Logging foreman Ned. Health, 2,240. Damage, 79. Defense, 22. Skills, disarm throw. You destroyed everything. I'll kill you all. Without his logging machine, Ned faced the four fighters alone. He was meat on a chopping block. Hammers crushed, swords slashed, blades chopped, and daggers stabbed. Their attacks completely swallowed him. Within 5 seconds, Ned was covered in holes and reduced to a bloody sieve before he could use a single skill. Ned killed. You received 3 points. Clatter. Clatter. 2 pieces of equipment dropped from his body. Before anyone could pick them up, the logging machine suddenly made a sharp sound. With a creak, its compartment door sprang free and rolled to Meng Yun's feet. Holy shit. 3 pieces of rare equipment. The 3 items on the floor glowed blue, drawing shocked cries from all 4 fighters. Buzzing blade. Quality, rare. Dagger. Physical damage +30. Attack speed, 1.25 seconds. Requires 8 strength and 6 agility. Sawtooth blade. Quality, rare. One-handed sword. Physical damage +40. Attack speed, 2.4 seconds. Strength +3. Agility +2. Requires 10 strength. Refined iron compartment hatch. Quality, rare. Shield. Defense +92. Stamina +7. Agility +2. Strength +2. Requires 12 strength. All 3 items shone with dazzling blue light. Wow, a rare dagger. Wang Ling's voice turned soft and sweet. That one-handed sword has to be mine, Gujun said, breathing hard. My shield broke, so this one belongs to me. Pop. All three items vanished. Wen Ling equipped the dagger, Gu Jun brandished the sawtooth blade, and Meng Yun strapped the small logging machine hatched to her back. Shui Ruizhi curled his lip. Seeing Gu Jun's rare sawtooth blade beside his own uncommon hammer left him deeply unhappy. The difference in quality was too great. Once their excitement settled, Wen Ling calmly reassured me. Don't worry. There are more bosses ahead. One of them is bound to drop something you can use. Exactly. Even if nothing drops today, we'll be farming every day during summer break. You'll graduate from that gear sooner or later, Meng Yun said with obvious satisfaction at my expense. Gujun nodded and hit a laugh. TSK. Who would have expected a boss not to drop anything for him? I know. Let's keep moving. I still have 2 more runs after this, I said. All 4 immediately came back to their senses. That was right. I still had 2 more runs today. I would accumulate equipment far faster than they could. With that realization, they headed toward the next section of the mine. Armed with rare equipment, our ragtag party's combat power sword. Meng Yun in particular was nearly unbreakable behind the compartment hatch. Facing 3 elite monsters, she stood as steady as a boulder and barely lost any health. Wen Ling and the other 2 were even fiercer. Elites seemed as fragile as tofu before them. I followed behind, looking relaxed while secretly tallying every kill. We've already killed more than 50 monsters, 35 ordinary miners, 24 elites, and 2 bosses. Ordinary miners give 0.6 points, elites give 1, and bosses give 3. A solo clear would earn 255 points. Even without killing Ned, that's 240. After subtracting the 100-point reset cost, I'd still make a clean profit of 140 points. My heart accelerated. Solo farming was entirely possible. I only needed to hold out for a few more days until my equipment took shape and my attributes met the requirements. I could accompany my classmates through 3 runs each day, collect the 100 mana potions, then spend the rest of my time farming alone. With a clear goal, I began designing a strategy for solo runs. Within minutes, the mining tunnel fell silent. Every monster was dead, and Wen Ling entered stealth to scout ahead. Gujun, is there anything we need to watch for in the smelting hall? Shui Ruizhi asked nervously. You're asking me? Obviously. Smack your forehead and see if you remember anything. The teacher covered it. How should I know? Just tell me. Let me think. No, that's it. The smelter uses the standard strategy. Just interrupt his casting. You're sure? Believe me or don't. Fine. Did none of you listen in class? I listened to my own thoughts while he gave his lecture. Neither interrupted the other. I searched my inherited memories too. The teacher's lessons and the textbook were both perfectly blank, as though the former owner had been determined to leave a spotless legacy behind. Did the old me do nothing but work part-time and sleep through class? I complained inwardly. I genuinely wanted to know how he had ever passed the exam. Wen Ling returned and emerged from stealth. There are 15 elite monsters ahead, and every one has a mechanical puppet. The teacher said the puppets have low health and go down in a few hits. The main threat is Smelter Nigeria. He has 2 puppets beside him. Destroy those first. Meng Yun, pull Nig away at the start. Don't let him get near the furnace, or he'll throw molten iron. It deals massive damage. If you can, pull 1 puppet with him. No problem. Meng Yun confidently slapped her shield. The rest of us will destroy the puppets first. Understood. Shui Ruizhi and Gujun nodded. Get ready to move. Wait. Shui Ruizhi stopped everyone and asked Gujun, anything else to add? No. Nig is the easiest boss here. All right. On 3. 3, 2, 1, go. Wen Ling waved. Meng Yun charged first, and the rest of us followed. Elite monsters and puppets were scattered along the descending spiral corridor. With Meng Yun leading, our party engaged the elites directly. The roar of molten iron churning inside the furnace drowned out the clash of metal. We reached the stairs beside the furnace without trouble and saw Nig in the distance, hammering a weapon at an anvil. Smelter Nig. Health, 2,660. Damage, 200. Defense, 100. Skills, Molten Iron, Puppet Assault, Molten Iron Arrow, Iron Sand Throw. 2 remote-controlled puppets stood beside him. One carried a toolbox, and the other held a leather sack. Remote-controlled puppet, health, 1,234. Damage, 172. Defense, 20. Seeing that everyone was in good condition, Wen Ling signaled the attack. The 4 fighters rushed forward. Meng Yun's shield bashed the puppet with the leather sack, then slashed Nig's head. Wen Ling and the others surrounded the puppet holding the toolbox. Damage numbers flashed continuously as Nig's health plunged. With their rare equipment, the party easily destroyed both puppets without any help from me. The battle seemed to be ending smoothly. Then Nig's eyes turned blood red. He grabbed a handful of iron sand and flung it at all four of them. The iron sand blinded Wang Ling and the others, instantly wiping out their ability to fight. They lowered their weapons and rubbed desperately at their eyes. Nig seized the opening and rushed toward a huge wooden crate beside the anvil. Let me show you what a true masterpiece looks like. Just as he reached for the lid, I made my move. I summoned 24 lights punishments. They merged into a column as thick as a man's thigh and smashed into Nig's forehead. Damage numbers erupted without end. Nig groaned in pain and collapsed. Nig killed. You received 3 points. Still rubbing his eyes, Shui Rueji cursed furiously. Gujun, if anything else goes wrong in the next section, I swear I'll make you pay. I definitely didn't. Gujun rubbed his eyes, then suddenly smacked his forehead. Wait, the teacher did mention something. Nig is easy to fight, but when his health falls below half, he suddenly throws iron sand. If you don't dodge it, he summons a giant combat puppet. You only remembered the first half of what the teacher said, didn't you? Shui Rueji snapped. At least I remembered the first half. What about you? You didn't remember any of it. All you did was ask me. Gujun shot back. Both of you, shut up and get ready to fight. Wang Ling's sight returned, and she slapped each of them across the face. Nig is dead, Meng Yun shouted. Once everyone's vision cleared, they looked where Meng Yun was pointing. Nig lay beside the 10-foot wooden crate, with 2 pieces of blue glowing equipment next to him. I walked over, bent down, and picked them up. Blacksmith's trousers. Quality, rare. Cloth leg armor. Defense, 4. Stamina +5. Spirit +5. Requirement, 2 strength. Luxury jeweled ring. Quality, rare. Ring. Agility +2. Spirit +6. Requirement, 10 spirit. I'm taking both, I said happily. The other 4 nodded and passed on the equipment. Black soot ringed all 4 pairs of eyes, making them look like pandas. I equipped both items and opened my status panel. Health, 170/170. Mana, 12/640. Stamina, 17. Spirit, 32. Strength, 3. Agility, 5. Spell damage, 64. My mana had risen sharply, and my spell damage was now 64. Agility increased movement speed too, although the difference was still hard to feel at this level. Each Light's Punishment now dealt 82 damage, while Lesser Heal restored 114 health. At full mana, I could unleash 2,624 light damage in one burst. With just one more equipment upgrade, I'd be able to kill Nig instantly. Qi Xiao, thank you for acting when you did. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble, Wang Ling said, sounding me out. We're teammates. Of course I helped. Besides, I got lucky and landed another critical hit. I answered with a smile. I'm going to open the gate. Wang Ling found a key on Nig and headed toward the iron door. The moment it opens, combat begins. Enemies on the far side will fire cannons at us. Meng Yun, keep moving while you hold the elites. Understood. Gujun, Shui Rueji, don't relax. Until the boss falls, none of us gets to rest. Got it. Qi Xiao, stay safe. If you have an opening, help us damage the enemies. This is the final stage, and it's the hardest part of the dungeon. Understood. I'm opening it. 3, 2. Wait. Shui Rueji suddenly stopped her and turned to Gujun. Anything we need to know about the next stage? Did the teacher give us any special instructions? Gujun was still angry and didn't want to answer him. No. This is life or death. Don't sulk now. I don't remember. Damn it, you. Enough. Wang Ling cut him off. There shouldn't be anything else. Kill every monster we see and leave no survivors. Meng Yun, do you have anything to add? Meng Yun shook her head. Qi Xiao. We'll adapt to whatever happens, I said. All right. I'm opening it. 3, 2, 1. Click. Wang Ling turned the key and shoved the door open. Bang. The instant it opened, 4 or 5 masked elite monsters turned toward us. Intruders. Everyone assemble. The 5 of us exchanged looks, the corners of our mouths twitching. Even though we had prepared ourselves, the sight before us still came as a shock. At the bottom of the mine was a vast cavern connected directly to the ocean. A gigantic pirate ship, for stories tall, sat in the middle of the cavern. More than a dozen cannons lined its deck. 2 elite gunners stood beside every cannon. Kill the intruders. Charge with me. Gunners, prepare to fire. After giving the order, the first mate sprinted toward the boarding bridge. Take the bridge now. Gujun smacked his forehead. If the first mate controls it, we can't stop this many elites. The teacher warned us about that. You bastard. Shui Rueji panicked. Wang Ling froze too. She stared helplessly as a mass of elite monsters followed the first mate toward us. What do we do? Should we run? Meng Yun stamped her foot. I rolled my eyes. These 4 clowns were unbelievable. Not that I was much better. The body's original owner hadn't remembered anything from class either. I remembered only one sentence. The Mines of Sin is the easiest dungeon in Sky Vault. If we couldn't even clear this, stop standing there. Follow me and take the bridge. I barked, charging first. With mana potions clutched in my hand, I led from the front. The big shot is leading. Let's do this. Shuerueji gritted his teeth and followed. We can't give up after coming this far. Gujun ran after us too. Mengyun, pull the enemies like Wang Ling told you. Grab as many as you can. I guarantee I'll keep all of you alive. I ordered decisively. Understood. Mengyun raised her shield and charged. Keep zigzagging and dodge the cannonballs. I added. Got it. Wang Ling, stay with Shuerueji. Focus your attacks and kill one elite at a time. Understood. Wang Ling immediately followed. As she passed me, she gave me a long, searching look. Shuerueji, Gujun, and Wang Ling followed close behind Mengyun and pounced on the first elite. The battle erupted. From the distant deck, the first mate shouted to the gunners, "Fire! Don't let a single intruder live." "Yes, sir." Boom, boom, boom. Cannonballs screamed toward Mengyun and the others. "Keep moving. Don't stop, Mengyun. Whatever you do, don't stop." I shouted while healing my teammates. Keeping everyone alive came first. Understood. Mengyun gritted her teeth and charged the next monster, with the other 3 right behind her. Boom, boom, boom. 3 cannonballs struck the spot they had just left, blasting craters into the ground. The shock waves nearly knocked all 4 off their feet. I refused to let them slow down. Keep running. Mengyun, pull the monsters beneath the boarding bridge. Boom, 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 boom. Several more cannonballs came screaming toward them. The 4 barely evaded the barrage. Mengyun endured attacks from 7 elite monsters, surviving only because of the refined iron compartment hatch in her hands. Wang Ling and the other 2 silently focused their attacks, their blue glowing weapons turning even deadlier. While the gunners struggled to adjust their aim, I shouted, "Don't stop. Keep moving." "I know," Mengyun answered between gasps. Bang! Gritting her teeth, she broke out of the crowd of monsters and sprinted toward the boarding bridge. Even with the refined iron compartment hatch, her health began falling faster, but barriers of golden light protected her at every critical moment. The other 3 took occasional hits, and I easily healed them. Under my relentless urging, Mengyun finally reached the foot of the boarding bridge. "Cease fire. Charge with me," the first mate roared. The gunners stopped firing and drew their blades. "Mengyun, get on the bridge." I ordered. "What?" She looked confused. I said get on the bridge. "Don't hesitate." "Okay." Mengyun obeyed and led the elite monsters onto the bridge. Just as I had expected, the monsters jammed together and could no longer move forward. Even the first mate became trapped in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. The cannons on deck couldn't fire at such close range. At last, the fight became a melee. The first mate raised his axes and shouted, "Kill the intruders!" But shouting was all he could do. The boarding bridge was packed with monsters, and none of them could move. Below the bridge, Shuerueji swung his massive hammer and gleefully crushed enemies that were stuck in place. The other 3 attacked from behind, and the monsters couldn't even turn around. "Pirate killed. You received 1 point. Pirate killed. You received 1 point." The point notifications kept refreshing. Elite monsters fell one after another until the 5 of us had wiped out every enemy beneath the ship. "I can't hold them much longer." Mengyun braced her feet against the railing and used her shield to resist the monster horde's pressure. "Let them come down. Hold the entrance and finish this quickly," I ordered. Using the monster's force, Mengyun leaped from the bridge and rushed back to its entrance. The monsters could finally move, but before they reached the bottom, swords, daggers, axes, and hammers struck them in waves. Our ragtag party attacked without pause as long as we had health to spare. While keeping my teammates healthy, I secretly used Light's punishment to weaken the monsters and ease the pressure. "Pirate killed. You received 1 point." My points soared, approaching 50 in a matter of moments. The number of elite monsters on the bridge plummeted. The first mate roared, "Damn you, intruders! Gunners, assemble!" Seeing his pirate underlings nearly wiped out, he immediately ordered the gunners into action. Once we survive this wave, only the boss fight remains. "Qi Xiao, do you have enough mana potions?" "A little over 50 bottles," I answered. I had already consumed almost 70 since the dungeon began. "That's enough." Everyone relaxed. "Ms. You really planned ahead," someone said admiringly. "After we clear this, we'll ask our teacher to get Qi Xiao more potions. He won't have enough for the next 2 parties." Right, everyone agreed. Stop chatting and kill the monsters. Qi Xiao, keep directing us from the rear. Wang Ling reminded them before returning to the fight. More than 20 gunners split into two groups and formed up on either side of Heavy Fist, preparing to charge. Is that first mate stupid? Is he sending them down here to die? Shui Ruiji mocked. Don't talk like that. If he comes down too, we'll be in trouble. Wait, why is he coming down? Gujun cried. You cursed crow. This time, the first mate personally led more than 20 gunners toward the boarding bridge. Pirate first, mate Heavy Fist. Health, 3,320. Damage, 205. Defense, 85. Skills, armor-breaking smash, twin weapon frenzy, launch, stomp. Meng Yun block him. Understood. Meng Yun stared at Heavy Fist, who was twice her size, gritted her teeth, and met him head-on. Heavy Fist swung both axes. The blades spun rapidly as they chopped at her. Clang, 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 clang. Minus 75, minus 60, minus 78, minus 79, minus 81. The chain of hits tore huge chunks from Meng Yun's health. Fortunately, my heals arrived in time and rapidly restored her to full. My latest, lesser heal, happened to crit, restoring over 200 health and stabilizing the fight. Meng Yun, take 2 steps back. We can't reach him. Got it. Meng Yun retreated and let Heavy Fist approach the edge of the boarding bridge. At last, the other 3 could attack him. Shui Ruiji watched Heavy Fist's health plunge and exhaled in relief. He doesn't have much health. He's nowhere near as scary as Ned. Gujun's eyelid twitched. He hurriedly cut him off. Don't say that. You'll make something go wrong again. Boom. Before he could finish, Heavy Fist suddenly leaped from the bridge, sailed over Meng Yun, and slammed down where the bridge met the shore. A wave of crushing force erupted from his stomp. Boom. All 4 fighters were launched away and fell into the sea. Shui Ruiji, you goddamn. While flying through the air, Gujun smacked his own forehead. I remember. The teacher said to kill the gunners first. Everyone splashed into the water. I had been standing about 20 meters from the bridge and narrowly escaped the shockwave, but Heavy Fist now had a clear view of me. He saw me and charged with an enraged roar. The 20-plus gunners behind him jumped into the water too, splitting up to pursue Meng Yun and the others. This is bad. They can't hold out. I drew a deep breath and stopped holding anything back. I refused to become a burden. I couldn't allow the nightmare of me surviving while all 4 teammates died. I decided to unleash everything. First, I locked onto Heavy Fist at the head of the charge. I drew 2 lesser mana potions and gulped them down. Glug, glug, glug. That hit the spot. I dropped the bottles, narrowed my eyes, and sneered. You're finished. An enormous golden club appeared from nowhere directly in Heavy Fist's path. He had less than 50% of his health left, no more than 1,600 points. Could I kill him instantly? I didn't even need to use my full strength. Sure enough, Light's punishment killed Heavy Fist before he could reach me. Minus 82, minus 82, minus 82, minus 164. A chain of damage numbers burst above his head like fireworks. GUH. Heavy Fist killed. You received 3 points. As Heavy Fist collapsed, 2 pieces of rare equipment sprang from his body. I didn't stop to collect them. The danger wasn't over. I stepped around Heavy Fist and headed toward Shui Ruiji, drawing 2 more mana potions as I went. I swear, Glub, Glub, when I get Glub back on land. I'm beating Glub, that bastard Gajun. Glub, half to death. Nobody, Glub, can stop me. Shui Ruiji thrashed in the water, gurgling curses between mouthfuls of seawater. With an enormous hammer strapped to his back, he swam at a crawl. When he saw 5 gunners closing in, terror nearly tore his soul from his body. He desperately struggled toward shore. The moment he saw me, Shui Ruiji nearly cried with relief. Dad, you're my real dad. He expected me to restore his health, but I didn't. Without stopping, I turned and attacked the 5 gunners pursuing him. 5 golden clubs appeared above their heads and smashed down. The gunners were stunned by the blows. They abandoned Shui Ruiji and tried to swim for shore. More golden clubs struck them on the way. All 5 died instantly and floated to the surface. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Shui Ruiji gaped at me in disbelief. 5 elite monsters had been wiped out just like that? Impossible. How had I done it? Had every hit been a critical? Glub, glub. Nearly swallowing more seawater, Shui Ruiji forced himself to stop wondering and resumed his painful swim toward shore. I was already moving on. My next target was Gujun. He was fighting 5 gunners while retreating through the water toward the bank. A lesser health potion was clenched between his teeth. I have to find Qi Xiao, or I'm going to die. Of the 20 health potions his teacher had given him, Gujun had already consumed 12. Through blurred eyes, he finally saw me approaching with my staff in hand. Chi Xiao, thank God you're safe, he called inwardly around the potion bottle between his teeth. Golden light wrapped around him, and Gujun instantly returned to full health. Another golden flash erupted behind him. All 5 gunners stopped moving and floated belly up on the water. With Gujun safe, I opened another mana potion and kept drinking. This time, I glanced toward Meng Yun. She was the slowest swimmer, but also the toughest. The 5 gunners hacking at her barely scratched her. All 6 rolled through the water, trading attacks back and forth. Seeing that Meng Yun could still hold out, I cast Lesser Heal on her and headed toward Wang Ling, who was farthest away and in the greatest danger. Because she was light, Heavy Fist Stomp had thrown her the farthest. She stood on a tiny island in the water, fighting 5 gunners alone. She tossed away 1 health potion after another as she ran and attacked. Her only survival skill was already active, and her potions were almost gone. Just as the gunners were about to kill her, golden light descended, and her health instantly returned to full. Wang Ling turned in delight and saw me on the shore. I gulped down a mana potion and smiled. Swim over here. I'll protect you. She immediately jumped into the water. Water splashed as Wang Ling fought her way to the surface. When she wiped her face, she saw only my back receding into the distance. She hurriedly looked at the little island and froze. All 5 gunners were motionless on the ground. They are all dead? How? I returned to shore and saw that Meng Yun had already climbed out. She, Shui Ruiji, and Gujun were fighting the last 5 pirates together. I tried to heal Meng Yun, whose health had fallen to half, but the system warned me that my mana was insufficient. That was right. All 120 lesser mana potions were gone. Heavy Fist and those gunners had consumed my final 50 bottles. Without an endless supply of mana, I was only an ordinary healer. Meng Yun, I'm out of mana potions. You'll have to finish this yourselves. Shui Ruiji, a health potion clenched between his teeth, answered first. Don't worry. We still have potions. Get some rest. Footsteps approached as a dripping wet Wang Ling arrived. Thanks for saving me. She blew me a kiss and rejoined the fight. I leaned aside to dodge it, sat down to drink refreshing spring water, and stared at the pirate ship with a headache. The next part is going to be trouble. With no mana potions left, I could no longer fight as effortlessly as before. Wang Ling and the other 3 quickly killed the final 5 gunners. The non-stop battle had exhausted them. They sat or collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Gujun lay flat and complained, "This dungeon is too hard." Now I understand why we spent an entire semester running simulations. Wang Ling was about to lie down too when she suddenly sat upright. The equipment. We haven't collected the equipment yet. The other 3 immediately found their energy again. Of course. How could they forget something that important? Wang Ling had taken only a few steps when she spotted 2 pieces of blue glowing rare equipment beside Heavy Fist's corpse. Heavy Fist's Great Hammer. Quality rare. 2-handed hammer. Physical damage plus 83. Attack speed 3.50 seconds. Strength plus 11. Agility plus 4. Requirement 12 strength. Heavy Fist's axe. Quality rare. 1-handed axe. Physical damage plus 33. Attack speed 1.70 seconds. Strength plus 4. Agility plus 5. Requirement 9 strength. The moment Shui Ruiji saw Heavy Fist's Great Hammer, he nearly jumped in excitement. He selected Need, and the hammer immediately entered his inventory. Meng Yun didn't compete for it. With the compartment hatch shield, she no longer cared about 2-handed weapons. Shui Ruiji was deeply grateful. But Heavy Fist's axe sparked an argument. Wang Ling, Gujun, and Meng Yun all wanted it. Meng Yun said, "This 1-handed axe attacks quickly. It's perfect for holding elite monsters." Gujun objected. "You focus on stamina. That weapon is better suited to my offhand." Wang Ling added, "Daggers are fast, but their damage is low. This axe would raise my damage output." All 3 argued until their faces were red, and no one was willing to yield. A few seconds later, Gujun withdrew first. "You 2 choose. I'll wait until tomorrow." He already had the sawtooth blade and didn't want to damage his relationship with the party over another weapon. We would be farming the mine all summer anyway. There was no hurry. Wang Ling and Meng Yun, however, refused to back down. Both had valid reasons, and both wanted the axe. Wang Ling suddenly asked, "Chi Xiao, you're the support. Who do you think should get it?" Shui Ruiji and Gujun froze, then turned together toward me as I watched the drama from a distance. I laughed coldly inside, but my expression remained perfectly calm. What a brilliant way to redirect the conflict. Wang Ling wanted to push the responsibility onto me. Meng Yun had been domineering and unreasonable from the beginning, and she had even mocked me. Wang Ling, on the other hand, had treated me well. After several seconds of silence, I said evenly, I hope the weapon goes wherever it can create the greatest value for the party. I had spoken without actually answering. Wang Ling refused to give up. And specifically, what does that mean? It means exactly what I said, I replied. Shui Ruiji thought for a moment, then nodded firmly. Gujun looked thoughtful and secretly gave me a thumbs up. Meng Yun hesitated for several seconds. Just before Wang Ling could give up, she painfully closed her eyes and selected pass first. Forget it. It's only a fraction of a second faster. It doesn't matter. Pop. The one-handed axe dropped into Wang Ling's inventory. She looked at it and smiled sweetly. My face remained expressionless as I addressed the four. I've used all 120 lesser mana potions. I hope everyone takes the rest of this dungeon seriously. Wang Ling hurriedly said, search your inventories. See if any lesser mana potions were picked up with the drops. All four searched and shook their heads. If we don't have any, we'll fight slowly, Wang Ling said anxiously. All four now understood how important I was. Without me, they never would have made it this far. I'll scout ahead. Keep resting until I return. Wang Ling entered stealth and climbed the boarding bridge. Gujun was still staring up from below when a palm smacked his forehead. Smack. Why did you hit me? Gujun demanded, clutching his forehead. To wake up your memory. Did you remember anything important? No. Then I didn't hit hard enough. Hit me again, and I'll leave the party. Gujun shouted furiously. Shui Ruiji chuckled and lowered his hand. Wang Ling soon reappeared. No more elites are roaming the deck. Only the chef in the cabin and the captain's bodyguard leader outside the captain's quarters remain. The bodyguard leader has 3 elites with him. Once we beat them, the mission is over. The other 3 frowned. That wasn't good news. The chef is on the second deck and should be easy enough. But the captain and bodyguard leader act together, so we'll have to face 2 bosses and 3 elites at once. Yeah, that's going to be brutal. We'll kill the chef first. If the captain and bodyguard leader are too much, we retreat. After thinking it through, Wang Ling looked at me. Qi Xiao, ignore the 3 of us and focus entirely on Meng Yun. We'll use health potions. If we can't hold out, we'll cover your retreat. I nodded. Do you still have health potions? I have 1 left. In truth, Wang Ling had none, but she forced herself to pretend. I'll give you 10. I haven't used any of mine. What? Those can save your life. You're really giving them to me. That's exactly why they should go to the person who needs them most. Take them. I opened a trade and transferred 10 lesser health potions to Wang Ling. Thank you, she said gratefully. No need. Just repay me with 12 lesser mana potions tomorrow. What? Wang Ling froze. Did you expect me to give them away for free? I drank all 100 bottles Mr. Jiang gave me for this party, and I didn't ask you for a subsidy, I said seriously. I was actually going to charge you 15. No, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Disappointment crossed Wang Ling's face. Get ready. Let's fight. I still have 2 more dungeon runs to make, I urged. All right. Once the 4 had rested, they followed Meng Yun aboard the ship. With Wang Ling guiding us, our party slipped quietly into the cabin. On the second deck, we found Chef Cookie cooking alone. Chef Cookie. Health, 4,443. Damage, 200. Defense, 52. Skills, prepare dessert, smoke blast, stomach acid spray. Shui Ruiji tapped Gujun's elbow and whispered, Gujun, do you get lost? Gujun glared at him. Shui Ruiji shrank back and said nothing more. Meng Yun, pull the chef outside before we kill him. Don't let the captain and his bodyguards on the 4th deck hear us. 3, 2, 1, go. Meng Yun charged into the cabin and pounced on Cookie. She struck with shield and sword, then immediately turned and ran toward the deck. Yeah, you ruined my soup. Cookie's eyes went wide with rage. He raised a stirring club and fire-blowing rod, then chased her outside. When he reached the deck, the other 4 party members were waiting. Wang Ling and the others rushed forward and attacked with their blue glowing weapons. Sword, hammer, dagger, and shield intertwined. Cookie cried out as his health rapidly fell. Damn you, Cookie was strong. Every strike of his club took 10% of Meng Yun's health. I kept Meng Yun at full health and prepared to finish Cookie at the critical moment. Without mana potions, I could afford to attack only if the blow was guaranteed to kill him. When Cookie's health fell to 70%, he pulled out a dessert and took a bite. His health instantly recovered by 20%. Keep attacking. Don't stop, Wang Ling shouted. Everyone fought even harder. Bang, bang, bang. After a vicious assault, Cookie's health fell to 50%. He took out another dessert. This time, he not only recovered 20% of his health, but also grew larger and attacked faster. The pounding of his fire-blowing rod against the compartment hatch echoed across the deck. That dessert is ridiculous. It even makes him stronger, Shuerueji complained. Suddenly, Cookie inhaled deeply and brought the fire-blowing rod to his mouth. Smoke blast. Cookie activated his second skill. Black smoke erupted from the rod and rapidly spread, surrounding all 4 fighters. Cough, cough. Violent coughing and the thud of his club came from inside the smoke. Realizing I couldn't target anyone to heal, I immediately shouted, "Retreat!" Gujun burst from the smoke first. He had less than half his health, and a vivid hammer-shaped bruise marked his chest. You can't see anyone in there. All you can do is swing blindly. I hurriedly healed him, then saved Wen Ling when she stumbled out in a miserable state. A muffled impact launched Meng Yun from the smoke, her body covered in hammer marks. Shuerueji flew out face first right behind her, and I quickly restored both their health. You intruders. I'll chop you into pieces and boil you into soup. Cookie emerged from the black smoke. His swollen body resembled a giant turtle in a dark shell. His limbs were thick, and every movement made the deck tremble. Shuerueji stared in terror. What do we do? We can't kill him. We should run. Don't panic. Split up and retreat. Meng Yun, run toward me. I shouted. Cookie had become stronger, but his bloated body made him slow. Wen Ling, strike from behind, then retreat immediately. Wen Ling dashed forward, stabbed and slashed Cookie's thigh, then turned and ran. Gujun attacked from the other side and landed several cuts across Cookie's back. Cookie roared and turned to chase him. Shuerueji attack. Shuerueji circled behind Cookie and slammed his hammer into the back of one knee. Cookie's right leg buckled, and he crashed down heavily. Meng Yun hit him now. Meng Yun gritted her teeth, rushed back, attacked once, and immediately withdrew. The 4 worked together smoothly, taking turns striking from behind. They soon had Cookie spinning in helpless circles. Cookie's swollen body had become incredibly durable. Their attacks barely scratched him. I hid in the distance and used the time to recover my mana naturally. Driven mad by the harassment, Cookie pulled out another dessert. He wanted to become even bigger and stronger. The moment the party saw him stuff it into his mouth, their hearts tightened. I'll stomp you into meat paste. Cookie chewed noisily, his words muffled. The next second, his body went rigid. His neck stiffened, and his face turned scarlet. Then his mouth flew open. Blared. A foul, sour liquid sprayed everywhere, sending chunks of dessert and stomach acid across the deck. All 5 of us covered our noses and dodged. Cookie's body gradually shrank, and his face turned green. I knew our opportunity had come. Gujun smacked his forehead. The teacher said Cookie enters a weakened state when he overeats. He takes 300% more damage. Could you ever remember something before it happens? Someone complained. Stop talking and attack. Wen Ling urged. All 4 rushed forward. Hurry. The weakened state lasts only 15 seconds. Then he recovers. Gujun warned. I narrowed my eyes. A long, thick golden club appeared before Cookie's forehead. It struck again and again, and the damage soared. -328, -328, -328, -656, -328. I emptied my mana, dealt more than 5,000 damage in an instant, and killed Cookie on the spot. Guh. Cookie managed only a muffled groan. Equipment dropped as he fell dead, without even having time to scream. Cookie killed. You received 5 points. The 4 fighters, who had been ready to risk their lives, froze as they stared at Cookie's body. Shuerueji looked utterly bewildered. Was that another critical hit? That definitely wasn't a critical. Qi Xiao's talent has to be even more powerful than that. Qi Xiao, what exactly is your talent? Can you tell us? Wen Ling asked in shock. She had been too embarrassed to question me earlier. Don't worry. We'll keep it absolutely secret. Meng Yun looked at me eagerly, and Gujun nodded so hard that he couldn't speak. A priest had killed Cookie instantly? Cookie took 300% more damage while weakened, but he had over 4,000 health. How could anyone erase it in one attack? Facing their expectant stares, I knew I couldn't bluff my way out of this. I sighed helplessly. My talent is unshakable calm. It lets me cast spells instantly. Everything fell silent. Only the waves lapping against the shore could be heard. A talent like that actually exists. Wen Ling covered her mouth in surprise. Instant spellcasting. No wonder you always save us no matter how badly we mess up. So that's how. Gujun said in realization. Thud. The quick-witted Shuerueji dropped to his knees and grabbed my pant leg. Big brother, do you need a loyal follower? Please carry me from now on. Wait, we're already in the same party. He started to stand, then remembered something and let his knees go weak again. Big brother. Adoptive father. Please don't abandon your old teammate after graduation. You have to carry me. I watched Shui Rueji sob uncontrollably, the corner of my mouth twitching. For a moment, I had no idea what to say. Qi Xiao, I was stupid. My poor leadership forced you to use all your mana potions saving us. I feel terrible. I'm sorry. Wen Ling whispered, her cheeks red. I froze and edged back slightly. I won't drink a single one of the health potions you gave me. I'll keep them forever as a memory of us. What? The corner of my mouth twitched again. Seeing Wen Ling desperately trying to win my favor, Meng Yun stamped her foot anxiously. She gathered her courage and stepped in front of me. Qi Xiao, I'm sorry for the awful things I said when we entered. I'm clumsy with words, but if you ever need me, just say so. I'll be there. Faced with my teammates' heartfelt confessions, I could only force a change of subject. Can we look at the equipment Cookie dropped first? Yes. Wang Ling turned and ran toward Cookie. Ow. She stepped in the stomach acid, slipped, and nearly fell. But she spun gracefully, landed beside Cookie, and snatched up the equipment first. She looked at me with tears in her eyes. I twisted my ankle. It hurts. Cookie's fire-blowing rod. Quality, rare. Category, one-handed hammer. Physical damage plus 49. Attack speed, 2.80 seconds. Stamina plus 5. Strength plus 4. Requirement, 9 strength. Cookie's stirring rod. Quality, rare. Category, wand. Spell damage plus 39. Casting speed, 1.70 seconds. Stamina plus 3. Spirit plus 5. Requirement, 3 strength. Now that was good equipment. Ignoring Wang Ling's gaze, I stared at Cookie's stirring rod and immediately selected need. The moment I confirmed, the wand entered my inventory. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Ling and the other 3 applauded together. Congratulations. That thing is amazing. It adds spirit and stamina, plus spell damage. The big shot just got even stronger. I hung the wand from my belt and cleared my throat. Can everyone please act normal? If you keep this up, I'll ask our teacher for a different party. No, don't. We'll act normal right now. Shui Rueji hurriedly rubbed his face and restored his usual expression. Wang Ling's twisted ankle also seemed to recover instantly. On the other side, Meng Yun immediately claimed the fire-blowing rod and said to me, "Thank you." I rolled my eyes and ignored her. Wait, there's something else. Wang Ling crouched to search Cookie's body and unexpectedly found a box of desserts. Desserts. Eating one instantly restores 20% health and mana. Contains up to 6 servings. Too much of a good thing causes indigestion. Qi Xiao, you're out of mana potions. Take these for emergencies. All right, I'll keep them. Wang Ling answered sweetly, making the other 3 fight back laughter. I ignored them and placed the desserts in my inventory. I'm going to recover my mana first. Okay. The 4 found a clean patch of deck and sat down. Adoptive father, over here. Shui Rueji wiped the spot clean for me. I couldn't be bothered to answer and found somewhere else to sit. Thank you. It's the least I could do. Shui Rueji obediently sat a short distance away. While I rested, however, Wang Ling and the others began whispering among themselves. Did you know that after we finish, Qi Xiao still has to run the mine with Shermingjia and Ningziu's party? Seriously? Qi Xiao is in trouble. We can't hand him over to them. We need to tell Mr. Jiang before they do. Why don't we accompany Qi Xiao on the second run? Good idea. But he's already exhausted. Will he agree? I'm not worried about that. Why not? Qi Xiao is out of mana potions. Heh. Oh, right. Listen, when we collect supplies tomorrow, exchange everything for mana potions. Understood. Got it. Don't worry. Can I exchange only 10 for mana potions? I'd like to keep some health potions. They thought they were whispering, but I heard every word. I paid them no attention and opened my status panel. My maximum mana had risen to 720. My spell damage had increased to 111. Each, Light's Punishment, now dealt 129 light damage. At full power, I could deal 4,644 damage even without a critical hit. That's enough. I can kill these minor bosses in one burst. I could clear the elite monsters one wave at a time, drink spring water, and slowly recover whenever my mana ran dry. During boss fights, I would use potions for emergency recovery. Each lesser mana potion restored 180 mana. Refilling my bar from empty took 4 bottles. I counted how many bosses we had killed so far. 6. Conservatively, I budgeted around 5 potions for each boss and 20 bottles for what remained. As long as I had enough potions, I could clear the entire mine alone. My actual consumption would almost certainly be lower than the estimate. Of course, I could also rest repeatedly and keep farming with potions, but that would cost far too much. I didn't have the money. I was desperately poor. I'll see how strong the final boss is. If I can beat him. Determination hardened my gaze. Even if the captain was too strong, I could still kill Cookie, withdraw, and walk away with plenty of points. A minute later, I stood and lowered the refreshing spring water. My mana was full. Let's go. Okay. The four were eager to move, though part of them wished I would rest for another 2 minutes. Only an hour remained before school ended. Maybe Shermingjia would stop waiting and find another support. Then one fewer party would be competing for me. In their eyes, I was a treasure they didn't want to share. The 5 of us climbed the stairs to the upper hall outside the captain's quarters. While hidden, Weng Ling spotted the bodyguard leader, patrolling with 3 elite monsters, and Captain Cliff, seated inside his quarters. Bodyguard leader. Health, 3,745. Damage, 205. Defense, 52. Skills, sweeping slash, focus fire, collision. Captain Cliff. Health, 4,138. Damage, 210. Defense, 55. Skills, punishing blow, summon pirates, heart strike. After observing them, Weng Ling returned. The bodyguard leader and captain are too close together. We can't separate them. Right? Gajun said with a nod. The teacher told us to kill the bodyguards first, focus down the bodyguard leader next, and finish with the captain. That's going to be difficult. What if we kill the captain first? I asked. We can, but Meng Yun may not survive. The captain summons pirates from the lower decks every 5 seconds. The advantage is that if the captain dies first, the bodyguard leader loses the will to fight, gives up, and takes increased damage. Understood. I nodded. Meng Yun, draw their attention. Try to hold all of them. All right. Meng Yun nodded firmly. Let's go? We clear the dungeon here. Yeah. Hearing those words from their new pillar of strength, all 4 fighters brimmed with confidence. Meng Yun took a deep breath, entered the hall, and charged the bodyguard leader. The rest of us followed close behind. The moment I saw Captain Cliff, I walked straight toward him. What? Intruders? Protect the captain. Destroy them, the bodyguard leader shouted, leading his men toward Meng Yun. When Cliff saw us, he rose and applauded. I'm impressed. You actually defeated my first mate. Very well. Allow me to show you my dash. Before he could finish, I narrowed my eyes. A thick, blazing golden club slammed into the top of Cliff's head. Smack. Minus 129. Minus 129. Minus 129. Minus 129. Minus 129. Minus 259. I emptied my mana bar into Light's punishment. GUH. Aya. Captain Cliff killed. You received 3 points. Weng Ling and the other 3 stared in shock. I had killed the captain in one burst. He never finished his sentence or used a single combination before he fell. 3 pieces of rare equipment instantly dropped from his body. No. Captain. My captain. The bodyguard leader lost all will to fight when he saw Cliff die. He dropped his weapon, clutched his head, and screamed in despair. His 3 bodyguards dropped their weapons too and ran for the exit. Kill them. A vicious light entered Weng Ling's eyes as she shouted. Shui Rueji, Gajun, and Meng Yun immediately erupted with fighting spirit. After a blur of blades and hammers, the bodyguard leader was killed with ease, barely spilling any blood. He dropped another 2 pieces of rare equipment. Bodyguard leader killed. You received 3 points. It was over. The final encounter should have been the hardest in the dungeon, with nearly 8,000 total health and endless underlings arriving as reinforcements. Under normal circumstances, it should have been a savage battle. But instead, 1 attack from me had cleared the dungeon with ease. The other 4 were completely stunned. Then system notifications sounded in all 5 of our ears. Congratulations to all 5 Sky Vault adventurers. You have cleared the mines of sin. Exceptional performance during the battle with Captain Cliff. Evaluation, excellent. First excellent evaluation received. Bonus reward, 80 points. No previous good evaluation. Retroactive good evaluation reward, 30 points. No previous average evaluation. Retroactive average evaluation reward, 10 points. Excellent evaluation received. Heroic difficulty unlocked for the Mines of Sin. Keep striving, Sky Vault adventurers. Challenge a stronger captain on heroic difficulty. This dungeon will reset in 15 hours, 35 minutes, and 27 seconds. To challenge it again, select Reset at the entrance. Cost, 100 points. As I listened, I remembered the 3 elite monsters that had escaped. I had lost 9 points. Next time, I absolutely couldn't let them run. Weng Ling and the others, however, were beside themselves with joy. This is incredible. An excellent evaluation. We even got the rewards for good and average. We struck it rich. 80 plus 30 plus 10. That's 120 points. I can brag about this for a year. I've smiled so hard my face is cramping. It hurts. And there's a heroic difficulty? That's so exciting. Don't worry. With adoptive father here, we can go whenever we want. Right, adoptive father. Seeing me lost in thought, the four hurriedly fell silent. One Ling bent down and collected the equipment. 5 rare items appeared. Captain's tunic. Cloth chest armor. Defense, 10. Stamina plus 5. Spirit plus 11. Requirement, 2 strength. Captain's cloak. Cloak. Defense, 8. Stamina plus 3. Agility plus 6. Requirement, 3 strength. Brutal blade. One-handed sword. Physical damage plus 57. Attack speed, 2.80 seconds. Strength plus 12. Requirement, 10 strength. Sin Pirate's belt. Leather waist armor. Defense, 12. Strength plus 5. Requirement, 2 strength. Firestone staff. Two-handed staff. Physical damage plus 33. Spell damage plus 71. Attack speed, 3.80 seconds. Stamina plus 5. Spirit plus 13. Requirement, 3 strength. The other 4 held their breath and looked at me, allowing me to choose first. I was delighted too. I'll take the staff and tunic. Divide the rest among yourselves. I selected need, and both items transformed into blue light and entered my inventory. I quickly equipped them and opened my status panel to inspect the details. I totaled my points. Excluding the 120 bonus points from the evaluations, I had earned 136 during this run. Including the 3 escaped monsters, a full clear was worth 145. Thinking about the runs ahead made my heart ache. Resetting the dungeon would cost 100 points. That was far too expensive. Still, I decided to replace more of my equipment first and buy a reserve of mana potions. When I turned in the materials, I could also collect tomorrow's 20 lesser mana potions in advance. As for the next 2 parties, I sneered inwardly. I had no intention of exposing my talent again. Showing off in front of people felt good, but it consumed far too many potions. I planned to let them farm slowly while I acted as an alarm. If danger came, I would protect myself first and call you mooching if anything happened. When I looked back, One Ling and the others were arguing over the remaining equipment. One Ling said she had directed the entire run and wanted the cloak. Gujun wanted the sword and argued that Wen Ling had already taken the fire-blowing rod, so she shouldn't get another item. Meng Yun insisted that the cloak mattered more to her. Shui Ruiji wanted the belt too. I shook my head helplessly, checked the time, and interrupted. We'll be farming this dungeon again. Stop fighting over every item and divide them now. The authority in my voice silenced everyone. They asked me to distribute the equipment. I didn't stand on ceremony. Meng Yun gets the cloak, Wen Ling gets the belt, and Gujun gets the sword. Meng Yun and Gujun happily praised the decision. Wen Ling accepted it without complaint. Only Shui Ruiji tried to speak, but one cold glance from me made him close his mouth. I urged everyone to leave and opened my interface to return to the entrance. Then Wen Ling suddenly stopped me. Qi Xiao, wait. Her expression was serious. There's something we want to tell you. I could already guess. The 4 of them had whispered together for a long time after we killed Cookie. I asked directly, this is about my talent, isn't it? Wen Ling nodded. Yes. When you run the Mines of Sin with the 2nd and 3rd parties, please don't reveal your talent. All right. Why? I asked curiously. Now I was interested. Wen Ling and the others apparently thought the same way I did. I didn't want to reveal my talent, mainly because I couldn't afford the mana potions. But hearing their exact reasons couldn't hurt. The main problem is Shi Mingjie. He and Ning Ziyue are dating. You'll understand once you join their party. Ning Ziyue is all right, but Shi Mingjie has a terrible personality. His family is extremely rich, and I heard he's the son of the president of the city's largest guild. His father is a Tier 4 Sky Vault adventurer, so Shi Mingjie is arrogant, constantly causes trouble, compares himself to everyone, and worst of all, holds grudges over the smallest things. If they learn about your talent, they'll spread the story everywhere. Our teachers warned us that powerful talents should be kept secret because they can get you killed. Don't worry. We won't tell anyone. We're good students. That's right. Gujun, Shui Ruiji, and Meng Yun nodded hard. Seeing my doubtful look, Wen Ling hurried to explain. I'm telling the truth. You were the first person Ms. Yu sent out when the parties were formed. We were the first 4 our teacher chose to. Our grades and conduct were good, so we received priority. Shi Mingjie and Ning Ziyue were left without a party at the end. The school bans dating, but Shi Mingjie's father is so powerful that the principal looks the other way and Mr. Wang doesn't dare discipline him. If you hadn't volunteered, their party never would have found a support. Don't look at me like that. Everything I said is true. All right. I know what to do. Thank you. Good. We also agreed to ask our teacher to change our stipend tomorrow. We'll exchange as much as possible for mana potions. That will give you 60 extra bottles and make it easier to carry us through the mine. What? 60? Didn't we agree? Shut up. Okay. Thank you for the thought. You don't need to thank us. Without you, we never would have earned an excellent evaluation or cleared the dungeon so smoothly. Anything else? That's all. You have to believe us. Wang Ling spoke with complete sincerity, afraid I might misunderstand. Exactly. We will never reveal the secret of your talent. Time will prove it, Meng Yun added. Right? We understand how serious it would be to cut off our own future. Gujun promised, thumping his chest. Shui Rueji nodded forcefully too. All right. I'll consider it carefully. Let's leave. Okay. I need a good night's sleep. I'm exhausted. I didn't put much faith in their promises. Once a second person knew a secret, it was no longer a secret. I understood that clearly. I had told them because I needed to establish my position in the party. Strength created status, and people respected the powerful. Second, I could never stand aside at a critical moment. Yu Muqing might be able to revive them, but what if all four died? If I alone came out alive, how could I face her? It wasn't in my nature to watch my companions die. The moment I saw teammates in danger, my instinct was to save them. Wang Ling said all four had suspected the truth for some time and had simply held back their questions. Even if they never asked, they would have worked it out eventually, so explaining it directly was better. Third, Yu Muqing had seen my registration form. The school administrators would learn about my talent sooner or later. I could have hidden everything from the beginning and developed quietly, but I didn't have the money for that. I was too poor. Accumulating resources on my own would be nearly impossible. It was better to reveal part of my strength, prove my value, and earn protection from powerful people. As long as I kept farming, I would become strong eventually. Because we needed to hand in our materials at the dungeon entrance, none of us used our hand marks to leave Skyvault. We selected, returned to dungeon entrance, transformed into golden light, and flew toward the gate. Outside the Mines of Sin, the atmosphere was bleak and heavy. Many students sat on the ground with their heads lowered, crying. To the left of the entrance, Yu Muqing stood with her arms folded, face like ice, staring at several support students being punished nearby. Jiang Yi wasn't in her party, so she couldn't hear his furious lecture, even though his face had turned red from shouting. Before you went in, every one of you slapped your chest and promised me you were ready. Every hand went up. Don't worry, teacher. We'll clear it. We remember every important point. Just wait and see which party clears fastest. Jiang Yi mocked them. All of it was bullshit. Were you competing to see who could die fastest? You weren't inside for 5 minutes before you ran out crying and abandoned your teammates. You forgot your skills and didn't know the route. How did you earn your usual grades? Did you cheat? What about Razzo? You couldn't beat a boss that simple, and 3 of you died to him? Where were your brains? He roared. When I fought Razzo, I had nowhere near this much equipment. I used a common sword. Razzo was the first lesson of the school year. We reviewed him again yesterday. I've explained him hundreds of times. I repeated the skill order and call-out signals until my throat went dry. Did any of you listen? I have no idea what you people do in class. You enter a dungeon and instantly forget everything you learned. What am I supposed to do with you? Should I refund your tuition? Should you spit out every meal the school fed you? How many times did we simulate this in physical training? Did any of you count? From the first day, you laughed through every lesson and treated it like a joke. You couldn't even perform the boss encounter properly because you never memorized the skills. What about now? Smile for me. Why aren't you laughing? What are you crying for? Who do you think your tears are for? You're all useless. You want to be trash? I don't want to teach trash. Do I need to write a guide and put it directly in your inventories? Even with a guide, would you read it? You bring those heads to school every day? What do you keep inside them? Do you know how many points Ms. you spent saving you? Resetting once costs 100 points. In 2 hours, she spent over 3,000. Points are hard to earn. How will you repay her? Are you even capable of repaying her? Or am I supposed to pay everything? This is the easiest dungeon there is. If we sent you into Nightmare Cavern, Duskfall Mountain, or Thousand Rock Ridge, you'd get lost, fall off a cliff, and die at the bottom. We might as well sell the materials instead of wasting potions and equipment on you. Anyone with progress left in the dungeon, get back to the classroom. Copy the chapter on the mind 10 times and memorize it tonight. Tomorrow, I'll test you one by one. Fail, and you lose dungeon access and your stipend. If you insist on fighting, go ahead. But when you die, don't call me or Ms. you. Do you understand? Why aren't you answering? Have you all gone mute? We understand. Louder. Do you understand? We understand. Now get out of my sight. Jiang Yi couldn't stand looking at this group of failures for another second. But what else could he expect when all his best students had awakened production classes? In the face of cruel fate, diligence and hard work sometimes meant nothing. The students were preparing to leave when 5 figures emerged from the dungeon. Pan Fong, did your party clear it? When Yu Muqing saw the 5-person party returning, she was overjoyed. Pan Fong ranked among the top 100 students and had been the physical training representative in her old Class 8. After entering Sky Vault, he had awakened as a necromancer, a combat summoner class. He was transferred to Class 7 and became Jiang Yi's student. Holding a crude stone staff, Pan Fong approached Yu Muqing, lowered his head, and said dejectedly, "I'm sorry, Ms. Yu. We didn't clear it." Despite his sorrowful expression, the corners of his mouth curved slightly upward. He was suppressing his excitement and working hard to appear disappointed. When Jiang Yi saw Pan Fong's party, he came over and asked gently, "You didn't clear it? What stopped you?" The concern from both his current and former homeroom teachers made Pan Fong feel almost guilty. "After we killed Nig, we ran out of potions. We didn't want to quit, so we tried fighting Heavy Fist, but he was too powerful. We couldn't withstand the cannon fire and had no choice but to retreat. I'm sorry we disappointed both of you." As he spoke, his eyes reddened. His teammates looked equally crushed. Once your potions are gone, that stage really is difficult. Exactly. Heavy Fist tests your endurance. The fact that all 5 of you returned alive is already excellent. Pan Fong raised his head slightly and glanced at his classmates from the corner of his eye. Their gazes were full of admiration and envy, making him even more pleased with himself. "Mr. Jiang, we only returned safely because of Pan Fong." "That's right. The 3 skeleton minions he worked so hard to summon all died, holding off the elite monsters chasing us. It's fine. I can summon them again." Jiang Yi patted Pan Fong's shoulder. Reaching Heavy Fist on your first attempt and bringing everyone back alive is an impressive result. Yu Muqing examined the 5. Amid the murky green glow of their equipment, she saw occasional flashes of blue. That proved Pan Fong wasn't lying. They truly had reached Heavy Fist. "You had good luck. Those rare items are excellent. Go back and review the mine strategy. Try to clear it tomorrow and earn a good evaluation." "We will. We won't disappoint either of you." At that moment, the support Shinlejia raised a hand. "Ms. Yu, I used all my mana potions. All 120 bottles." Yu Muqing's gentle smile instantly turned serious. "I still have a second run. What am I supposed to do without potions?" "Jiang Yi, what do you suggest? What else can I do?" "Give them to her. Find me for a trade after you leave the party." Jiang Yi had completely given up resisting. "All right. Teachers, I'll return to the classroom and review now," Pan Fong said. "Good. Trade me your materials first and collect tomorrow's stipend." "Okay." Pan Fong disbanded his party, joined Yu Muqing's, and handed over the materials they had obtained. In truth, Pan Fong was extremely satisfied with his performance. His older brother was a senior who had just completed the National College Entrance exam and had told him some inside information. Every year, the newly awakened sophomores at their school were sent into the Mines of Sin. The dungeon was one of the 5 hardest on the first floor of Sky Vault's dungeon district. The school made this arrangement so new adventurers could experience being beaten down by dungeon monsters. It curbed their arrogance and prevented them from making fatal mistakes in future battles. This year's results had fallen far below even the teachers' lowest expectations. The school's intentions were reasonable, but some students who knew the truth still used it to show off in front of their classmates and feed their vanity. Pan Fong had been especially confident today. Several admirers from Class 7 were secretly staring at him in a daze. "Huh? Where are Wang Ling and Meng Yun?" They were the 2 prettiest girls in the sophomore year. Pan Fong had expected his strength to place him in a party with them. He had planned to carry them through the dungeon, win their affection, and make them fall for him. Instead, Yu Muqing had ruined everything and handed the opportunity to a poor student like me. Pan Fong had been furious for a long time. He cursed me, Gujun, and Shui Rueji in his heart. Once word of my results spreads, let's see how badly Wang Ling tears into you. After trading the materials, Pan Fong asked with apparent concern, "Ms. Yu, what about Qi Zhao's party? Did they return to the classroom?" Hearing him still call her by their familiar title made Yu Muqing especially happy. She liked loyal students, not those who called her their beloved teacher in the morning and switched to formal distance that same afternoon. They probably aren't finished yet. Qi Zhao became a priest and has few healing skills, so their progress will be slow. But they haven't contacted me, which means things should still be going smoothly, she said. "I hope they're safe," Pan Fong said, pretending to worry. "They'll be fine. Wang Ling and Meng Yun are excellent students, and Gu Jun was the academic representative. They can compensate for Qi Zhao's shortcomings. Here's your reward from me, 10 mana potions. Pan Fong thanked her quickly, drawing envious looks from all around. Thank you, Ms. Yu. Yu Muqing covered her smile, completely satisfied. It delighted her that they were still so close after he transferred classes. Then 5 figures emerged from the dungeon, their bodies radiating dazzling blue light. Meng Yun led the group and instantly drew every gaze. Zhang Yi's mouth fell open in disbelief. Yu Muqing covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes moving across all 5 of us. Huh? You all finished so quickly? Meng Yun asked the students outside in surprise. Cookie's fire-blowing rod hung at her waist, and the blue-glowing compartment hatch shield rested on her back over the thick captain's cloak. Tight chain mail hugged her body and exposed her pale navel, making her look both graceful and tough. Wow, look at Meng Yun's equipment. The deputy class representative really is incredible. With equipment like that, did her party clear the dungeon? What? Wang Ling stepped out from behind Meng Yun with a shocked expression. No way. Were we the slowest party? A dagger and short blade hung at her waist, their edges flashing coldly amid the blue light. The skull-shaped buckle on her belt looked even more extraordinary. Wow, Wang Ling's equipment is amazing too. That shouldn't be possible. I timed the entire run. We definitely weren't first, but we should still be among the school's top 10 parties. Gu Jun scratched his head. 2 blue glowing blades were strapped across his back. The skull on the hilt of his brutal blade occasionally flashed with bloody light. You must have remembered the time wrong. You smacked your forehead so many times that your count is probably off. Get lost. Shuiruiji had the fewest upgrades, but Heavy Fist's great hammer extended all the way to his waist and was impossible to overlook. Turn in the materials quickly. I still have a second run, and we're short on time. I emerged last, moving slowly like a block of ice wrapped in blue mist. Holy shit. Is that Qi Xiao? Look at his equipment. A rare staff, rare tunic, and another rare wand at his waist. He even has a rare ring on his finger. They really cleared it. That's incredible. How could that party possibly clear the dungeon? He's their only spellcaster. Everyone else is melee. Unbelievable. Is this the power of a pure melee party? Blue light circled me as I carried the Firestone staff. The fist-sized red gem at its head was particularly eye-catching. Tap, tap, tap. I stopped before the still-stunned Yu Muqing and said quietly, Ms. Yu, I'm here to turn in the materials. What? Oh, right. I opened the trade window and placed silver coins, copper coins, wool cloth, linen, copper ore, and rough stone into it one by one. When Yu Muqing saw the quantities, she said, keep the silver and copper coins as souvenirs. They aren't useful. Useless? I looked at the coins in my inventory and scratched my head. Whatever. They didn't take up space, so I kept them. Did you really clear it? Yes. Wang Ling answered before anyone else. We earned an excellent evaluation. What? Yu Muqing froze. Beside her, Zhang Yi's open mouth trembled. What did you say? What evaluation did you earn? Excellent. Yes. Each of us received 80 bonus points, and we unlocked heroic difficulty. 80 points? Every student present stared with their mouth open. It wasn't only 80. Skyvault also awarded the retroactive average and good bonuses. Including the base reward, we had earned 140 points in total. The students were speechless. A total of 140 points, including retroactive evaluation rewards. The 2 teachers were even more shaken. 5 students in worn uncommon equipment had actually cleared the Mines of Sin and earned an excellent evaluation. They had unlocked heroic difficulty in a single attempt. That was absurd. Yu Muqing and Zhang Yi knew exactly how difficult the dungeon was. Neither of them had cleared the Mines of Sin on their first attempt back then. Even the school's record-holding party hadn't earned an excellent evaluation and unlocked heroic difficulty until after special summer training. Most parties never unlocked it before graduation. Yet these 5 had cleared it in one run on their first day. Their eyes swept over us and stopped on the refined iron compartment hatch on Meng Yun's back. Our party had actually obtained the compartment hatch. We had defeated Ned after he entered the logging machine. That was the hidden hard mode encounter. For a party with no real equipment, it should have been impossible. 70% of the students who failed to clear were stopped by Ned. Most allowed the messenger miner to escape, activating the seemingly unwinnable logging machine fight. The teachers repeatedly emphasized that the miner had to be killed before he could report them. Yet most students still forgot. The refined iron compartment hatch was a powerful shield dropped by the logging machine in that hard mode encounter. With it, incoming damage fell dramatically. Once a party had that shield, a careful, methodical clear became possible. But Meng Yun would still have needed to remain tense and focused from beginning to end. These 5 students were extraordinary. They had defeated hard mode Ned while wearing tattered uncommon equipment. Once they returned to school, the teachers would investigate their talents in detail and report everything to the principal. They had to become priority students. A national academy might even offer them early admission. While both teachers were considering this, Wang Ling asked in a sweet voice, "Ms. Yu, what is heroic difficulty? Is it hard?" Her bright eyes stared up curiously as one fingertip rested against her lips. She looked so obedient and endearing that many of the boys wanted to hold her in their palms. Heroic difficulty? First, let me cough. Give me a moment. Jiang Yi turned away and coughed forcefully. I saw the teacher's expressions and the students' gazes, especially the jealousy in Pan Fang's eyes, and instantly understood. Our result had to be the best in the school. But I couldn't stop Wang Ling from continuing her performance. With a helpless sigh, I turned to Yu Muqing. "Ms. Yu, I used all 120 lesser mana potions. What should I do for the second run?" "What? You used yours too? All right. I'll make Jiang Yi give you another 100 bottles." "Jiang Yi, get over here. Will 100 be enough?" "I can get another 100. That's more than enough." My grin nearly twisted sideways. 100 potions for each dungeon run? Solo farming was practically guaranteed. After finishing the last 2 parties, I could eat dinner, return to Sky Vault, and farm alone. Those 100 bottles would easily last, and after both runs I might have 200. Jiang Yi walked over, admired my equipment, and clicked his tongue. "Not bad. There goes my year-end bonus. You still need another 100 bottles." "Yes. The monsters are too difficult, and I run out of mana unless I drink constantly." "Right. You can't conserve potions at a critical moment. If you win, the cost is worthwhile. Take your 100. I'll personally reward you with another 100 too." "What? 200 bottles?" These teachers were incredibly generous. I was so delighted that I wanted to apply for leave from the party and start solo farming immediately. "Qi Xiao, I'll give you a private stipend too." Yu Muqing sent me a trade request and handed me another 100 lesser mana potions. In one moment, I had received 320 bottles. These weren't ordinary potions. They were ammunition. Clearing the mines of sin had clearly given both teachers a massive surge of confidence. Yu Muqing reminded me, "When you take the second party into the mine, tell them to share their combat insights with one another." "Sure. As long as everyone cooperates, it'll be easy." I sneered inwardly. What insights were there to share? We would simply charge through. "You're right. I'll call Shi Mingjia's group over and give them a few instructions." Jiang Yi turned and walked away. Yu Muqing frowned at me. "Qi Xiao, after you enter with Shi Mingjia, don't argue with him. Speak as little as possible, finish the dungeon, then leave the party. If you're unhappy, wait until you're outside. Remember that." "Oh, I understand." I was surprised. Shi Mingjia had so much influence that even Yu Muqing was wary of him. At that moment, Shi Mingjia and Ning Ziyue approached Meng Yun and Wang Ling, who were surrounded by girls. Both of them wore proud smiles. "Meng Yun, your shield is beautiful. Which boss dropped it?" "Ned's logging machine," Meng Yun answered proudly. "You let the miner alert him?" "Impressive. Was the logging machine difficult?" "Of course not. We handled it easily." Before Meng Yun could finish, Wang Ling drove an elbow hard into her waist. The moment Meng Yun saw Shi Mingjia, her face turned cold. It was extremely difficult. We nearly wiped. "Xiao Yun, don't take a risk like that again. It's only a lousy shield. If you want one, I'll buy you something better." Shi Mingjia adjusted his hair and spoke in a gentle voice. "No thanks. I prefer a shield I earned with my own hands." His nakedly greedy stare raised goosebumps across Meng Yun's skin. She found him revolting. "Xiaoling, let's go back to class." "Okay." The two never looked at Shi Mingjia again. They pressed the marks on their hands and returned to the real world. Ning Ziyue took Shi Mingjia's hand and said sweetly, "Honey, Mr. Jiang told us to assemble. Let's go." In front of their classmates, Shi Mingjia grabbed Ning Ziyue's backside, then headed for the dungeon gate. The area outside the entrance was almost empty. Students with save progress were returning one party at a time. Among the 4 people approaching, I spotted a boy covered in rare equipment. He had to be Shi Mingjia. The girl clinging to his right arm was Ning Ziyue. She was attractive, but nowhere near Wang Ling or Meng Yun. Shi Mingjia walked with both hands in his pockets and a rare bow on his back. The necklace at his throat radiated purple light and was clearly epic equipment. "Heh, Ms. Yu, this support you found is awfully skinny. Can he heal enough? Why don't you come into the dungeon with me? I'd feel much safer with you taking care of me." As he spoke, Shi Mingjia mimed lifting a pair of breasts and curled his fingers suggestively. "Uft, haha, The students burst out laughing, then immediately fell silent when Yumuching glared at them. I gave her a sympathetic look without saying anything. I had seen every kind of lawless student imaginable, but never one who openly harassed a female teacher in public. This kid's family must be incredibly powerful if even Yumuching won't lose her temper, I thought. Yumuching stared at his gesture. Her hand tightened around her staff, then slowly relaxed. Ever since his first day at school, Shi Mingjie had loved provoking people with words and gestures. He was exactly like the spoiled son of a powerful family in a costume drama. But because of the influence behind him, Yumuching forced down her anger. Shi Mingjie, this is Qi Xiao. The two of you will be teammates from now on. Jiang Yi, standing nearby, heard him and warned sharply. Shi Mingjie, what kind of attitude is that? Is that any way to speak to a teacher? Apologize now. I was only joking with Ms. Yu. Oh, your name is Qi Xiao, right? Keep our health up in the dungeon. If you make a mistake, I'll punish you on Ms. Yu's behalf. Shi Mingjie, will you shut your mouth? Only after Yumuching shouted did he give a perfunctory nod. Fine, fine. I'll stop talking. Let's enter the dungeon. When he lowered his head, he stared openly at Yumuching's thighs and even licked his lips. Watching him act so brazenly made anger boil inside me. Qi Xiao will be the party leader. Follow his commands inside. Yumuching ordered. Everyone in this party is one of my people. Why should we listen to him? Shi Mingjie objected. He just led a party to an excellent evaluation. You should listen to him. You want me to take orders from a priest wearing half an uncommon set and a few rare pieces he just picked up? Baby you, I'm a flame ranger. I'm the party's core damage dealer, and every piece on me is rare. Why don't you enter with us and experience my strength for yourself? Shi Mingjie shook Ning Ziyue off, turned in a circle before Yumuching, then stepped closer and thrust his hips obscenely several times. His filthy grin and outrageous behavior left even me staring. I was angry, but I had to admit that this bastard's audacity was astonishing. Someone like this actually existed in high school. On second thought, perhaps it wasn't so unusual. I remembered a news report I had seen before being transported here. A female high school teacher in South Korea had been sexually harassed by a student. When she reprimanded him, he beat her, and the matter eventually reached the principal. The principal told her to endure it. The student's parent even slapped her in public and claimed that a child touching his teacher was harmless, and that the teacher had seduced him. Humiliated before the entire school, the teacher ultimately took her own life. The story caused an uproar across South Korea, and teachers went on strike in huge numbers. The report had made me furious at the time, though I had also admired how the country's teachers stood together. I never expected to see something so similar happen right in front of me. Qi Xiao, don't fight him. All right. I forced down my anger and agreed. Ms. Yu, wait. Jiang Yi stopped Yumuching and shook his head. Then he turned to Shi Mingjie. If you don't want to run the dungeon, I'll apply to have you removed. If you do, lose the spoiled young master attitude and listen to Ms. Yu. This isn't your home. Do you understand? Yes, sir. I understand. I just love Ms. Yu so much. Shi Mingjie gave a grinning salute, then sent me a party invitation. I looked at Yumuching. When she nodded, I joined and resumed progress in the mine. The moment I joined, Shi Mingjie mocked me over the private party channel. Little bitch, if I weren't looking after my boy and my girlfriend's best friend, I wouldn't waste my time with you. If you don't want a beating tonight, give up your spot and let Yumuching take it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll even reward you with 100 sky coins after school. I was already furious, so I immediately left the party. I don't want to run it anymore, Ms. Yu. Come on. Return those 100 potions to Mr. Jiang. Yumuching hadn't heard Shi Mingjie's exact words, but from the movement of his lips, she knew they couldn't have been good. I walked to Jiang Yi and requested a trade, but he shook his head and refused. Qi Xiao, are you trying to die? I show you a little respect, and you think you're somebody? Shi Mingjie's face darkened. I sneered, walked up to him, and slapped him across the face. The crack rang clearly through the noisy plaza. Everyone nearby froze. Sorry, Ms. Yu. I couldn't take it anymore. I shrugged with an indifferent smile. Shi Mingjie stared in disbelief, then roared. I'm going to kill you. Come on. Let's have a proper conversation, and I'll teach you what it means to respect your teachers. I beckoned with a savage grin. Shi Mingjie's eyes bulged with rage. Whoever refuses is the other's grandson. I'm going to fill you with holes. Do you have enough ammunition? Better save it for yourself. I taunted. Cursing, Shi Mingjie left his party and sent me a new invitation. Invitation failed. Another Sky Vault adventurer is already inviting the target. Please try again later. What's wrong, little bitch? Are you scared now? Shi Mingjie mocked. I wasn't scared. I was simply rejecting the two party invitations that kept appearing before me. Cloud Mist has invited you to join the party. You declined Cloud Mist's invitation. Chaotic Berserker Blade has invited you to join the party. You declined the invitation. Qi Xiao? Sure Mingjie. Stop this. Jiang Yi roared. No. I am killing him. Sure Mingjie had lost face before everyone and was completely out of control. Sure Mingjie. If you keep acting like this, I'll contact your father and have him take you away immediately. Yu Muqing stepped in front of me, her voice firm. She knew I had become angry because of her. Sure Mingjie fell silent at that, but his eyes remained locked on me. He dragged a thumb across his throat. You're dead. Then he grabbed Ning Ziyue and left. After he was gone, Yu Muqing looked at me with worry, relief, and a trace of gratitude. Qi Xiao, that was far too impulsive. The slap had felt satisfying to her, but she still couldn't help warning me. I couldn't stand him, I said coldly. Now we're in trouble. Jiang Yi rubbed his forehead and sighed. Ms. Yu, Mr. Jiang, don't worry about me. It's only a fight. I'll be fine. I shrugged. Only a fight? Heh. Come stay at my home for a few days tonight. Yu Muqing said, her expression complicated. My heart tightened. Who exactly was Sure Mingjie? Even Yu Muqing was afraid of him. He was clearly not someone to provoke lightly. The body's memories contained nothing about him. If I had known his background, I might have reconsidered how hard I delivered that slap. Thank you, Ms. Yu, but staying at your home would be inconvenient. I'll keep my guard up. If he tries anything, I'll teleport to Sky Vault immediately. It's safer there, I said. My home was far away, so hiding there wasn't realistic. I might avoid him over summer break, but what about my entire senior year? Was I supposed to stop attending school? If I had truly created a serious enemy, hiding wouldn't solve anything. Then I'll stay in the school dormitory for the next few days too, until Sure Mingjie's madness passes. Jiang Yi stared in the direction Sure Mingjie had gone, his face dark. I'm sorry for causing you trouble, Mr. Jiang. You didn't cause me trouble. You caused yourself trouble. Listen, when something happens, say less. If you can't win, leave the party. Still, I understand. I was your age once too. Control your temper in the future. Don't become like him. Understood. Heh. And you're laughing? Get back to class. At this rate, Sure Mingjie will destroy himself sooner or later. What about the third party? Aren't we running it? I asked, looking at the scattered adventurers outside the dungeon. I assigned our Shan Liang to support the third party. They already finished and returned to class. Oh, I sighed in relief. At last, I no longer had to escort beginners through the dungeon. Come on, we're holding a class meeting. You can share how your party earned an excellent evaluation. In the sophomore class 8 classroom, I stood at the front before a map drawn on the board and explained our battle experience to the other 15 students. As I spoke, I glanced several times at a student named Shan Liang. He had to be the absent student Yu Muqing mentioned that morning. Now he sat with his arms folded, listening intently. A conspicuous bandage wrapped his left wrist. Miao Shuebing's seat was empty. She had her own power-leveling team and had already withdrawn from summer training. The emergencies we encountered happened because we didn't prepare complete strategies and failed to consider every possibility. The teachers covered those things in class. Luck played a large role in our excellent evaluation. That's all I learned from the run. The class applauded as I left the front and returned to my seat. Yu Muqing clapped too, her eyes full of approval. All of you fought personally today, regardless of the outcome. You should have felt your own weaknesses. People become nervous once combat begins. If you can't remain calm, it's easy to act impulsively and cause severe consequences. Qi Zhao's party reversed several bad situations because they adapted well in the moment. As supports, you must stay calm no matter how dangerous things become. Remember that. Ms. Yu, go ahead. How do we stay calm? Fight more and practice more, until combat feels as ordinary as drinking water. I don't have a better answer. Oh, any other questions? The students shook their heads. Then here's one from me. Once you save 500 points, what should you do first? Exchange them for attribute points. Why? Spirit increases mana and spell damage. The more spirit we have, the more we can contribute to our party. Any other answers? Buy a skill first. We have too few skills. Revive would be best, so we wouldn't have to trouble you whenever someone dies. The students began debating and split into two camps. Buy attributes first, or buy a skill first. Qi Xiao, what do you think? I agree that a skill should come first, I answered. Equipment can make up for low attributes early on. During today's run through the Mines of Sin, my equipment raised my mana to 1,120. One more point of spirit wouldn't mean much to me now. Wow, 1,120 mana. That would last forever, the students exclaimed. Forever? Heh, mine disappears in under 1 second. Excellent. You see, your opinions differ because your dungeon progress differs. After hearing Qi Zhao's analysis, do you understand? We understand. After the meeting, open monsters of Skyvault's first floor and copy every monster and boss mechanic in the chapter on the Mines of Sin 10 times. The students' faces turned bitter. What are you groaning about? You're lucky I'm not making you repay our losses. You will copy it. Turn it in before class tomorrow morning. Chi Xiao, you're exempt. Once the students opened their books, Yumuching called me into the hall. In a quiet corner, she said gravely, "The principal gave you this alarm. Keep it safe. If you're in danger, press it, and I'll reach you as quickly as possible. If even I can't stop Mingxia, teleport into Sky Vault and hide." I took the alarm, the corner of my mouth twitching. Is Mingxia really that lawless? Don't laws exist here? Yumuching looked at me in surprise. Haven't you heard anything about him in the last 2 years? I shook my head. Mingxia's father is the president of One Martial Path, the strongest guild in our city. The guild has 13 Tier 3 Sky Vault adventurers, and many are expected to advance to Tier 4 within a year or two. Guild President Shi and Principal Li were once comrades. One Martial Path is also one of the school's partner guilds. Many graduates intern there, and the guild treats them well. Then his father must be a decent person. He is. He's probably too busy to discipline his son properly. I understand. I'll avoid Mingxia from now on. I knew I had created a serious problem for myself. Why did the original owner hide from every problem? I regretted stepping in this pile of filth so impulsively. If I had known how powerful Mingxia's family was, I would have handled him carefully until I grew stronger, then taught him a lesson in private. Instead, I was stuck waiting for his retaliation. I'm sorry for the trouble, Ms. Yu. You didn't cause the trouble. I failed to protect you properly. Find a way to become strong quickly. I'll quietly give you extra potions. Yumuching checked both directions and lowered her voice. Honestly, watching you slap him felt amazing. I've wanted to hit him for a long time, but as a teacher, I couldn't. I support you. That was a beautiful strike. Smelling chives on her breath, I held mine and nodded. The cafeteria must have served chive dumplings for lunch. Stay alert. When Mingxia truly loses control, he's capable of anything. Call me immediately if something happens. Understood. Would he really dare kill me? I asked in disbelief. A person like that couldn't be allowed to remain a threat. He won't try anything with us here. Still, avoid him and don't get hurt. An injury would delay your growth. Guild President Shi is leading a team against the Dragon God's temple right now, and we can't contact him. Once he finishes, Principal G will tell him personally. Perhaps that will end the matter. Thank you. I'm sorry you have to deal with this. Don't mention it. Get stronger as fast as you can. Reach Tier 1 within a week. I will. I was deeply moved. Yumuching had done so much that failing to appreciate it would make me heartless. She was even staying near the school dormitory to protect me. I would repay that kindness someday. All right. I read the talent on your registration form. It fits your class extremely well. Work hard and earn an acceptance letter from Northern Capital Academy on the national entrance exam. I will. Go eat dinner. Rest well tonight and preview the next dungeon. Tomorrow morning, we'll cover Nightmare Cavern. Thank you, Ms. Yu. I put away the alarm and returned to the classroom. My classmates watched enviously as I collected the complete guide to dungeons, monsters of Skyvault's first floor, and detailed terrain maps of first-floor dungeons, then left for the cafeteria. After eating, I returned to the dormitory. In the hallway, I found Shan Liang leaning over the railing with a lollipop in his mouth, reading the complete guide to dungeons. Hearing my footsteps, he turned with a smile and held out another lollipop. Here. I accepted it. Thanks. I searched the body's memories for Shan Liang and found only that his life had been tragic, much like mine, perhaps even worse. He had been orphaned as a child, raised in a welfare home, and attended school on municipal assistance while living in the dormitory. I unwrapped the lollipop, leaned against the railing, and asked, "Why did you cut your wrist?" Shan Liang froze. He stared at his wrist for a moment, then smiled. Who knows? Something in my head snapped, so I did it. It won't happen again. A miserable life is still better than a good death. Exactly. We looked at each other and smiled. You're a support too? What class did you awaken? I asked curiously. Don't remind me. Some bullshit 5-spirit priest. At first I thought it sounded amazing. Then I checked the class guide and realized it was completely useless. No wonder I lost my mind and cut my wrist. 5-spirit priest. I thought for a moment and nodded. The name sounds powerful. Yeah, but it has only 2 skills, lightning bolt and lesser healing wave. Both cast slowly too. 5 seconds per cast. Can you believe that? Today I teamed up with 4 little brats, and I couldn't get their health up at all. They cursed me until I was sick of it. Before they even finished the dungeon, they ran off to ask Ms. Yu to revive someone. What a joke. Shan Liang tugged up his pants, crunched the lollipop, and spat over the railing like a street hustler. I'm not swallowing that humiliation. I'll win back my pride. I refuse to believe healing can be that difficult. Looking at his bold manner, I couldn't believe he had truly wanted to die. What about you? Which class are you playing? Priest. Priest? Is it strong? It's all right. All right. Yet you cleared the dungeon? I think you're showing off. Showing off. My heart jolted, and I stared at Shan Liang. Realizing he had said something revealing, Shan Liang hurriedly covered. Haha. It's normal that you don't understand. That's an expression from my hometown. It means. I stepped back. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Shan Liang froze, then bit his lollipop into pieces and shouted excitedly. The pagoda suppresses the river demon. My admiration for you flows as endlessly as the mighty river, and floods as uncontrollably as the yellow river bursting its banks. Singing, dancing, rapping, playing basketball. Together, Shan Liang and I shouted, G and I Tai Mei. We began doing the Iron Mountain lean and burst into howling tears. Our cries shook the building, making the students who had not yet left stare at us as though we had lost our minds. The sun sank, dusk gathered, and insects chirped in the garden grass. Shan Liang and I sat cross-legged in the hallway, discussing everything we had experienced over the past half-day. It looks like we arrived around the same time. Do you think there are others? If there are, we'll deal with it when we meet them. Damn, I suddenly don't feel alone anymore. I understand. Get some rest. I'm going to study the dungeon. I still haven't finished the homework little you assigned. All right, we should run a dungeon together sometime. Shan Liang slapped the dust from his backside and stood. We'll have plenty of chances. I want to learn the game first. Keep following your own pace and do what you need to do. I don't want to hold you back. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Seeing his expression, I guessed he had plans of his own and didn't press him. Everyone had a different path. Perhaps he possessed his own golden finger. Then I'm heading back to my room. Later, we'll grab beer and skewers sometime. After we're old enough. Deal. We returned to our separate rooms. It was almost 8 when I entered mine. Summer break had begun, and aside from the few of us who had no choice but to remain on campus, everyone who lived nearby, like Xiao Bang, had gone home. I carefully finished reading the monster guide for the Mines of Sin, then returned to Sky Vault to attempt the dungeon alone. I had decided to solo it because Shi Mingjie had cheated me earlier. After joining his party, I spent 100 points to reset the Mines of Sin. Then Shi Mingjie couldn't control his filthy mouth, and the party fell apart. My goal was clear. Earn at least 100 points and recover the reset cost. Anything beyond that was profit. My inventory contained 30 lesser health potions, 320 lesser mana potions, a pile of silver and copper coins, and several pieces of replaced uncommon equipment. After reviewing the battle route, I stepped into the dungeon portal alone. Warning, this dungeon currently has no save progress. Progress will be saved automatically upon entry. Confirm. I selected confirm and vanished into the portal. When my eyes opened again, I was inside. The sound of miners digging echoed through the tunnel, and tension rose involuntarily in my chest. If I died here, no one could save me. I took a deep breath, steadied myself, and entered the tunnel. A miner suddenly shouted, "Ah, an intruder!" Die. He raised his pickaxe and charged. The miner had only 502 health. I narrowed my eyes. Smack, smack, smack. 3 lashes of light struck for 240 damage each, far exceeding his health. The miner groaned and fell. The system reported, "Miner killed. You received 3 points. Loot acquired. 5 wool cloth, 7 linen, 1 copper ore, 2 stone, and 35 copper coins. 3 hits and 60 mana were enough to kill him, and every point went to me alone." I licked my lips at the miners working ahead and smiled greedily. "Heh, my little treasures, here I come." I attacked again and again, dropping one miner after another. In under a minute, all 10 in the first half of the tunnel were dead. I had 580 of 1,120 mana remaining. I sat down, drank refreshing spring water, recovered, and felt wonderful. I didn't advance recklessly. 2 elite overseers patrolled the rear half of the tunnel together, and each had 1,376 health. I had only 270 health, so I needed to be careful. Once my mana was full, I entered the rear tunnel and met the patrolling overseers. I rapidly cast Light's Punishment and killed both elites for only 220 mana. Mine overseer killed. You received 5 points. Loot acquired, 13 linen, 9 wool cloth, 2 silver coins, and 93 copper coins. I admired the loot and easily killed the dozen-plus miners who came running. In less than 10 minutes, every enemy in the first tunnel was gone. The only cost had been a few mouthfuls of refreshing spring water, and it still had 46 uses remaining. After recovering my mana, I took out 2 mana potions and prepared to face Razzo with 4,502 health and his 2 sentinels with 1,200 each. I had to kill Razzo in one burst, so he never had a chance to charge, while staying alert for the sentinel's gunfire. With only 270 health, I rehearsed the fight twice in my head, gritted my teeth, and stepped from the tunnel. Haha, one little insect dares come here alone. GUH. Razzo rushed forward excitedly, but before he finished speaking, the golden club in my hand crashed down. Boom. A chain of damage numbers burst over Razzo's head. -240, -240, -485, over and over. In 1 second, 20 lights punishments killed him. Razzo killed. You received 15 points. The sentinels raised their guns, aimed, and pulled their triggers. I retreated quickly while repeatedly healing myself. Golden light circled my body as the heals stacked. Plus 272 overhealing. -135 damage. Plus 272 overhealing. -130 damage. In my panic, I cast Lesser Heal 10 times. When the sentinels dropped their muskets, drew swords, and charged, I realized I had only 120 mana left. I nervously fired 6 lights punishments at one sentinel, instantly emptying my mana. The sentinel fell, and my points surged. I immediately drank a mana potion and attacked the second sentinel, draining my mana again. Both sentinels fell in succession. My first solo boss battle was finally over. Panting, I wiped the sweat from my forehead, sat on the ground, and drank refreshing spring water. The battle had lasted less than 30 seconds, yet it felt much longer. I was too nervous and spent mana too quickly. I didn't actually need to drink that potion. Once my mana recovered, I walked to Razzo and collected his equipment. Foreman's pauldrons. Chainmail shoulder armor. Defense, 15. Strength +1. Requirement, 8 strength. I frowned. This equipment is awful. After putting it away, I picked up the cloth and silver coins dropped by the sentinels. Standing before the iron door with the key, I considered whether to kill the messenger miner. If I killed him, Ned wouldn't enter the logging machine. If I let him go, Ned would wait with 9 elite axemen. According to the guide, each elite axeman had a little over 1,200 health and would require an average of 6 lights punishments. Killing all 9 will cost 1,080 mana. As long as nothing goes wrong, I can handle it. I had plenty of mana potions, so the logging machine and Ned's combined 6,000 plus health didn't worry me. Once I decided, I turned the key. The iron door slowly opened. 3 elite monsters immediately became alert and shouted that someone must warn the foreman. Hurry and report me. I urged them to. A scream rang from the doorway and echoed through the entire tunnel. The miners dropped their tools, raised their pickaxes, and rushed toward me. I easily killed the 3 elites and gradually settled into the rhythm of solo farming. Facing the swarm of miners, I drew 2 mana potions and held them ready. Golden light flashed once more, then the tunnel fell silent. I collected loot from every corpse and finally reached the entrance to the logging room, where I stopped to rest. Inside, Ned sat in the logging machine's driver's compartment. 9 lumberjacks holding sharp axes stood in ordered ranks, ready for battle. The moment my head appeared, one lumberjack shouted, "Kill the intruder." They charged, brandishing their axes. Ned shoved the controls forward and drove the logging machine toward the tunnel. As soon as the lumberjacks entered range, I pulled my mental trigger. 9 rays of golden light appeared above their heads at once, illuminating the entire logging room with lights punishment. Every step became agony for the lumberjacks, and even Ned and the machine soon caught up with them. Damage numbers splashed through the air. I killed lumberjack after lumberjack as my points continued to rise. By the time my mana ran dry, all 9 lumberjacks were dead. I cheerfully drank 6 lesser mana potions and instantly returned to full. I summoned the golden club and pounded Ned's logging machine. Under the damage from light's punishment, it gradually slowed, then finally broke down. Ned leaped out in fury, only to be struck by my golden light and lose health at terrifying speed. Killing him cost only 3 mana potions, and the logging machine beside me collapsed into spare parts. I picked up 3 pieces of rare equipment and the materials, then equipped a pair of rare cloth gloves. The gloves provided 6 defense, for stamina, and 4 spirit, with a requirement of 2 strength. Then I examined the 2 weapons, another buzzing blade, and a rare foreman's battle axe with 74 physical damage and an attack speed of 2 seconds. Strength +8. Agility +8. Equipment requirement, 13 strength. I wonder how badly Shui Rueji would curse if he saw this, I muttered inwardly. but I had already decided not to keep either weapon. I would take them to the trade district and sell them for sky coins. I desperately needed money to improve my life. And there was Shi Mingjie, that mad dog clinging to me and refusing to let go. With money, even if I couldn't afford to provoke him, I could at least afford to hide. I sat down to rest and drank cool spring water. I was more than halfway through the dungeon. Smelter Nig was next. After Nig, I would face Pirate First Mate Heavy Fist Cannon Barrage and the assault of dozens of elite monsters. Should I let Nig activate the giant puppet? I wondered. I felt like a gambler on a winning streak, tempted to raise the stakes. Ned in the logging machine appeared to be a hard mode encounter that dropped extra equipment. If so, the puppet Nig activated might drop extra equipment too. Faced with that potential profit, I didn't hesitate. I wanted everything. As I later learned, while I planned how to make Nig's death as profitable as possible, Shan Liang was sitting in the dormitory copying the textbook when a rapid, forceful knock sounded outside. Bang, bang, bang. Shan Liang set down his pen and opened the door. A group of delinquent students stood outside. At their center was a brightly dressed boy with a metal baseball bat over his shoulder, looking Shan Liang up and down. Is Qi Xiao here? Qi Xiao. Shan Liang didn't understand the situation, but the group clearly meant trouble. Yeah, that stupid bastard who's skinny as a monkey. Seeing their aggression, Shan Liang hurriedly tried to think of an excuse that would send them away. Then one student pushed into the room, checked the names on both beds, and saw that mine wasn't there. Brother Jia, Qi Xiao isn't in this room. Check next door. You got it. Bang, bang, bang. They pounded on the neighboring door, and Shan Liang's heartbeat accelerated. If they try anything, I'll throw that Brother Jia over the railing. He swore inwardly, folding his arms and leaning against the door to watch. Nobody is answering. Break it down. Shi Mingjie kicked the door open, and one of his followers shouted, Boss, the room is empty. Qi Xiao isn't here. There was no one inside. Furious, Shi Mingjie smashed the baseball bat against a desk and cursed. Damn it, that bastard must be hiding in Sky Vault. His roar filled the room, but Shan Liang quietly sighed in relief. Phew, he had learned something useful. Whenever danger came, escape into Sky Vault. Brilliant. Just as Shan Liang thought Shi Mingjie was about to leave with his followers, the boy sat on the edge of my bed and began thinking. Heh, I'll leave you a little present today. With a grin, Shi Mingjie stood and began unbuckling his belt. Since I'm already here, how could I leave without emptying the tank? Then he urinated directly onto my bed. Haha, his followers howled with laughter. All of you, get over here and add something of your own. You got it. They formed a line, unbuckled their belts, and took turns urinating. The stench filled the room. Shan Liang clenched his fists, then slowly forced them open. He wasn't stupid. Anyone who dared behave this arrogantly at school was no ordinary thug. Someone powerful had to be supporting him. Shan Liang withdrew into his own room and quietly closed the door. Boss, there's something over here. One follower, having just finished, pointed toward the wardrobe at the foot of my bed. They opened it and found a second school uniform along with clean underwear and other clothes. This trash belongs in the bathroom as a rag. Which one of you wants to throw it into the sewage pit? Another follower wrinkled his nose. Boss, isn't that going a little too far? To hell with your mother. Shi Mingjie roared and swung the baseball bat at him. Thud. The blow knocked the follower unconscious on the spot. Throw this useless bastard and the clothes into the bathroom. You got it. The others laughed, rolled up their sleeves, and got to work. First, they threw my clothes on the floor and trampled them filthy, then kicked them beside the bed to soak up urine. Several lower-ranking followers kicked the bundle all the way toward the bathroom. Their laughter echoed through the empty dormitory. Huh? He's even pretending to be a good student and reading? Seeing the new textbooks on the desk, Shi Mingjie sneered. Tear them up. Rip them apart one page at a time. Yes, boss. The remaining students grabbed the books and began ripping. Next door, Shan Liang had lost all interest in copying his textbook and wanted to warn me in Sky Vault. But he wasn't on my friend list and had no idea where I was. If he went looking, he would probably get lost himself. Qi Xiao, whatever you do, don't come back now, he prayed silently. Half an hour passed before Shi Mingjie finally left, still looking unsatisfied. He glanced at the bed on the other side of the room. Xiaobang? Who cares? Let's go. The scattered footsteps in the hallway gradually faded. Just when Shan Liang thought the thugs were finally gone, someone knocked on his door again. He walked over, opened it, and stared coldly at Shi Mingjie and his followers. Shi Mingjie looked him up and down, then said smugly, when that idiot Qi Xiao comes back, tell him this. If I, Shi Mingjie, say I'm taking his life, then I'm taking it. Hiding in Sky Vault for the rest of his life won't save him. I will kill him. Shan Liang nodded. Good. You know how to listen. I like that. Shi Mingjie asked, what's your name? Shan Liang. Shan Liang? Kind-hearted? That's a good name. I keep favors and grudges separate. If you don't offend me, I'll look after you. I like your attitude. Want to become my follower? The job is simple. Tell me when he returns, and I'll cover your meals for an entire semester. Shan Liang fought back a laugh and showed him the wrist wrapped in bandages. Sorry, I have a mental disorder. Whenever I get nervous, I lose control and want to hurt myself. The moment Shi Mingjie saw the wound, embarrassment crossed his face. Holy shit, you're the one who cut his wrist this morning? What terrible luck. Mental disorder? You're just insane. Come on, everyone. Stay away from him from now on. Imagine getting sprayed with blood. Disgusting. The thugs hurried after Shi Mingjie as though they couldn't bear to stay another second. When the door closed, Shan Liang smiled. What a bunch of worthless little punks. Then he sighed, thinking about the destruction next door. Qi Xiao, what kind of trouble did you get yourself into? Inside the mines of Sin and Sky Vault, molten iron churned in the furnace. I had already killed every elite except Smelter Nigeria, sitting on the gallery to recover my mana. I stared at the 10-foot wooden crate beside him. I hope it drops something I can use. I stood, walked toward Nig, and casually struck him with 5 lights punishments. Nig was preparing to use a skill, but the damage pushed him into his second phase. He lowered his crossbow, red light blazed in his eyes, and he snarled. I'll show you what a true masterpiece looks like. He reached the crate and smashed it open with his hammer. Boom. The boards split apart, revealing a gigantic golem glowing with bronze light. Remote-controlled golem. Health, 5,350. Damage, 222. Defense, 70. Skills, Whirlwind Rush, Cannon Barrage, Self-Destruct. I watched Nig climb inside, activate the golem, and begin his attack. This was my first fight against it, so I had no idea how powerful it truly was. I decided to use everything from the start. I narrowed my eyes. A golden club thicker than the golem's arm appeared. In an instant, golden light flooded the entire furnace chamber. Smack! 59 lights punishments merged and crashed into the golem. The tremendous damage split its shell. Cracks appeared at the head and raced toward the control compartment. Nig had only just gripped the controls when the needles on the instrument panel began spinning wildly. Then the glass shattered. No, my masterpiece. In his madness, Nig slammed the self-destruct button, trying to take me with him. No matter how many times he pressed it, nothing happened. Instead, after drinking a lesser mana potion, I attacked through the broken glass and delivered the golem's final blow. GUH. Nig was struck down and thrown through the shattered window. Nig killed. You received 15 points. 2 pieces of rare equipment dropped from Nig. The golem dropped another rare item. I returned to the gallery and collected the equipment. The first item was a luxury jeweled ring. I still needed a second one, so I equipped it immediately. Then I inspected the other 2. Illusory light bracers. Quality, rare. Category, cloth wrist armor. Defense, 3. Stamina +2. Spirit +5. Equipment requirement, 2 strength. Refined copper regulator. Quality, rare. Description, collect 5 components to assemble a refined copper golem. Not bad. This looks interesting. After equipping the bracers, I turned the refined copper regulator over in my hands. 5 of these could be assembled into a golem. I looked at the destroyed, remote-controlled golem with anticipation. After clearing the dungeon, I would visit the trade district and see what it was worth. If the market price was high, it had to be valuable. I could keep the first and sell any duplicates. Once I recovered, I took the key to the iron gate. The route ahead was the most dangerous. I needed a solid strategy. Alone, I couldn't block the boarding bridge. That strategy wouldn't work. I had to kill every elite as quickly as possible. The troublesome cannons also needed to go. Holding the key, I traced the kill order on the iron door. After a moment of thought, a plan gradually took shape. Based on my previous experience, I would eliminate Heavy Fist and the gunners first. By now, I had completely adapted to solo farming. Without Heavy Fist organizing them or cannon fire interfering, I could kill each elite reliably. Barring a critical hit, an elite required no more than 6 lights punishments, or 120 mana. After equipping the ring and bracers, my mana rose to 1,340. 1 full bar could kill 11 elites. 13 waited on the long slope below the boarding bridge, so they posed little pressure. 8 lesser mana potions would be more than enough. I simulated the kill order twice more in my head, turned the key, and pushed open the gate. The moment it moved, I opened fire, rapidly clearing the elites outside before sprinting toward the pirate ship. The patrolling first mate pointed at me and shouted, "Kill the intruder! Brothers, charge! Gunners, prepa, GUH!" Before he could finish, golden light engulfed the ship, and Heavy Fist toppled from the deck into the sea. The splash rose more than 15 feet. As I watched the elites fall into confusion, I knew my gamble had worked. They followed the first mate's orders, but soon regained their senses and charged me wildly. I retreated and waited for my chance. Boom, boom. 2 cannonballs struck where I had just stood. The 5 elites pursuing me were thrown into the air, and half their health vanished instantly. I grinned without thinking. Those shells dealt over 700 damage. One direct hit would kill me. While moving, I used Light's Punishment against the airborne pirates. 3 casts of Light's Punishment finished the falling pirates before they reached the ground, turning them into points. On deck, the gunners reloaded, adjusted their trajectories, and tried to lock onto me as I moved back and forth. Fire. Kill the intruder. With the first mate dead, the gunners went berserk. Red-eyed, they lit the fuses. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons thundered, shaking loose stones from the cavern walls. They no longer cared whether the shells could hit me. They simply fired without pause and bombarded the shore. Screams rose everywhere as pirates fell. Golden light poured through the air like a tide. The power I released seemed to breathe life into the radiance, bringing elites crashing down across the battlefield. Pirate killed. You received 5 points. Pirate killed. You received 5 points. Pirate killed. You received 5 points. My points climbed at terrifying speed. In a short time, I killed 60 or 70 elite monsters one by one, yet had used only 20 of the dozens of mana potions I prepared. There were 2 reasons. First, my new equipment raised my spell damage, so each Light's Punishment now dealt 262 damage. Second, the gunner's assistance greatly reduced my burden. At last, the cannons ran out of ammunition. The gunners drew their blades and charged. Looking at the 20 enemies rushing to their deaths, I narrowed my eyes, and a thick golden club lit above their heads. Gunner killed. You received 5 points. Gunner killed. You received 5 points. After 11 more mana potions, every gunner lay dead. I sank to the ground, exhausted but satisfied. Solo farming was hard work, but the point rewards were enormous. I opened my interface. Skyvault points, 776. My first dungeon run had earned 256 points. After the 100-point reset cost, this run had brought my net gain to 620. Next stop, the points shop. It's time to learn a new skill. I bent down to gather the scattered loot and searched the battlefield for 2 full minutes. The pirates and gunners yielded enormous amounts of wool cloth and linen, along with silver and copper coins whose purpose I still didn't understand. When I returned to Heavy Fist and stored his drops, I exclaimed happily, "Now that's a good haul." The items included an illusory light belt I could wear and another Heavy Fist's axe. Illusory light belt. Quality, rare. Category, cloth waist armor. Defense, 4. Stamina +3. Spirit +5. Equipment requirement, 2 strength. Aside from my head, shoulders, and feet, every piece of equipment I wore was now rare. After restoring my mana, I boarded the pirate ship. Every step landed with a heavy thud. Inside the cabin, I found Cookie whistling as he cooked soup. He had barely turned around when I killed him in an instant. Cookie killed. You received 15 points. I opened my status panel and found that I had used only 340 mana. That was too easy. Cookie dropped the same equipment as before, and I stored it in disappointment. 15 seconds later, my mana was full. I climbed the stairs toward the captain's quarters. The moment I reached the door, Captain Cliff raised his hands to applaud, only to be struck by golden light. You really? GUH. Cliff killed. You received 15 points. 16 Light's Punishments, and 320 mana were enough to kill the captain instantly. I couldn't help thinking that he had put me under almost no pressure. No, Captain. My GUH. The bodyguard leader's discarded weapon hadn't even hit the floor when I killed him too. His 3 guards tried to run, but I gave them no chance. Captain's bodyguard killed. You received 5 points. Captain's bodyguard killed. You received 5 points. Captain's bodyguard killed. You received 5 points. The bodyguard leader cost me 280 mana, and his 3 elite guards with 1,400 health apiece cost 320. When the battle ended, I still hadn't emptied my mana bar. That's it. It was too easy. I hadn't expected the final fight to be so effortless. Messages appeared on my interface. Congratulations, Skyvault Adventurer. You have cleared the mines of sin. Excellent performance during the battle with Captain Cliff. Evaluation, excellent. This is not your first excellent evaluation. Bonus reward, 10 points. Heroic difficulty is now available. We await your challenge. This dungeon will reset in 12 hours, 40 minutes, and 19 seconds. You may select reset at the entrance. Cost, 100 points. Stingy. Only 10 bonus points? Solo players don't get anything extra? I muttered. At last, I had completed the Mines of Sin alone. When I checked the time, I realized I had been fighting for over an hour without noticing. After storing the equipment, I sighed. The final 2 bosses had dropped new items, but not one suited me. Whatever. I'll sell them in the trade district. I was about to leave when I noticed an entrance beside the captain's quarters leading downward. That must be where Cliff's summoned pirates come from. Curious, I went inside. I followed wooden steps into the cabin below the captain's quarters. The sight made my scalp crawl. The entire hold was filled with obsidian statues shaped exactly like elite pirates. They stood in precise rows, carved in lifelike detail. I counted 200. They reminded me of the terracotta army pits. An idea flashed through my mind. When the dungeon reset tomorrow, I would test it with my teammates. After reaching the end of the hold and confirming there was no lower passage, I summoned my interface. Golden light carried me out of the pirate ship and back to the dungeon entrance. Although the clock read midnight, Skyvault Plaza remained busy. Without teleportation privileges, I had to run to the nearby Points shop. It offered countless items, but at unranked, I could browse only the skill shop. The shop was divided into general skills and class skills. I could access only the class skills section. The available skills were Revive, 10-second cast. Costs 50% of maximum mana. Revives one dead Skyvault adventurer with 100 health. A priest must have at least 80% mana to cast Revive during combat, and all remaining mana is consumed afterward. Renew. Instant cast. Costs 30 mana. Restores 9 health every 3 seconds for 15 seconds. Scales with spell damage. Heal. 3-second cast. Costs 155 mana. Restores 342 health. Scales with spell damage. Light shield. 2-second cast. 15-second cooldown. Costs 45 mana. Grants a friendly target a shield that absorbs 132 damage and lasts 60 seconds. Lightfall. 5-second cast. 10-second cooldown. Costs 400 mana. Summons fragments of light to attack enemies within 30 meters, dealing 100 light damage per second for 6 seconds. Mind's Eye. 3-second cast. Costs 65 mana. Allows the caster to observe the world through the target's eyes for 60 seconds. Heart of Light. 6-second cast. Costs 300 mana. Grants the target a ward of holy protection that makes them immune to all negative emotions for 10 minutes. Purchasing a skill cost only 100 points, but learning it required skill points. With 846 points, I could learn only one skill. I chose Light Shield. At my current strength, I had no need for heal or revive. There was no one to revive during a solo run, and no teammate would die in front of me. Learning the other skills wouldn't be difficult. I only needed to keep farming the Mines of Sin. If I was willing to grind through the night, I could learn every skill before morning. I spent 100 points on Light Shield, opened my inventory, and selected Learn. The system deducted another 500 points. I mastered the skill, and my advancement progress became 1 out of 10. I opened my skill book and inspected Light Shield. Instant cast. Costs 45 mana. Grants a friendly target a shield that absorbs 132 damage for 60 seconds. Scales with spell damage. My brow rose at the words instant cast. My talent had worked exactly as expected. I waved one hand, and a transparent golden shield covered me. My interface showed that my health had become 360 plus 384/360. I nodded in satisfaction. With the shield included, my effective health might already exceed Mangyon's. Then a daring idea struck me. I swept my hand forward. My mana vanished in an instant as 30 light shields wrapped around me at once, completely sealing me inside a hard golden shell. I couldn't see anything outside, and the effective health on my interface became absurd. The shields could stack. Each one added more damage absorption. I couldn't stop myself from laughing. The other Skyvault adventurers were startled by the golden sun that suddenly appeared and hurried away. The plaza was a safe zone, and the skill couldn't harm anyone, but the glare was overwhelming. What skill is that? My eyes. I'm blind. It has to be a general skill, and an expensive one. My access level is too low. I've never seen anything this powerful in the general skills section. What does the skill actually do? I've seen something similar. Could it be Hour of Holy Judgment? Impossible. That skill is powerful, but it doesn't last this long. Then what is it? It's my first time seeing it too. Why ask me? 1 minute later, a high school student in athletic clothes emerged before the gathered adventurers. When I saw them surrounding me, I immediately understood why. I stuck out my tongue in embarrassment and hurried away from the points shop. Huh? Someone from the Dragon Kingdom? From those clothes? Is he unranked? Don't joke. How could an unranked adventurer use a skill like that? Then why is he dressed that way? He must be a high-tier expert amusing himself by spending points to change his appearance. That makes sense. On the way to the trade district, I shook my head in annoyance. I can't reveal skills so casually. If the wrong person notices me, I'll have trouble. From now on, I would test new skills only inside solo dungeons. I would never repeat that mistake. The trade district was divided into 3 color-coded zones. The orange, wanted purchase zone, blue consignment zone, and green negotiation zone. In the wanted purchase zone, buyers posted orders and sellers completed them directly. The buyer paid a 10-point transaction fee. In the consignment zone, sellers listed items at their desired price for direct purchase. The seller paid a 10-point fee. In the negotiation zone, buyers bid on items with uncertain value. Once a deal closed, both sides paid 5 points. Everything I carried had come from the mines of sin and wasn't especially valuable. The moment I entered the blue zone, my interface displayed several messages. Scanning inventory. Select items to sell. Matching item prices. Match successful. Generating price list. I was impressed by SkyVault's efficiency. Trading required no virtual merchant. It couldn't have been more convenient. Price list generated. Please adjust sale prices. As I browsed the list, I couldn't help whistling. Linen, 50 units for 1 sky coin. Wool cloth, 30 units for 1 sky coin. Copper ore, 10 units for 1 sky coin. Intact stone, 50 units for 1 sky coin. Refined copper regulator, rare, 1 unit for 2 sky coins. Lesser health potion, 10 bottles for 1 sky coin. Lesser mana potion, 10 bottles for 1 sky coin. Seeing that the refined copper regulator I had worked so hard to obtain sold for only 2 sky coins made me laugh. I had expected it to be far more expensive. Instead, it was incredibly cheap. The potion prices, however, made me nod in satisfaction. Compared with the potion prices, Yumuching appeared to be taking a loss on the linen and wool cloth she collected. Clearly, those materials were being prepared for students with production classes. I kept scrolling through the list. My eyes lit up when I reached the prices for my 10 pieces of rare equipment. The rare weapons in my inventory ranged from 50 to 100 sky coins. Armor was slightly cheaper, ranging from 30 to 80. Those are good prices, I thought, calculating rapidly. If I sold everything, one dungeon run would earn around 500 sky coins. Converted to real-world currency, that was roughly 6,000 yuan. One dungeon run would lift me straight out of poverty. Even better, equipment from Cliff, the bodyguard leader, and Heavy Fist commanded higher prices. Heavy Fist's axe, 60 sky coins. Firestone staff, 75 sky coins. Cruel barb, 80 sky coins. Those were only the suggested minimums on the list, the floor prices for items no one wanted. After reviewing the entire list, I closed the interface. I now had a general understanding of item and equipment values inside SkyVault. I left the consignment zone and entered the wanted purchase zone. My interface scanned my inventory and quickly displayed the buyer's offers. I curled my lip at the prices. The offers were clearly much lower than the consignment listings. For example, buyers offered only 1 sky coin for 100 units of linen. Every other material was similarly cheap. I scrolled down disdainfully and soon reached the offers for rare equipment. Oh, that's better than I expected, I said in surprise. The purchase offers were only around 15 sky coins below the consignment prices. Cruel barb had the highest offer at 75 sky coins. 900 yuan for 1 cruel barb? There really are plenty of rich people. I marveled. When I thought about it, countless people my age must awaken worldwide every year. Some would equip themselves first to improve their survival odds. Sure, Mingjia's loadout was a perfect example. These prices were likely the stable result of market supply and demand. I selected sell. Order completed successfully. 75 sky coins have been deposited into your SkyVault account. 10 points deducted. I didn't care about losing points. 2 elite monsters would earn them back easily. I was about to sell more equipment when another notice appeared. We recommend linking a personal bank account to your SkyVault account to prevent failed cash withdrawals. Link now? There was almost no money in my bank account, so I wasn't worried about SkyVault stealing from me. I linked it without hesitation. Then I checked the remaining purchase orders and found that only the cruel barb had been offered a fair price. I won't rush to sell the rest. I'll try listing them on consignment. 75 sky coins was enough, spending money for now. I returned to the consignment zone and listed the remaining rare equipment at 5 sky coins below market price. By the time I finished, it was already 1 in the morning. Time to rest. I still have class tomorrow morning. I touched the mark and returned to reality. I appeared from nowhere inside the dark dormitory and immediately smelled a powerful stench of urine. What happened? Did Xiao Bang wet the bed? I felt my way to the door and switched on the light. The sight left me motionless. The room was wrecked. Several textbooks had been torn into scraps and soaked in urine. My bed frame was smashed, and the pillow and blankets were drenched, forming a lumpy swamp. The wardrobe stood open, and my clothes were gone. Xiao Bang's bed and cabinet were farther away, but urine had still reached their legs, leaving his slippers and sneakers soaking in it. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. I laughed from sheer fury, gritted my teeth, and shook my head. Sure, Mingjia, you truly have a death wish. I stepped into the hall and slowly calmed myself with several deep breaths. This is nothing. I'll find a chance to kill him later. Once my emotions stabilized, I walked toward the bathroom at the end of the hall. The mess had to be cleaned. Otherwise, Xiao Bang would suffer too. I had no intention of telling Yu Muqing. She had already shielded me from enough trouble, and I couldn't add more. This time, I would solve the problem myself. I entered the bathroom and switched on the light. The sight made me laugh and rage. My school uniform, casual clothes, and underwear were all soaking in the feces and urine inside the toilet. No wonder I couldn't find them. So this is where they went. Impressive. Using iron tongs from outside the bathroom, I pulled out the clothes and dropped them into a trash can in the hall. Then I flushed away the filth. I carried a bucket and mop back to the room and started cleaning. The scrape of the mop sounded unusually loud in the night. Before long, the light came on next door. Shan Liang emerged in his school uniform and slippers and watched me work. You got yourself into trouble? I know who did it. He tried to recruit me as a follower and told me to pass you a message. You should have agreed. You could have become my inside man. Forget it. I'm not interested. I stopped mopping and looked at him. He didn't give you trouble, did he? No. Shan Liang smiled and raised his bandaged wrist. I told him I was mentally ill and cut myself whenever I got nervous. Scared him away. Good move. I shook my head with a laugh. Sorry I dragged you into this. It's fine. You're lucky you weren't here, or I would have thrown him over the railing. Don't do anything stupid. I hurriedly warned him. He's dangerous. Yet you dare defend him? I didn't know how powerful he was. If I'd known, I would have made him wear a couple of green hats first, cuckolded at him twice before he realized what happened. After we laughed, Shan Liang's expression turned serious. A person like that needs to die? Bullying fellow transmigrators violates the laws of heaven. We'll wait for an opportunity. You have a plan? No. We can only endure it and build our strength. He has too many followers, and my body is weak. I can't fight him head on. Tell me if you need help. The two of us should send him a deluxe reincarnation package. Absolutely. Sleep in my room once you're done. The bed beside mine is empty. No. I'll rest in Sky Vault. And don't speak to me during the day from now on. I don't want Shi Mingjie taking his anger out on you. Finish this mess first. Then we'll enter Sky Vault and add each other as friends. Shan Liang picked up a broom to help. Don't. That wrist could get infected. Go back inside. I stopped him. Seeing how serious I was, Shan Liang put down the broom and returned to his room. I continued until the dormitory was completely clean. I dismantled the broken bed and made 3 or 4 trips to carry everything to the trash pile. During that time, Shan Liang came out and helped me carry 2 loads. By then, it was 3 in the morning. Even after mopping 7 or 8 times, a hard sniff told me the smell remained. Come smell this. Is it still here? Shan Liang went inside and sniffed. Definitely. It stinks. Forget it. The mop won't remove everything. Open the windows and let the room air out. He carried the mop and bucket toward the bathroom. I put my hands on my hips and frowned. How am I supposed to explain this to Xiao Bang? It's almost 3:30. Get some rest. Let's go. We teleported into Sky Vault together. After adding each other as friends, Shan Liang asked, "Where are you planning to rest?" "Inside a dungeon." "Good idea. Then I'm heading back." Shan Liang yawned. "Thanks for everything." Guilt filled my face. He was injured, yet he had still stayed up half the night helping me. I felt terrible about it. Stop being polite from now on. One more thing, be careful at breakfast. They said they would ambush you in the cafeteria tomorrow morning. Understood. As Shan Liang vanished, my expression turned cold. I checked the time. 3 hours, 45 minutes, and 44 seconds. Class started in 4 hours. I took a deep breath and ran toward the trade district. I canceled every consignment listing and sold all the equipment immediately. My balance rose to 532 sky coins. From today on, I, Qi Xiao, am crashing the market. I open my interface. With 146 points remaining, I return to the Mines of Sin. I had originally planned to farm a different dungeon. At my current strength, I could solo any dungeon on the first floor. But Mingxia had torn up the textbooks I brought to the dormitory. Without them, I couldn't study another dungeon. So I had no choice but to select the familiar Mines of Sin. I spent 100 points to reset my progress and entered the mine once more. That night, I taught the elites of the Mines of Sin what true sin looked like. 5:35 a.m. I entered the school cafeteria with bloodshot eyes. Although the seniors had already left campus, the freshmen and sophomores in summer training still attended class normally. The cafeteria began preparing food at 5. Several students eating after their morning runs stared in surprise when they saw me in a sophomore uniform. Normally, sophomores who had completed their class awakening no longer needed to wake early, attend morning study, or take physical training. Yet there I was in the serving line. "Sir, give me 2 chicken legs, 3 fried dough sticks, and a bowl of millet porridge, and a small plate of pickled vegetables." "Well, Xiaoqi, did you get paid? Why are you eating so much?" "Heh, I need to grow taller." I carried a heaping tray to a table and ate ravenously. In under 10 minutes, I finished, cleaned up, and hurried from the cafeteria. The freshmen stared after me in shock. I reached the classroom, scanned my fingerprint at the door, and returned to Skyvault. After spending 100 points to reset the dungeon, I dove into the Mines of Sin again. Inside, I ran straight toward the iron gate guarded by Razzo. Miners and elites chased me, but I ignored them completely. Just before they caught me, I layered 30 light shields over myself. Transformed into a golden sun, I walked straight up to Razzo. Haha. Intro. GUH. Razzo died before he could finish. I stood still and allowed the monsters to attack my shields. Once they had all gathered, I activated my second new skill, Lightfall. Lightfall, instant cast. Costs 400 mana. Summons stellar fragments to attack all enemies within 30 meters, dealing 100 light damage per second for 6 seconds. Scales with spell damage. Above the golden sun in the mining tunnel, stars appeared and multiplied. They locked onto the monsters and began shedding fragments. The fragments fell like a violent rain, striking every enemy. Overlapping damage numbers covered the air in a dense storm. For seconds later, every monster around the blazing sun was a corpse, their heads turned toward me as though praying. As the shields thinned, my body reappeared. I drank 5 lesser mana potions and restored my mana to 60%. I looted the corpses, collected the key, and opened the lock. Amid the monsters' cries, I became a blazing sun again and followed the messenger miner into Ned's logging room. Golden stars appeared once more, and fragments poured down like rain. 20 seconds later, every monster was dead. Ned lay face down in the driver's compartment, his dead eyes still open. After so many battles, I had developed a new strategy. Once I entered the logging room, I killed the messenger miner in full view of Ned. Enraged, Ned activated the logging machine. The moment he entered the driver's compartment and began closing the door, I killed him. Like a car left running without its driver, the logging machine remained in place while Lightfall bombarded it. 20 seconds later, the logging room was quiet again. I drank mana potions while collecting loot. Once everything was gathered, I became a blazing sun and dragged every monster in the next tunnel into the smelting hall. The golem's components were worthless, so I didn't waste time. I rapidly killed Nig, grabbed for the key, and let stellar fragments continue raining around me. 7 minutes, 55 seconds. Not bad. After looting every corpse in the smelting hall, I restored my mana to full and opened the gate to the cavern. Protected by my shields, I killed Heavy Fist first, then charged toward the boarding bridge. The blazing sun sped forward beneath a cloud of stars. Monsters died under the rain of fragments before they could reach me. Without slowing, the sun kept running. Inside the cabin, Cookie heard my footsteps while stirring his soup and spun around. GUH. I kept collecting loot, turned, climbed the stairs, and reached the captain's quarters. GUH, no. GUH, 9 minutes, 32 seconds. Good enough. Congratulations, Skyvault Adventurer. You have cleared the Mines of Sin. Outstanding performance during the battle with Captain Cliff. Evaluation, excellent. This is not your first excellent evaluation. Bonus reward, 10 points. Heroic difficulty is now available. We await your challenge. This dungeon will reset in 4 hours, 31 minutes, and 7 seconds. I wiped away sweat, dragged my weak knees over to the equipment, and went back upstairs. After collecting Cookie's drops, I returned to the deck. I jumped into the water, swam to shore, and began looting pirate corpses along my route. I had considered gathering every pirate and gunner into one enormous wave, but elites broke my shields too quickly. 4 or 5 seconds was enough to shatter them. The sight of dozens of elite pirates had nearly scared me senseless. At my current strength, I couldn't pull an entire train of monsters. The most efficient method was to kill the captain, then run a full circuit to gather loot. I had also considered looting only the bosses to save time, but after weighing the options, I collected everything. I still hadn't escaped poverty. Every skycoin mattered. After looting the last elite, I collapsed on the deck and fell into a deep sleep. The time was 7:55 and 26 seconds a.m. Mooching sat at the lectern, increasingly uneasy. 2 seats were empty, mine and Miao Shuebing's. Miao Shuebing had taken leave, so her absence didn't matter, but my failure to appear filled Mooching's mind with terrible possibilities. Shan Liang sat in his seat, watching her stare repeatedly at my chair while wondering how to make an excuse for me. Then I hurried into the classroom. Hey, I almost overslept. My eyes were bloodshot. Instead of scolding me, Mooching visibly relaxed. Sit down quickly. Class is starting, she called. Stand. Good morning, teacher. Sit. The students followed the ritual properly. Mooching began the lesson. You are combat support classes. You cannot go home for summer vacation like production classes. You must farm dungeons and raise your strength to tier 3 as quickly as possible, so you can enter a first-rate academy. Once you do, you may sleep as long as you like. She took out the dungeon guide and map. Today we'll study Nightmare Cavern. After yesterday's Mines of Sin, all of you should understand how dangerous Sky Vault can be. Chi Xiao, where are your books? I left them in the dormitory. I scratched my head in embarrassment. Shan Liang raised his hand. He can share mine. I moved my desk over, and we read together. When the bell rang, I had barely managed to stay awake. Shan Liang, however, had taken careful notes. It's been years since I listened this seriously in class. I almost miss it. I stretched. At that moment, 5 students from another class stood quietly around the hallway corner, watching our classroom. Seeing how exhausted I looked, Shan Liang whispered, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll come too, and splash some water on my face. Half asleep, I stood and followed. If you hadn't earned an excellent evaluation last night, my darling teacher would have worried herself sick over you today. You like our teacher? I asked. Of course. Before I came here, a woman like her would have been mine. Shan Liang said proudly. We entered the bathroom, and the 5 outsiders followed with their hands in their pockets. Shan Liang relieved himself while I splashed cold water over my face at the sink. The lights suddenly dimmed. Alert at once, I turned and saw the strangers surrounding me. Are you sure Mingjia's followers? I asked. Smart. Come deeper into the bathroom so we can talk. A student with center-parted hair stepped forward and reached for my shoulder. I reacted quickly and slapped his hand away. If you need to relieve yourselves, go inside. Don't dirty my school uniform. It's the only one I have left. Remembering the previous night made anger surge through me. You've got a lot of nerve, kid. You're fucking dash. The center-parted boy had just grabbed my collar when someone coughed loudly from the doorway. Cough. Cough. They turned and saw Shan Liang grinning foolishly. What are you coughing for? One of them mocked. My mother's been dead for years, Shan Liang answered coldly. Idiot. Get out of here, someone cursed. Stop wasting time. Shan Liang shook his head. A word of advice from your brother. If you plan to beat someone, don't stand around talking first. The moment he finished, he swung the mop handle hidden behind his back. It whistled through the air and smashed into the nearest outsider's head. Yeah. The boy was stunned on the spot and screamed in pain. While the others froze, I drove my knee upward. Oof. Direct hit. Beat them to death. Shan Liang handed me the mop handle. I struck the center-parted boy across the face, and the blow knocked him unconscious. Screams filled the bathroom. Before long, a female student reported the commotion. Mooching hurried nervously to the men's bathroom and found me swinging the mop handle at 2 students trapped in a corner, hammering them one after another like moles in an arcade game. Shan Liang repeatedly smashed a bucket into the other 2. The bucket was nearly cracking, but he didn't care. Another student lay motionless on the floor. Shan Liang kept glancing toward me, afraid they might counterattack, but his concern was unnecessary. All 4 conscious boys were already senseless from the beating. This wasn't a school fight. We were attacking as though we meant to kill them, using weapons without restraint. What happened to the rules of fighting? Hadn't they agreed to wait until they were deeper in the bathroom before attacking? Chi Xiao? Shan Liang, what are you doing? Stop right now. Mooching shouted. Oh shit. Our teacher is here. Chi Xiao, stop. Shan Liang dropped the bucket and grabbed me. Only then did I calm down. I dropped the mop handle and put on an injured expression. Ms. Yu, they attacked first. In the corner, four outsiders had black eyes, swollen faces, and purple bruises. A fifth was unconscious on the floor. The corner of Yu Muqing's mouth twitched. 5 against 2. Yet they had been destroyed this badly? Who had taught them how to fight? All of you are coming to the office. Which classes are you from? Go to the infirmary first, she ordered sharply. Class 8 spent the second period in self-study. Inside the classroom, 13 students whispered among themselves. Qi Xiao was terrifying. He really went for them. What if he kills someone? One student exclaimed. He's skinny, but his strength is frightening, another said. Did you see his bloodshot eyes? He looked terrifying. Shan Liang is usually quiet and timid. I never expected him to have such a violent temper. He looked like a real street thug. He's the student who cut his wrist after awakening yesterday, right? Yeah, he's incredibly impulsive. If he's that ruthless with himself, imagine how ruthless he is with other people. Can cutting your wrist really change you that much? I don't understand either, but watching the fight felt amazing. You went into the men's bathroom to watch it. In the infirmary, the school doctor, Hui Yushi, revived the center-parted boy. He immediately burst into tears. Lumps covered his head, and the pain between his legs burned fiercely. The other 4 were injured too, but treatment had already improved their condition. Shan Liang and I stood to one side, staring at the ceiling. We occupied the spot where the 5 outsiders should have been punished. Why did you fight? Yu Muqing sat on the edge of a desk, her expression stern. Ask them. They grabbed my collar the moment they arrived. I complained. Yu Muqing looked at the 5 outsiders with confusion. Which classes are you from? She asked. They stammered. WER. Ms. Yu, they're friends from my middle school. They came to visit me during summer break, Shi Mingjie interrupted. Which school do they attend? And why are they wearing our uniform? Yu Muqing sneered. I bought the uniforms for them. Shi Mingjie answered righteously. Shi Mingjie, do you truly believe you can do anything you want? Yu Muqing shouted. No, I only came to admit my mistake, he argued. Before Yu Muqing could explode, Dr. Hua hurriedly intervened. Get them off campus before the principal returns. Thank you, Miss Hua. You 5, come with me. Yu Muqing ordered. The 5 walked toward the door with their heads hanging. Wait. Yu Muqing called again. What is it? They stopped. Take off those uniforms. The 5 hurriedly stripped off the school uniforms. Before leaving, Shi Mingjie glared viciously at Shan Liang and me, his rage almost erupting. As we walked from the infirmary, abuse sounded behind us. Useless trash. Don't follow me anymore. Get lost. After Shi Mingjie went away, Yu Muqing rubbed her forehead. What a headache. Why won't the principal expel him? I shook my head. Expelling him wouldn't help. His father would beat him a few times and lock him up for a few days. Then he would come back and cause trouble again. Yu Muqing sighed. Qi Xiao, didn't you say you would call for help if anything happened? And you, Shan Liang. I didn't know you could fight like that. Shan Liang scratched his head with a foolish grin. I learned it from television. Hui Yushi looked at him and laughed. Did cutting your wrist somehow open your mind? Shan Liang smiled awkwardly. Please don't mention that, ma'am. Remembering how he had behaved the day before, Dr. Hua couldn't hold back her laughter. Shan Liang suddenly turned and said, Wife teach. I mean, homeroom teacher, Qi Xiao, and I will go back for self-study. Yu Muqing's expression changed. What did you just call me? Shan Liang hurriedly explained. I got nervous and misspoke. I might hurt myself again. Dr. Hua waved him away. Go. Your wound already healed. No. This is a symbol of love. Get out. Yes, ma'am. After we left, Yu Muqing said in confusion. Did both their personalities change? I didn't know Shan Liang well, but Qi Xiao was always honest. His grades were poor, his body was weak, and all he knew was working part-time. He was obedient too. Why is he so different after awakening? Hui Yushi sighed. Puberty, plus the excitement of becoming a combat class adventurer. He's getting carried away. You know, the first thing Shan Liang asked after waking yesterday was whether this was a themed hotel. What? It's true. Even his eyes changed. He looked like a wolf. The 2 women shuddered. In the hallway, I shook my head. You're in trouble. Shi Mingjie is going to target you too. Why be afraid? Worst case, I camp in Sky Vault. How did you sleep last night? Badly. It was fine. No monsters remained in the dungeon, so I could sleep. The floor was cold, though. Then you're fine. Let's get back. I need to study seriously. I'm telling you, if I'd worked this hard before transmigrating, Tsinghua and Peking University would have been mine for the taking. Let me see your notes later. I plan to farm that dungeon today too. Don't worry. I'm definitely clearing it this afternoon. I won't give up. Do you need equipment or potions? I have extras. No. I'll rely on myself and climb to the top one step at a time. Good. You've got pride. Still talking, we entered the classroom. The noisy classroom fell silent the instant Shan Liang and I returned. Everyone stared at us curiously until we felt uncomfortable. We lowered our heads and hurried to our seats, and Yu Muqing entered right behind us. Only 10 minutes remain in this period, so we won't cover anything new. Let's review the key points from the previous lesson. How many offensive skills does Priest Andra have? Noon arrived quickly. The followers Shi Mingjie had promised would ambush me in the cafeteria never appeared, and only then did I relax enough to eat. After lunch, Shan Liang and I returned to the dormitory. The urine smell remained, and I scratched my head in frustration. Meanwhile, Shan Liang had already bundled up his bedding and clothes. What are you doing? I asked. What do you think? I'm not letting my clothes absorb that smell. I'm sending everything to my wife first. Your wife? Yeah, I'll leave it with Dr. Hua. Brother, you're really making a move on her? Heh, I'm only enjoying the joke. You haven't seen those peaches on Dr. Hua. Magnificent. I'm leaving. Good luck. Oh, and urine is hard to remove. Consider it a special gift for the juniors who use this room next year. Humming, Shan Liang dragged his bundles toward the stairs. I shook my head with a laugh, fetched the mop and bucket, and began cleaning for the second time. By the time I finished, it was 12:30. I stood outside the classroom, pressed the mark on my hand, and entered Sky Vault. More than an hour remained before the 2 o'clock assembly. I wasted no time and went straight into the Mines of Sin. The dungeon reset automatically at noon each day, so this run cost no points. 10 minutes later, I emerged, spent 100 points to reset, and entered again. Then came another 12-minute run, 13 minutes, 10 minutes. I moved in and out repeatedly. By 1:35 p.m., I had cleared it 6 times in a row. Including the runs after cleaning the dormitory before dawn, I had completed 11 total. I was about to begin the 7th run of the afternoon when a classmate called from behind me. Qi Xiao, you're here this early. Oh, hello. He had transferred from another class, and I didn't know him, but everyone in Class 8 knew my name. You're amazing. You earned an excellent evaluation. I want my party to get one today too. It isn't easy. Your defensive fighter has to hold the bodyguard leader and 3 elite guards while everyone else focuses the captain. The healing pressure is enormous. Right. We're going to try today. Any other advice? Don't waste too many potions early. Save them for the final boss fight, where they'll matter more. Got it. He listened with complete concentration. I noticed that he paid more attention to my explanation than he ever did to Yu Muqing's lessons. I'm going to look around before we begin. I found an excuse to leave. Okay, see you soon. After purchasing Lightfall, learning another skill point, and resetting the mind 10 times, not counting the free noon reset, I still held 6,136 points. I could advance to Tier 1 whenever I wanted, but I planned to wait until after tonight's solo farming. If I advanced this afternoon and someone noticed, it would create trouble. The consequences were obvious. A newly awakened student reaching Tier 1 in barely a day would throw the entire school into chaos. The higher-ups might even mark me as a priority for development. My living conditions would improve dramatically, and my current problems would disappear. As for Shi Mingjie, he would hide with his tail between his legs. Why would I care about him then? If I wanted a better life, I first needed to prove my value. Hide in the crowd, grow quietly, and emerge only after becoming a god? Sorry, that didn't interest me. Once I completed my solo clear of the Mines of Sin, I intended to reveal myself. Playing house with Wang Ling's party wasted too much time. But Shi Mingjie had become so arrogant that he crossed my bottom line. Until I taught him a lesson personally, I would never feel at peace. Killing him would rid society of a menace, I thought. I had farmed dungeons since before dawn. After more than 10 runs, my inventory overflowed with equipment and materials. I entered the wanted purchase zone and sold more than 100 rare items without hesitation. I didn't care whether the offers were fair. If a buyer existed, I sold. After unloading 112 items, I received 4,192 sky coins. Isn't that more than 50,000 yuan? I stared excitedly at my new balance of 4,724 sky coins. But the sudden wealth didn't cloud my judgment. I still needed mana potions. Now that I no longer supported the second and third parties, I couldn't count on Jiang Yi's daily 100 lesser mana potions. The 320 potions I had already received were long gone after all those solo runs. I entered the consignment zone and opened the listings. Sky Vault filtered the results and displayed every kind of mana potion. Lesser mana potion restores 180 mana, 10 bottles for 1 sky coin. Minor mana potion restores 360 mana. Mana potion restores 720 mana, 10 bottles for 4 sky coins. Greater mana potion restores 1,440 mana, 10 bottles for 8 sky coins. I had only 1,420 mana, so I didn't need anything stronger yet. I spent 140 sky coins on 100 greater mana potions and 300 minor mana potions. Together with Yu Muqing's private stipend, that would last me for a while. You have received a message from a friend. I was about to leave when I noticed the alert and opened my contacts. Yu Muqing had sent a voice message. Cloud mist, stop playing around, and a symbol at the dungeon. I checked the time and realized I had spent 20 minutes in the trade district. I hurried back to the dungeon. Wang Ling's party was already waiting outside, along with Shi Mingjie and his four-person group. Behind Shi Mingjie stood a blonde woman around Yu Muqing's age. She wore a pink princess dress and carried a pink, heart-shaped staff. The moment he saw me, killing intent flashed in his eyes. The beating his followers had received clearly still enraged him. I sneered and walked toward Wang Ling's party. On the way, I saw Shan Liang crouching on the ground with a deep frown, listening as his party leader explained the dungeon. I didn't disturb him and continued to Wang Ling's side. Qi Xiao, open a trade. All right. When the window opened, I saw 100 mana potions waiting inside. So many? What did you do to get these? Heh, they're a private reward from our teacher. Starting today, our daily allowance has increased to 30 bottles each. Thank you. I'll take them. And today, I have a surprise for all of you. What surprise? Meng Yun leaned closer, her eyes sparkling. I answered mysteriously. You'll find out after we finish. Tisk. Wang Ling pouted. If you don't want it, forget it. No, we want it. The two girls answered together. In the distance, Shi Mingjie watched Wang Ling laugh with me and grew even more jealous. Because we spoke through the private party channel, outsiders could see only our gestures and hear none of the conversation. TSK. So what if he earned an excellent evaluation? He's nobody. Shi Mingjie viciously squeezed Ning Ziyue's backside. Ning Ziyue pressed her lips together and clenched her fist, furious but afraid to speak. The look she gave me was full of hatred. Listen carefully, students. Today's objective is to finish the Mines of Sin before 5 o'clock whenever possible. Any party that finishes early will receive 20 extra potions when turning in materials. If you finish before 4, I'll add another 20. The students erupted in cheers. Don't celebrate yet. I'm sure all of you heard the lecture on Nightmare Cavern. Any party that clears both the Mines of Sin and Nightmare Cavern before 6 will also receive 1 rare medal per member. Yu Muqing held a medal overhead. A medal? The students' eyes widened. That's right. Equipping it adds 100 health and 120 mana. Supplies are limited. First come, first served. Wow, that's amazing. Everyone was thrilled, including me. I had farmed the dungeon more than 10 times without seeing an accessory like that. At my current level, such an item was difficult to obtain. But remember, safety comes first. Don't risk your lives for a medal. I don't want to enter your dungeons again and again to revive you. Yu Muqing reminded them with a pout. The students laughed. Shi Mingjie glanced at me and asked the woman behind him. Sister Wan, do you think we can take first place? Easily. With your equipment, you can clear the mine in under half an hour. Nightmare Cavern is even simpler. The route twists a little, but the monsters are spread out and not difficult. It should also take about half an hour. Good. If we take first, I'll send Sister Wan a fat red envelope. Then Big Sister thanks you in advance. Ning Ziyue stood to the side and curled her lip. She thought Sister Wan was shamelessly seductive and made every word to little Jie sound suggestive. All right, check your supplies. If everything is ready, enter the dungeon. Applause sounded, and the students stopped moving. A woman in a white blouse, pencil skirt, and black stockings approached with dozens of students. Ms. Yu is so stingy. 2 dungeons for 1 medal, and supplies are limited? Is this really Han City No. 1 high school? Oh, Ms. Zhong man. Yu Muqing rolled her eyes. Why are you here? Your students didn't select the Mines of Sin, did they? No. I came to challenge you to a friendly match. At the words friendly match, Yu Muqing's expression darkened further. I pulled my gaze away from Zhong Man's impressive figure and looked at the students behind her. A great deal of their equipment and weaponry looked familiar. On closer inspection, weren't those the same items I had sold? Had these students posted all those purchase orders? That was only a guess. Sky Vault was enormous, and my supply was insignificant. It was also possible that Zhong Man's students, like us, were experienced Mines of Sin farmers. Qi Xiao, let's enter. I think we can win the medals. Wang Ling tugged my sleeve. I nodded. Let's go. Just as we were about to enter, Zhong Man challenged Yu Muqing. Want to compete? Not interested. Maybe another day, Yu Muqing replied coldly. Zhong Man smiled. Not interested, or not confident. Don't use students as chess pieces. I won't turn them into entertainment, Yu Muqing answered. I'm only motivating them and building a sense of competition. Zhong Man protested. Then take your talented students to another school. If you want a friendly match, contact our principal. I won't object to participating. Yu Muqing turned away. How petty, Zhong Man muttered as she led her students away. Shi Mingjie stepped in front of her. Teacher, I'll sign up for your friendly match. What's the prize? His eyes wandered openly over Zhong Man's body. She looked at him and smiled. A second-generation young master who grows by relying on his elders isn't qualified. Shi Mingjie's face darkened. What did you say? Zhong Man ignored him and continued away with her students. Shi Mingjie flew into a rage. Dressing like that and swaying her ass around. I thought she was selling herself. I was only trying to give her some business. Zhong Man glanced back from the corner of her eye, then sneered at Yu Muqing. What an excellent student, Ms. Yu. You must give him plenty of private attention. Yu Muqing's face turned ashen, and she was too angry to speak. After Zhong Man left, she inhaled deeply and forced down her fury. A woman who can't take a joke. Shi Mingjie spat in Zhong Man's direction and led his party into the mine. Ms. Yu, have my medal ready. I'm taking first. He leered at her thighs and entered the dungeon. Shi Mingjie, Yu Muqing called coldly. Yes, baby. Nothing. Go. She chose to endure it. Sister One followed at the rear of his party, covering a quiet laugh with one hand, her eyes full of disdain. Inside the dungeon, I followed at the rear and occasionally healed Meng Yun. I didn't want to reveal my new skills or let the four become too dependent on me. I had already decided to find an appropriate moment to tell Yu Muqing I wanted to leave the party and farm alone. The four worked well together. With their equipment, they should clear the dungeon smoothly even with another support. The beginning was the hardest stage. As long as they advanced cautiously and avoided unnecessary risks, better skills and equipment would give them a promising future. With my agreement, they defeated hard mode Ned without difficulty. Meng Yun obtained another rare plate item, logging machine hull. She lacked the strength to wear it for now, but that didn't matter. After the mine, she could exchange points for strength. The components dropped by Nig's golem were worthless, so I didn't let Wing Ling activate it. The four acted intelligently, dodging the iron sand and killing Nig before he dismantled the crate. He dropped another ring. Since I already had both, I passed, and Wang Ling claimed it. Gejun had also passed when I said I didn't need it, and regretted his decision for a long time. With one run of experience, the four handled Heavy Fist more calmly. Meng Yun pulled him to the shore, while the other three killed elites and cleared the gunners before attacking the boss. To save time, I killed Heavy Fist instantly after his stomp knocked them into the sea. They swam back in surprise. Heavy Fist dropped rare chainmail gloves. Once Meng Yun put them on, her strength met the requirement for the plate chest piece. After Cookie was killed just as easily, all five of us reached the captain's quarters again. Wang Ling asked eagerly, Qi Xiao, what is the surprise? The dungeon is almost over. I smiled. The captain. The four looked confused. It's only a theory. I haven't tested it. Seeing their uncertainty, I began assigning roles. Meng Yun, hold the captain. Attack slowly, and pause after every few strikes. All right. Shui Ruiji, can you hold the bodyguard leader and his three elites? He looked nervous. What? Hold all of them? That's a lot of pressure. I don't have a shield, and my equipment is poor. Fine. I shook my head helplessly at my disappointing adopted son. Meng Yun, can you hold both the captain and bodyguard leader? I should be able to. Wearing the chainmail gloves, she confidently tapped her chest armor. Shui Ruiji, 3 elite bodyguards shouldn't be too difficult, right? Whatever adoptive father says. Shui Ruiji agreed with a grin. Good. Meng Yun, hold the captain and bodyguard leader. The other 4 of us will kill the 3 guards first. Move quickly. I'll avoid attacking if possible, so we can test your efficiency. Understood. Get ready. We begin on 3. 3, 2, 1, go. Meng Yun charged first, blocked the bodyguard leader's attack with her shield, then rushed the captain and quickly drew both of them onto herself. The bodyguard leader swept his harpoon into Meng Yun, but the damage was minimal. Seeing that Meng Yun hadn't suffered serious damage, I turned my attention to Shui Ruiji. He spun with his great hammer in both hands and instantly inflicted heavy damage on all 3 elite bodyguards. They abandoned Wang Ling and Gejun and began fighting Shui Ruiji instead. Brothers, the captain is under attack. Help him, the bodyguard leader shouted. Obeying the order, the 3 elites left Shui Ruiji and charged Meng Yun. Their health was already low. Gejun and Wang Ling killed them before they reached her. Captain, I'll protect you. The bodyguard leader raised his harpoon and sped through the cabin. He ricocheted around the cramped room like a billiard ball. Captain Cliff finally lost patience. He punched Meng Yun back 2 steps, pointed at me, and roared. You have enraged me. Come forth, my warriors. Rapid footsteps sounded from the neighboring passage. Meng Yun, hold the bodyguard leader. Everyone else, kill him now. Understood. My healing restored Meng Yun to full. She slashed Cliff once more, then rushed the fast-moving bodyguard leader. Two elite pirates wreathed in black mist appeared at the passage entrance. Shui Rueji, hold those two pirates. Okay. Shui Rueji charged with his hammer, frowning at the ominous mist around them. Hurry. Yes, adoptive father. He swept his hammer across them. In less than 30 seconds, Wang Ling, Meng Yun, and Gujun killed the bodyguard leader together. Meng Yun, Gujun, helped Shui Rueji. Got it. They quickly joined him against the black-misted pirates. But just as the three engaged, Cliff punched them back and roared again. Come forth, my warriors. Thud, thud, thud. More urgent footsteps sounded in the passage. Faster. Hurry, I urged. Almost. Wang Ling and the others accelerated. The sustained combat power of our all-melee squad became unmistakable. Meng Yun, stop attacking the captain and help those three. I shouted. Understood. Meng Yun disengaged from Cliff and charged the black-misted pirates. Before long, one pirate fell. Corrupted pirate killed. You received 2 points. Huh. Wow. 2 points. All four immediately noticed the notification. Don't celebrate yet. More pirates are coming. Hurry, I warned. All right. Understanding the surprise I had promised, the four fought as though they had been injected with adrenaline. Before the next 2 pirates arrived, 3 of the 4 already in the cabin were dead. Corrupted pirate killed. You received 2 points. Corrupted pirate killed. You received 2 points. Corrupted pirate killed. You received 2 points. The 4 became so excited that they forgot their exhaustion. My job grew much easier too. I only needed to cast an occasional, lesser heal on Meng Yun while keeping most of my attention on Shui Rueji. Kill them. Keep killing. More pirates are coming, someone shouted. Corrupted pirate killed. You received 2 points. Corrupted pirate killed. You received 2 points. Captain Cliff's repeated summons awakened every pirate in the passages below. As the 4 continued killing, their smiles gradually stiffened. At last, the captain stopped summoning. He looked so miserable that he seemed to be begging for death. Wang Ling, check the passage for any remaining pirates. If it's empty, kill the captain. All right. She jumped into the passage, then soon called back in her clear voice. No pirates left. Good. Finish him. Gujun and Shui Rueji answered together and began attacking Cliff. Without the support of his corrupted pirates, Cliff was nothing but a punching bag. The 4 killed him quickly. Congratulations, Sky Vault adventurers. Your 5-person party has cleared the mines of sin. Exceptional performance during the battle with Captain Cliff. Evaluation, excellent. Multiple excellent evaluations recorded. Bonus reward, 10 points. What? Only 10 points? Tisk. Everyone collapsed. How did you like the surprise? I asked. That was incredible. Shui Rueji lay spread eagle, gasping for air. Equally exhausted, Meng Yun struggled to raise a hand and opened her status panel. Then an ear-piercing scream erupted inside the pirate ship and echoed through the cavern. What's your name? F546. Points. I have 546 points. Meng Yun clasped both hands and kicked her feet wildly. Shui Rueji sat bolt upright and opened his panel. When he saw his points, he shouted, Adoptive father, you're a genius. Wang Ling and Gujun didn't scream, but they were so happy they rolled across the floor. I watched with a smile. Normally, each member of a 5-person party clearing the mines of sin would earn 146 points. Because of my discovery, they had earned another 400. Including yesterday's 256, I have 802 points. This is incredible, they cried. I have so many points I don't even know how to spend them. Chi Xiao, you're too smart. Do you realize how stupid that makes the rest of us look? Who cares if we're stupid? Following adoptive father means we can throw away our brains. It's so liberating. I'm learning a new skill. Tomorrow, Razzo and I are having a passionate collision. They celebrated so happily that I was almost embarrassed to interrupt. Once their excitement eased, I urged, all right, we still have another dungeon. Don't waste time if you want those medals. Right, the medals. I want to farm the mine again. Adoptive father, let's pull an all-nighter. Don't make our teachers worry. Let's go. With Chi Xiao, we'll definitely earn the medals. Enough talking. I'm leaving first. I transformed into golden light and flew toward the entrance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When we reappeared outside, the first thing we heard was Jiang Yi shouting, You idiots. It's already the 2nd day and you still can't clear it. How can you be this stupid? Being cursed by Jiang Yi made Wang Ling and the others fight back laughter. The gap between parties was quietly growing. Then Yu Muqing spoke from behind us. Huh? You finished that quickly? Yes, Ms. Yu. We cleared it with another excellent evaluation, Wang Ling answered sweetly. Seeing a group of battered, miserable students behind Yu Muqing, she raised her voice. And we also. Cough. Cough. I cleared my throat, and Wang Ling immediately stopped. And you also what? Yu Muqing asked sharply. We also discovered that your skin is amazing, Ms. Yu. It's even softer than ours. Meng Yun nodded furiously. The compliment swept away Yu Muqing's foul mood. All right, I'll believe you two for now. Come trade your materials for potions. I'm very pleased, so I'll reward each of you with another 10 bottles. Since you cleared so quickly, I'll add 40 more. That's amazing. Because we still had Nightmare Cavern to clear, we left the entire material exchange to Yu Muqing. Wang Ling and Meng Yun had disliked her before, but now they thought she looked truly beautiful. Without her decision during party formation, neither girl would ever have become my teammate. Excellent. You really are impressive. This much equipment and material proves you weren't lying. Yu Muqing was delighted with what she received. We're an excellent evaluation party. We would never lie to you. Wang Ling said proudly. After only 2 runs, our equipment had visibly improved. Of course, Qi Xiao is incredible. Wang Ling praised me without restraint, making Yu Muqing look at me more closely. In what way is he incredible? A mischievous male student sitting on the ground asked. Wang Ling went speechless, and her face turned red. Shut up. You're asking about him? Tell us what you're good at first. Jiang Yi smacked the boy's forehead. Nothing. The boy pouted and fell silent. Qi Xiao, lead the party well and reach Tier 1 as soon as possible. Once the entire party reaches Tier 1, the school will award you a scholarship. A scholarship? All 5 of us became interested. Yes. If you reach Tier 3 during the first semester of senior year, you may even receive guaranteed admission to Northern Capital Academy. Work hard. I expect great things from you. We will. Adoptive father, my whole future depends on you. Shui Ruiji dropped to his knees in public, hugged my leg, and shouted without the slightest shame. His performance instantly shattered Jiang Yi's serious atmosphere. Qi Xiao, Jiang Yi shouted. What? I asked while trying to kick Shui Ruiji off. Take your adopted son and get out of here. Haha. The other students burst out laughing. After a moment, they suddenly remembered their own failures and lowered their heads. Shui Ruiji, stop it. Do that again, and I'll ask Ms. Yu to change my party. Feeling the stares from Wang Ling, Meng Yun, and the others, Shui Ruiji's scalp prickled. I'm done. I was only joking. I'll go exchange my materials. When Wang Ling and the others returned, I said, starting tomorrow, don't exchange your stipends for mana potions on my account. I didn't use a single bottle you gave me today. No, we can't just. Then wait until I use these before exchanging more. You performed very well today. I'm not worried about you anymore. My encouragement finally eased their guilt. All right, it's settled. Adopt. Qi Xiao, are we leaving? I haven't finished trading my materials yet. I had just reached Yu Muqing when 5 figures appeared at the dungeon entrance. The sight destroyed my good mood. Well, we took first place, right? Shi Mingjie stretched lazily. Behind him, Sister One no longer wore the arrogant smile she had before entering. It had been replaced by intense disgust. Ning Ziyue and her friend kept their heads down without speaking. Shi Mingjie's follower wore a stupid grin and the male version of Meng Yun's plate chest piece, with a cruel barb hanging at his waist. Clearly, they had also activated hard mode net. But the moment Shi Mingjie saw me beside Yu Muqing, his mood changed completely. Ms. Yu, here are my materials. Take your potions and don't be stingy with them. I sent you the coordinates for Nightmare Cavern. All right, let's go. I turned away, and Shi Mingjie shouted, Qi Xiao, stop. I ignored him, opened my contacts, checked Yu Muqing's coordinates, and walked straight through the crowd. Wang Ling and Ge Jun followed close behind. Meng Yun and Shui Ruiji caught up too. The 5 of us walked side by side toward Nightmare Cavern. Sooner or later, I'm killing that bastard. Sister One glanced at Shi Mingjie's expression, then stared thoughtfully at my back. Let's go. We're heading to Nightmare Cavern too. Boss, wait, his follower called. Say it quickly. I need to exchange our materials with Ms. Yu. You have 10 seconds. The follower turned toward Yu Muqing, but she rolled her eyes. I need to enter a dungeon. Wait here. With that, she walked directly into the gate, leaving him frozen. That woman is ruthless. Isn't she your teacher? What you just said, Sister One warned under her breath when she saw Jiang Yi approaching angrily. Students surrounded them, and Shi Mingjie hadn't used the private party channel. Every word was clearly audible. She's a bitch. You're a bitch too. You're a Tier 3 support, yet you're slower than an unranked party. I'm covered in rare equipment and deal insane damage, but I nearly died in there. You're useless. Don't tell me you became a party leader by kneeling and licking my father's boots, huh? Every student heard Mingjia's abuse. Sister Wan's face turned livid. She felt completely humiliated. She glared at him, drew a deep breath, and said, "Little Jia, something came up. I have to go." She left the party and vanished in a streak of light. You dare leave? Enraged, Mingjia opened his contacts and selected Li Jingwan. You'd better come back immediately, or I'll make my father kick you out of the guild. Warning, you are no longer on this person's friend list. Message failed. Damn that filthy bitch. Mingjia glared at the screen, oblivious to the delighted mockery around him. Boss, we're out of potions. What should I do? Then go die. The moment he said it, Jiang Yi stepped in front of him. Smack. A crisp slap rang out. Mingjia, you are suspended as of today. Don't return to school. What? Mingjia spun and glared. You dead pig, you hit me? You don't want to be a teacher anymore, do you? Smack. Another slap struck his face. Those 2 slaps were on behalf of your father. What you said to a teacher is enough to have you expelled. Now get out. Fat pig Jiang, who do you think you are? You're a berserker even the 3rd squad of my father's guild rejected, yet you dare become a teacher? I can make sure you never teach again. Mingjia had been slapped twice, but the plaza was a protected zone, so the blows dealt no damage. For him, the humiliation hurt far more than the impact. Ignoring his shouting, Jiang Yi turned to the 3 students behind him. Ning Ziyue, Sheng Yanran, Xu Chao. Will you be suspended with Mingjia, or stay and join new parties? Jiang Yi's words were clearly meant for Mingjia to hear. If the 3 of you don't come with me, forget ever joining my father's guild. Xu Chao looked from side to side, unable to decide. Ning Ziyue wanted to leave, but she feared Jiang Yi and feared Mingjia even more. Sheng Yanran tugged Ning Ziyue's sleeve and whispered, Xiao Ning, come with me to Mr. Jiang. You can't decide? Then you can all be suspended with Mingjia. We'll complete the paperwork in the office now. Mr. Jiang, I'm leaving the party. Sheng Yanran gave the hesitant Ning Ziyue one last look, then decisively withdrew and stepped behind Jiang Yi. She had seen Mingjia's true nature clearly inside the mines of sin. He had tried to seize equipment that didn't belong to him. He abused even a Tier 3 support and spent the entire run pulling enemies recklessly and giving terrible orders, causing Xu Chao and Ning Ziyue to die several times. Without a Tier 3 support, he undoubtedly would have abandoned them. How could Ning Ziyue still refuse to break up with someone like that? Given Mingjia's personality, he should have become bored with her long ago. This was the perfect time to leave. Standing behind Jiang Yi, Sheng Yanran repeatedly signaled Ning Ziyue with her eyes. But Ning Ziyue lowered her head and ignored her. Growing anxious, Sheng Yanran reached for Ning Ziyue. Smack! Ning Ziyue knocked her hand away and gently shook her head. Sheng Yanran said nothing more. With a bitter smile, she retreated behind Jiang Yi. Now that's my woman. Haha. Mingjia proudly pulled Ning Ziyue into his arms. I'll reward you properly when we get back. Ning Ziyue kept her head lowered and said nothing. Good. You've made your choices. Xu Chao, what about you? I'm going with boss. That's right, Xu Chao. Good decision. Seeing that his woman and follower would rather be suspended than abandon him filled Mingjia with satisfaction. You 3, come with me to the office. Sheng Yanran, I'll assign you to a new party afterward. After Mingjia and the other 2 disappeared, Jiang Yi left Sky Vault as well. Pathetic. Sheng Yanran cursed quietly at the spot where Ning Ziyue had stood. Meanwhile, I didn't lead my party directly to Nightmare Cavern. We visited the Points shop first. Only after I reminded them did Wang Ling and the other 3 remember to learn new skills. I learned Whirlwind Slash. Adoptive father, does my spin look correct? Shui Ruiji swung his 2-handed hammer and spun like a top. I learned Vanish. It forces me into stealth during combat and can blind the enemy. Pop. Wang Ling threw a flash bomb, disappeared, and instantly reappeared behind me. I learned Shield Wall. I won't be afraid of Cliff's corrupted pirates anymore. It looks like damage will depend on me. Watch my blade flurry cut in every direction. Gujun's twin blades moved so quickly they left afterimages. Chi Xiao, what skill did you learn? Me? I smiled, gently curled a finger, and sent golden light into Meng Yun's body. What is this? Heart of Light. It can block 1 negative status effect for you. I had chosen it because, while barely awake that morning, I heard you mooching emphasize an important point. Nightmare Cavern isn't especially difficult, but every boss uses sleep-based control. When they begin chanting, you must break it by any means necessary. Run, interrupt, or even injure yourselves. The support must never fall asleep, or the entire party may wipe. Remember that. We remember. The second point is the kill order. There's a mnemonic to help you. Half asleep, I had remembered only that one warning. Wingling immediately understood the skill's importance. That's an excellent skill. Qi Xiao sacrificed a great deal for us. I checked the class guide. Heart of Light is a priest's signature skill. It can resist fear, sleep, confusion, frenzy, charm, and similar effects. Strengthening the skill unlocks a hidden effect too, but the guide doesn't explain what it is. I hadn't thought that deeply when buying skills. I only wanted the dungeon to go smoothly. Since I was already at the shop, I bought 2 more. Heart of Light was one, and the other was Mind's Eye. I was eager to test it. As for Heal, Renew, and Revive, none seemed very useful. I would never allow Wang Ling or the others to die, so Revive was useless. If I died, I couldn't cast it on myself, making it useless again. Heal consumed too much mana. Light Shield and Lesser Heal were enough for now. And because all my spells were instant, Renew offered little value. Let's go. We need to clear Nightmare Cavern before school ends. I urged them onward. My advancement progress had reached April 10th. The 5 of us quickly reached the entrance to Nightmare Cavern. I looked at the inverted blue vortex and entered first. Water dripped from stalactites inside, and my interface displayed. Objective: eliminate the corrupted nightmare. The cavern was damp, stifling, and seemingly endless. I'm claustrophobic, Shui Rueji said through chattering teeth. Gujun rolled his eyes. You're only a coward. Real claustrophobia doesn't look like that. Wang Ling clearly explained the strategy. Our mission is to resolve the nightmare, not kill it directly. It roams the cavern and may appear at any time. We must destroy 4 arrays guarded by bosses. 1 lies in the west, 1 in the center, and 2 in the east. Wang Ling crouched and drew a map in the dirt with a stone. I rapidly matched it against what I remembered. I suggest clearing west to east for efficiency. Any objections? None. Good June, anything we need to watch for? I don't think so. Wang Ling, didn't the teacher say the kill order has to go east to west? We aren't supposed to attack Lane in the west first. Why be afraid? Starting in the west follows our route. Going east first means a huge detour. That's too much trouble. Then we begin in the west. Meng Yun, pull the monsters. Okay. Meng Yun stood, took the lead, and headed deeper into the cavern. The ground was slick. Damp heat thickened as we went farther. After crossing a dark passage, we entered the cavern's depths, and the space opened dramatically. A gigantic underground labyrinth spread before us. Faint light entered through cracks in the ceiling, but it was far too weak to reveal the road. Fortunately, my firestone staff began glowing. The red gem at its tip radiated soft light and drove back the darkness. It wasn't dazzling, yet the darkness retreated before it. With every step our party took, another section of the cavern became visible. Wow, the staff can be used as a lamp too. I raised a brow. Its purchase price had been high, but if it doubled as a lamp, it was worth every coin. Qi Xiao, can we discuss something? When we farm the Mines of Sin tomorrow, can everyone take a staff? Sure. I raised the staff and illuminated the cavern. Before long, the light attracted green glowing slimes, which began moving toward us. Slime. Health, 1,273. Damage, 180. Defense, 22. Retreat. They're poisonous. Gujun hurried backward. Relax. They're weak. Watch me solo one. Shui Rueji dismissed the warning and charged with his hammer. He unleashed Whirlwind Slash and struck repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Minus 277. Minus 400. Minus 386. Minus 372. 172 overkill damage. A few hits killed the slime. That was easy. Haha dash. Before he finished, the slime exploded and covered him in mucus. Poison, he screamed as his skin rotted in agony. His cries echoed through the cavern and attracted nearby elite wyverns. Idiot. Stop shouting. Shui Rueji wasn't being cowardly. Slime poison was excruciating, and the mucus kept draining his health. Minus 62, minus 62, minus 62. I hurriedly cast Lesser Heal on him. Why is his health still falling? The new skin rotted as fast as it grew. From the corner of my eye, I saw a status notification above his head. Rotting venom. Reduces health by 15% per second for 20 seconds. This poison is vicious. I'll have to keep healing him. I repeatedly restored Shui Rueji's health, but without renew. Having to watch him every second was exhausting. Damn it. More slimes are coming. 7 or 8 slimes wandering nearby slowly moved toward us. Retreat into the passage. All of us are melee fighters. Their explosions will hit everyone. What do we do? The party's weakness had been exposed. Every melee member was threatened by the slime's death explosions. I'll hold them. I stepped in front and cast Light's Punishment. Minus 270, minus 270. It took 5 hits to kill one slime. Pop. The slime exploded into sludge 5 meters away, but the distance kept me safe. I noticed the staff's light dimming as my mana fell and told the 4 behind me. Wang Ling, weaken the slimes, then retreat. I'll deliver the final blow. The Firestone staff consumes mana to maintain its light, so I can't attack continuously. Understood. They nodded and actively engaged the slimes. At half health, Shuerueji no longer looked down on them. All 4 felt that Nightmare Cavern was much harder than the Mines of Sin. They now had equipment and skills, but these high-grade elites were still not to be underestimated. There were no easy dungeons in Skyvault. After a period of adjustment, the 5 of us could handle slimes easily. They split into 2 pairs and attacked 2 monsters at a time, retreating once their health was low so I could finish them without anyone being caught in an explosion. After clearing the slimes, Meng Yun led us along a murmuring stream deeper into the cavern. Wang Ling killed every wild monster on the route before it could attack. The difficulty seemed low. The elites either wandered aimlessly or stood in a daze, showing no fighting spirit when they saw us. It made us feel as though we were the true masters of the cavern. Fortunately, the teachers had explained the route, and Wang Ling and Meng Yun remembered it clearly. We soon found the boss guarding the first ceiling array, Lord of Vipers Lane. Health, 3,270. Damage, 212. Defense, 35. Skills, Serpent Swarm, Serpent Form, Venom Spray, Sleep, Soul Symbiosis. This boss can transform into a snake and spray venom. The teacher said that when the syllable Wutong appears in his chant, he's about to cast Sleep. A sleeping target takes double damage. But don't relax just because Qi Zhao's Heart of Light can protect us. Let's go. Finish this quickly. I'll act when there's an opening. My words reassured them. The 4 gave me grateful looks and entered the battle. Whirlwind Slash. Blade Flurry. Careful. He's chanting. Surrounded by all 4, Lord of Vipers, Lane began reciting a sleep curse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 halos instantly wrapped around us. When the spell ended, the wave of drowsiness that struck Gujun and Meng Yun vanished at once. Heart of Light removed sleep. Heart of Light removed sleep. Wow, this skill is amazing. It really blocks sleep. It does. With Qi Xiao here, who cares about a boss? Attack. Bang. 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 A new wave of attacks began. Lane's health rapidly fell. At 50%, he released a shock wave that threw the 4 several meters away. His bones cracked. Green poisonous mist poured from his mouth, and his body transformed into a green cobra. Hiss. He lunged at Meng Yun. Poison is everywhere. Run out of the cloud. I'm retreating. Cough. Meng Yun inhaled the mist, and 40% of her health vanished instantly. With a quick wave, I restored her to full. Meng Yun escaped the poison, thanked me, and returned to the fight. The other 3 soon reached safety too. Lane's health fell to 30%. Covered in wounds, he endured the pain and bared his fangs. PFF, PFF, PFF. Venom sprayed over all 4, and their health plunged. It hurts. Don't stop. Keep attacking. He's almost dead. Golden light surrounded them, rapidly restoring their health. 20%, 10%, 5%, 0%. Together, the 4 defeated Lane. I will not die like this. Master, a white spirit flew from his mouth. Darkness swallowed everything and merged into one. I watched the fading spirit thoughtfully. Clatter. 2 pieces of equipment dropped from Lane. Lane killed. You received 3 points. Pick up the equipment and see whether Qi Xiao can use it. Wang Ling bent down to collect the drops. Viper Fong leg guards. Quality, rare. Category, leather leg armor. Defense, 13. Stamina +9. Strength +5. Agility +4. Equipment requirements, 6 strength, 2 agility. Viper Fong set, 0 out of 5. Lane's belt. Quality, rare. Category, chainmail belt. Defense, 28. Strength +8. Agility +3. Equipment requirement, 9 strength. This belt is incredible. Shuerueji's eyes widened. They no longer screamed over every item as they had yesterday, but attributes this good still drew cries of amazement. Shuerueji and Meng Yun both shouted, I want it. Let go. I get priority. They argued fiercely, and neither would yield. Nightmare Cavern's route was complicated, making it too time-consuming to farm regularly. Resetting the Mines of Sin and farming corrupted pirates would be far easier. The Mines of Sin was brightly lit from beginning to end, while this cavern was dark and oppressive. There was no comparison. I'm the party's unbreakable shield. Equipment should go to me first, Shuerueji shouted. But the belt doesn't add stamina. Mengyun objected. It has high defense, but no stamina. Gujun sniffed from the side. Don't forget about me. I can use it too. You dare compete? Forget it. You two go first. Gujun immediately surrendered. Then we roll for it. Highest number wins. Fine. They both selected need, and the roll began. Shuerueji rolled 83, 1 to 100. Mengyun rolled 9, 1 to 100. Pop. The belt transformed into blue light and entered Shuerueji's inventory. Ha ha ha. Heaven itself chose me. Ugh, what a waste. Let's divide the leg guards. Mengyun said. They add stamina. I get priority. Wang Ling and Gujun protested. Mengyun, that's too much. Then let's roll. Mengyun rubbed her hands together. Wang Ling rolled 45, 0, 100. Mengyun rolled 8, 0, 100. Gujun rolled 55, 0, 100. Pop. The leg guards transformed into blue light and entered Gujun's inventory. Haha, nothing I can do about that. Some celebrated, while others looked crushed. How annoying. Why are my rolls always so low? Mengyun complained after losing both items. We'll come back tomorrow. I watched the 4 children and shook my head helplessly. They had just destroyed the ceiling array. Once they finished arguing, I raised my staff, led them down from the stone platform, and started back along the route. During the battle with Lane, I hadn't attacked. I stood behind them and focused entirely on healing. None of the 4 objected. They understood my strength. If I had wanted to attack, my equipment and talent would have erased Lane instantly. Instead, I stayed in the rear and supported them with healing. That wasn't laziness. I was looking after their future. What the 4 lacked most wasn't points, but real combat experience. Points mattered, but experience mattered more. Only real battles could improve their reactions and adaptability, keeping them from freezing when something unexpected happened. After graduating senior year, the party would split up and attend different academies. We couldn't cooperate forever. My talent was exceptional and my future limitless. An elite academy might recruit me directly. If they depended on me every day now, then faced a crisis later with too little experience, others would look down on them. So in every battle, each member took responsibility and fought with everything they had. 3 ceiling arrays remain. Move. Scattered elites and the dim light made everyone yawn as we walked. Shuerueji complained. This cavern twists everywhere. It's so annoying. Gujun agreed. Let's skip it tomorrow and farm pirates instead. Mengyun objected firmly. No, I want those leg guards and that belt. Then choose an easier dungeon. We don't have to come here. Chi Xiao, what do you think? I walked at the front with my staff raised and said evenly. Today's goal is to get the medal. Honestly, I didn't want to run this place either. My arm was getting sore. It wasn't long before we reached the second boss. You have disturbed the master's dream. Priest Andra's voice was crisp yet slightly hoarse, like 2 voices singing in unison. Smack. There was that familiar sound of someone slapping his own forehead. Damn it. We weren't supposed to fight Lane first. How did I forget again? Gujun groaned. I'll hold it off. Explain as we go. The instant Andra spoke, Mengyun raised her shield and charged. As an experienced defensive warrior, she was always ready to rush in and protect her teammates. By the time Andra began gathering lightning in both hands, Mengyun was already bearing down on it. You forgot to mention it, so explain while we fight. The rest of you, hurry up and help Mengyun. I urged. Got it, my teammates answered. In those few short seconds, Andra launched 2 lightning bolts at once. What? 2 of them? Mengyun stared in shock at the homing bolts flying toward her and could only grit her teeth and meet them head-on. She couldn't let them hit me or Wang Ling, whose health was much lower than hers. Boom. Her arm went numb and lost all feeling. Panic showed on Mengyun's face as she experienced the terror of approaching death for the first time. One hit had taken that much health. Andra was only a minor boss. How could it be this strong? Just before the second bolt struck, I cast Lesser Heal in time and saved Mengyun. Phew, that was close. Mengyun steadied herself and prepared to charge again, only to see Andra gather 2 more lightning bolts. Remembering the numbness from the last hit, her legs went weak and her face paled. Mengyun, don't freeze up, I shouted. Mengyun gritted her teeth and charged. A warrior couldn't cower. She had to trust her teammates. The rest of the party arrived this time and attacked Andra together. After only a few blows, Mengyun, Wang Ling, and Shuerueji realized something was wrong. Andra's defenses were far tougher than Lane's. Their skills dealt noticeably less damage, and its health bar fell at a crawl. There's one crucial rule in Nightmare Cavern. You can't kill Lord of Viper's Lane first, Gujun explained. He has a skill called Soul Symbiosis. When he dies, he passes his abilities and skills on to the other 3 bosses. What? Why didn't you tell us sooner? The other 3 demanded. You never asked. Didn't you listen in class this morning? Mr. Wong even drew 3 circles while explaining it. Gujun shot back. The 3 of them fell speechless, then complained again. Why are you only telling us now? Gujun ignored them and focused on attacking Andra. Priest Andra. Health, 3,864. Damage, 291. Defense, 32. Skills, Rejuvenation, Lightning Bolt, Entangling Thorns, Hypnosis, Serpent Swarm Bind, Serpent Transformation, Venom Spray, Slumber, Soul Symbiosis. Guided by the nightmare's will, it had already seen our party coming while it prayed. The moment I appeared with my staff raised, it attacked. Bang, 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 slash, slash, slash. Supported by my lesser heals, the 4 of them fought with everything they had. Andra was incredibly troublesome. Even while taking attacks from all 4 of them, it could still cast Rejuvenation on itself. Its health once dipped below 75%, but Rejuvenation quickly restored it and stopped the bar from falling any further. The pressure on the 4 of them doubled, and they unleashed their skills more frequently. Fortunately, none of them had mana restrictions, so they could keep attacking indefinitely. Then Andra began casting Lane's Slumber. A second later, golden light flashed over Shui Rueji and Gujun as Heart of Light blocked the spell. That was close. Andra followed immediately with Hypnosis, targeting Shui Rueji and Weng Ling this time. My instant cast, Heart of Light, protected both of them in time and successfully resisted the hypnosis. After narrowly avoiding hypnosis twice, Shui Rueji's expression turned grave. He couldn't laugh anymore. Whirlwind Slash. Blade Flurry. Bang, bang, bang. Another explosive round of attacks dropped Andra's health to 45%. Good. One more burst, and we finish it. Just as they thought victory was within reach, Andra's bones began to crack. Boom. A shock wave erupted as it transformed into a viper. Holy shit. The 4 were knocked backward, but not sent flying. They all landed hard on their backsides. Thorns suddenly burst from the ground and wound around their feet. Entangling Thorns? When did it cast that? They struggled desperately, but the thorns only tightened around them. Andra hissed in its serpentine form. More hissing answered it from the darkness. This is bad. It's the serpent swarm. Cut through the thorns. Weng Ling shrieked in terror and hacked frantically at the thorns around her ankles. I almost cut my own foot. Shui Rueji was panicking too. If only one of us knew fire magic. Exactly. The 4 of them finally broke free of the thorns. Just as they prepared to counterattack, golden light flickered overhead, then vanished. They looked up and found Andra's serpentine body lying dead on the ground. I had finally made my move. Hiss, hiss. The serpent swarm had only just poked its heads out of the darkness when it dissolved into black smoke. I watched a white, misty soul rise from Andra's corpse and frowned. Once we get the medal, let's never come back to this miserable place. I thought. I could have cleared the mines 5 times in the same amount of time. Fine by us, the 4 answered in unison. Meng Yun immediately ran over to Andra and picked up the equipment on the ground. Viper Fong Belt. Quality, Rare. Category, Leather Belt. Defense, 9. Stamina +5. Agility +2. Requires 4 strength. Viper Fong Set, 0 out of 5. Luminous Cloak. Quality, Rare. Category, Cloak. Defense, 14. Spirit +3. Agility +6. Requires 4 strength. Note: even if my life is consumed by darkness, my longing for the light will never fade. To my beloved, Andra Shablina. Whoa, we've got to get that Viper Fong Set belt, someone exclaimed. The cloak has spirit, so it obviously belongs to Godfather. The agility will increase his movement speed too. All 5 of us knew the cloak was better suited to a melee fighter. The moment Shui Ruiji saw the spirit stat, however, he immediately found a reason to give it to his godfather. I'll take the cloak, I said decisively. We can wait for the captain's cloak. Weng Ling said readily. The cloak transformed into blue light and flew into my personal storage. I only had 3 strength, which left me 1 point short of equipping it. But when I considered that future equipment would require even more strength, I stopped hesitating. I spent 500 points on an attribute point and assigned it to strength, raising the stat to 4. The moment I equipped the cloak, blinding white light erupted behind me, banishing the darkness within a dozen yards and turning the area bright as day. Whoa, that light is bright, someone cried. It's Qi Zhao's cloak. It practically doubles as a light bulb, I can barely keep my eyes open. Godfather, you're blinding. Shuerueji started complaining again. Meanwhile, my 4 teammates stopped standing on ceremony with one another. Ling, you already have a belt. Wouldn't it be a little unfair for you to roll on this one? Shuerueji deliberately provoked her. Oh right, then I'll pass. Ling agreed awkwardly. Shuerueji, you already have a belt too. Why would you want this one? Gujun reminded him. True. I'll pass too. I only wanted to test my luck. Shuerueji scratched his head with a grin and selected pass. Beautiful Miss Mingyun, I already have the pants. This would give me the 2-piece set bonus. No, I already lost to you once. I'm going to win this time. Then let's settle it with a roll. Mingyun rolled 12, 1 to 100. Gujun rolled 22, 1 to 100. Why? How could this happen? Mingyun couldn't understand it. The heavens favor me. Ha ha. Gujun gleefully claimed his reward. My belt and my pants. Mingyun looked dejected. Don't obsess over little things like these. You can get them elsewhere too. Young lady, we could have cleared the mines several times by now. There's no need to worry so much about early game gear. Humph. The others brushed the thorns off their legs, wiped the dust from the magic array, and followed me toward the eastern side of the cavern. Now that I was wearing the cloak, I no longer had to hold my staff up. The cloak shone like a lit bulb. If we had 5 of those cloaks, this place might actually be worth running. But we can only run it once a day at most. The points are so bad we still haven't scraped together 50. This dungeon barely has any regular monsters. It's easy to get lost, and the terrain is miserable to walk through. What a waste of time. Have you noticed? If we hadn't fought Lane first, these bosses would actually be pretty weak. That's because we've all gotten stronger. That lightning bolt really hurt. It took almost 300 health off me. That much? Looks like we need to improve our resistance. Exactly. We can't let our guard down. This dungeon is brutal for melee fighters. Seriously, it's starting to make the mines look good. You mean the corrupted pirates look good? Haha. All 4 of them looked toward me at the head of the group. If I hadn't intervened just now, they probably would have been tied up fighting Andra for a long time. From their expressions, I could tell they were once again marveling at how much a powerful talent could help. After killing several more elite monsters along the way, we rounded a corner and found a magic array formed from 5 enormous boulders. A boss knelt at the center of the array in prayer. It had already noticed the 5 of us. It stopped praying and drew 2 serpent-headed hammers from its waist. Priest Pieces. Health, 2,409 plus 1,635 plus 1,387. Damage, 224 plus 106 plus 110. Defense, 12 plus 18 plus 11. Skills, Healing Wave, Lightning Bolt, Thunder Stomp, Hypnosis, Serpent Swarm Bind, Serpent Transformation, Venom Spray, Slumber, Soul Symbiosis, Entangling Thorns, Rejuvenation. Go! Meng Yun charged out first, taking the lead as she tried to strike before Pieces could make a move. She clearly never wanted to feel that piercing, paralyzing lightning again. Keep up. Ling, Gujun, and Shuerueji quickly spread out, preparing to surround Pieces. Before they could get close, Pieces suddenly launched 3 lightning bolts at once. The 3 bolts flew separately at Meng Yun, Ling, and Shuerueji. Damn it. 3 lightning bolts. It's gotten stronger. Meng Yun's expression changed sharply at the front of the charge. It inherited the powers of 2 bosses. Damn it. Forget 3 lightning orbs. Judging by Meng Yun's reaction, she didn't want to take even one. Boom. Minus 445. Meng Yun stood there convulsing as her health instantly plummeted below 20%. The moment Ling, Gujun, and Shuerueji saw that, they stopped dead, turned, and ran. None of them had as much health as Meng Yun. The mana surging through those lightning orbs had nearly overwhelmed her in an instant. If any of them were hit, there could be only one outcome: death. The threat of death spread through the group in an instant. Teamwork and coordination ceased to mean anything. The instinct to survive made them abandon everything and think only of escaping the danger. Pieces remained perfectly composed inside the magic array. Then it launched another 3 homing lightning bolts after the 4 of them. Closest to Pieces, Meng Yun collapsed to the ground in convulsions. Watching from the rear, I realized how critical the situation had become. I could no longer use training them as an excuse to hold back. I flicked my index finger again and again. Lesser heal. Light shield. Light shield. Light shield. As the closest person to Pieces, Meng Yun stared at the incoming lightning bolt as though time itself had slowed. Her heartbeat visibly quickened, and she froze in place. I haven't even had one earth-shattering romance yet. I can't die here. At that moment, She cried out only one name. Mine. Suddenly, warmth enveloped her ice-cold body. Meng Yun seemed to sense the fierce heat of the golden light surrounding her. I'm not dead. At that moment, the second lightning bolt flew straight toward her. Faced with the prospect of suffering that near-death agony again, Meng Yun screamed in terror. No, don't. I don't want this again. She instinctively raised an arm to shield herself and squeezed her eyes shut. A second later, she heard a faint splat. The bolt crackled beside her ear like a red-hot brand. She hurriedly opened her eyes. A translucent film glowing with golden light had stopped the lightning bolt. It couldn't break through. The lightning orb struggled to pierce the golden film, but rapidly shrank. Only after it became smaller than a quail egg did it finally penetrate the film and strike the tip of Meng Yun's nose. It's tingly? It doesn't hurt anymore. It actually kind of tickles, she said in amazement. -57. Before Meng Yun recovered from her daze, she heard me shout from behind her. Meng Yun, get back here. She saw blue electricity flare in Peas's hands again, grabbed her shield and sword, and turned to run. She finally noticed that every member of the group was wrapped in a faint golden bubble, and every lightning orb chasing those bubbles was getting smaller. An incandescent light suddenly appeared in front of Meng Yun and shielded her. Golden and incandescent light intertwined, instantly driving away the darkness around Peas. Still at full health and firing lightning bolts without pause, Peas stared wide-eyed as a burst of golden light, as brilliant as the sun, erupted before it. Smack! -276, -276, -560, -559. 20 castings of light's punishment slammed into Peas's face. The lightning in its hands vanished, and I instantly killed Peas despite its 5,431 health. It fell to its knees, and a white, misty soul drifted from its body before vanishing into the distant darkness. Peas killed. You received 3 points. The golden light dispersed. The battle was over. I looked at the 4 people who still hadn't recovered from their fright and shook my head with a rueful smile. Did these people accidentally activate hard mode again? Nightmare Cavern in its current state was clearly beyond the 4 of them. Meng Yun walked over to me with a blush and said softly, "Thank you." She tucked her hair behind one ear, looking a little shy. "It's fine. I got careless just now too. I almost didn't save you in time," I said. I had spent the entire morning dozing off in class and barely remembered any of the key details. If I had listened carefully, I never would have agreed so casually to fight Lane first. Meng Yun seemed unsure how to respond and could only shake her head. Wen Ling was still trembling slightly. She clearly hadn't recovered from the shock. Having narrowly escaped death, Good Jun said guiltily, "This was my fault. I didn't remember what the teacher said and only thought of it afterward. I need to fix that." Seeing how dejected Good Jun was, Shui Ruiji quickly consoled him. "If you put it that way, how am I any different from a total loser? I was in class too." Good Jun wasn't buying it. He shot Shui Ruiji a disdainful look. "That's because you really are a loser. Oh, you adorable little, blah blah blah. Serves you right. You're completely unreliable. As if I believe you didn't remember. Say one more word, and I'll leave the party and cut you down. Bring it on. I'll let you taste my giant iron hammer." "Enough," I interrupted their bickering. "We were all at fault this time. Don't make the same mistake again." "Okay." All 4 agreed in unison. "Who's going to see what good equipment Peas dropped?" "I will." Shui Ruiji ran over at once. Viper Fong breastplate. Quality rare. Type leather chest armor. Defense 29. Stamina +7. Strength +3. Agility +9. Requirement 8 agility. Viper Fong set 0 out of 5. Viper's sting. Quality rare. Type dagger. Physical damage 57. Attack speed 1.60 seconds. Special effect. Hits have a chance to inflict poison, dealing 20 damage every 3 seconds for 15 seconds. Requirement 10 strength. Whoa, a breastplate. Everyone, I've already got 2 pieces of the set. Could you show some mercy and let me have this one? Nope. I'm competing this time too. Shui Ruiji grinned wickedly. I don't want the breastplate. I'll take the dagger. Any objections? Wen Ling licked her lips as she stared at it. I don't even care about the gear, but I have to test my luck. Meng Yun's eyes were red. Fine. Since you all want to play, let's get started. Good Jun said calmly. Sure enough, nothing dispelled fear and anxiety like points or equipment. The 4 of them had been miserable, but the moment they saw the loot, they instantly perked up. Ha! I'll settle this with 1 roll. Shui Ruiji struck first. Shui Ruiji rolled 83, 1 to 100. See that? The breastplate is mine. The corner of Meng Yun's mouth twitched. She turned to Gejun. You go first. No. I prefer delivering the finishing blow. Gejun retorted. Humph. I'll go first, then. You can't possibly win every time. Meng Yun rolled before he could. Clack. Meng Yun rolled 6, 1 to 100. Why does this keep happening? Everyone burst out laughing when they saw Meng Yun's roll. Even I couldn't help chuckling. Let's see if you can turn this one around, Gejun. Shui Ruiji folded his arms with a grin. I absolutely will. Oh, that confident. There's no way you'll beat Shui Ruiji. Meng Yun cried. Gejun sneered and pressed need. Clack. Gejun rolled 93, 1 to 100. When the result appeared, the other three stared in shock. I looked at it thoughtfully. Thanks for letting me win. Gejun laughed and cupped his hands. The breastplate transformed into blue light and flew into my personal storage. How did this happen? Meng Yun was nearly going insane with rage. Watching Gejun win piece after piece seemed to hurt her even more than nearly being electrocuted to death by pieces. Exactly. I don't get it. How did he win 3 times in a row? Don't envy him. He's using up all his future luck. Wang Ling warned. The 3 of them kept complaining, but Gejun couldn't have cared less. He equipped the breastplate in front of them and deliberately showed it off. I swiped through the interface, stared at Gejun's rolls, and scratched my head in thought. A suspicion suddenly struck me. Gejun, does your talent have something to do with loot rolls? Huh. Shui Ruiji, Wang Ling, and Meng Yun all froze and turned toward Gejun. Well, you see, like a con artist exposed in public, Gejun stammered without managing to complete a single sentence. That's right. You've never told us what your talent is. You've kept it all mysterious, so we assumed it was amazing. But you never stand out in combat at all. Haha. Gejun scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, refusing to answer. Chi Xiao, how did you figure out that something was off about Gejun? Wang Ling seized the chance to ask. I checked the equipment roll history. All 3 times he won, his roll was exactly 10 points above the second highest person. Whenever he doesn't need an item, he passes instead of rolling just to test his luck, like Shui Ruiji and Meng Yun. Logically, he shouldn't care that much about winning gear he could trade away. Oh, you're right. Exactly. Wow, you're so observant. Meng Yun's eyes lit up. For some reason, whenever she heard my voice, her heartbeat seemed to quicken and her face flushed hot. Whenever she came near me, she appeared to feel the blazing heat radiating from my body. Gejun remained silent in the face of my theory. Is it true, Gejun? Wang Ling punched him hard. Sigh? I didn't expect you to see through me so quickly. Heh. If 3 pieces of set gear hadn't dropped in a row, I never would have made a move. Gejun laughed openly now. You're awful. That's cheating. Meng Yun was so angry she started crying and pummeled him with her fists. I can't help it. It's my talent. I can't control it. Talk. What exactly is your talent? Gejun gave a helpless, bitter smile and finally told us. His talent was called Lucky Star. Lucky Star. Your roll is always 10 points higher than the current highest roll in the party, to a maximum of 100. A talent like that actually exists? That's such a cheat. That's a gambler's talent. I'm so jealous. You'd be unbeatable when competing for gear in a raid. As long as you hide it well, no one would ever find out. Damn it. My talent is the worst. 10% more spirit is completely useless. It'll be useful later on. Useful how? I deal physical damage. Am I supposed to stand in the back and wave a wand around? All 3 teammates expressed their envy, jealousy, and resentment. I couldn't help giving Gejun a few extra looks. There were so many kinds of talents. I had assumed they were all enhancements that helped in combat, but apparently they covered every imaginable field. All right, let's keep moving. From now on, take it easy when you roll for gear. Next time, we tie Gejun up first. Shui Ruiji said viciously. Wait, are we still going to fight? I'm afraid we can't beat the rest, Meng Yun said worriedly. There were at least 3 bosses ahead of us, and we had no idea how strong they were. Meng Yun clearly didn't want to imagine it. What are you afraid of? With Godfather here, Nightmare Cavern will be over in the snap of a finger. Anyone else might have thought that was absurd, but Meng Yun, Gejun, and Wang Ling visibly relaxed. As long as I made a move, victory was guaranteed. Chi Xiao, I'm sorry. We've caused you so much trouble, Wang Ling said softly. I'm too clumsy to even hold the monsters back, Meng Yun hurriedly added. I keep dragging you down. I'm really sorry. Wang Ling rushed to speak again. Shui Ruiji and Gejun looked at the 2 girls and couldn't help backing away. The air suddenly smelled a little too much like green tea. That's enough. Let's finish this and get out. I'll handle the rest. I decided to take over for the second half. Sending the 4 of them in again wouldn't be training. It would be sending them to their deaths. Looks like I need to learn Revive when we get back. With me at the head, the 5 of us moved toward the next magic array. The final boss guarding an array was called Findy's. It occupied a vast stone platform with the array carved into its center. Darkness shrouded the entire platform, making it impossible to see the full extent of it. We cleared monsters all the way to the foot of the platform, where Findy's was already waiting. It was as if Findy's had known we were coming. Lord Findy's. Health: 2,970 plus, 3,270 plus, 2,774 plus, 2,409. Damage: 224 plus, 244 plus, 220 plus, 212. Defense: 40 plus, 12 plus, 35 plus, 35. Skills: Healing Wave, Lightning Bolt, Entangling Thorns, Hypnosis, Serpent Swarm Bind, Serpent Transformation, Venom Spray, Slumber, Soul Symbiosis, Rejuvenation, Thunderstrike. Stay here. Don't come up. The 4 obediently backed up 5 yards. I stepped onto the stone stairs. Seeing me approach alone, Findy's began gathering lightning in both hands. For dazzling blue lightning bolts shot toward me. You'll pay for profaning the gods, I shouted. I rapidly cast 10 layers of light shield on myself, and a golden barrier immediately enveloped me. At the bottom of the stairs, the 4 members of my party stared up at me in awe as though they were looking at a god. He has a shield skill too? He used it just now. That skill can block damage. He's way too strong. He learned that on only the 2nd day. My teammates exclaimed one after another. Shuerueji, why are you kneeling? Kneeling is the only way to ease the guilt in my heart. Wow. They watched as I stood on the steps and let Findy's lightning bolt strike me. He must have soloed the Mines of Sin last night. By himself? That's actually possible. Gujun nodded in agreement. So this is the Sky Vault, a place that can create legends. I'm so jealous. I want to go there too. As the 4 of them talked, it was obvious how grateful they were to have become my teammates. With me leading them, they could stay ahead of everyone else in the class. Without me, we never would have cleared the Mines of Sin yesterday. Mr. Jiang would definitely have chewed us out. They couldn't waste this opportunity. They had to keep partying with me and grow stronger while they still could. Golden light suddenly flashed atop the stone platform, and Findy's fell with a scream. You can come up now. A notification appeared on my floating interface. Findy's killed. You received 3 points. Hurry. Don't waste Chi Zhao's time. The 4 raced onto the platform and saw Findy's misty white soul rising from its body. Where's the magic array? I don't see it. They didn't even fight over the gear. They were too busy searching for the array. Over there. I pointed toward the darkness at the far end of the platform. Woo, woo. A sound like wood grinding against wood came from the darkness. Staff in hand, I slowly walked toward it. The 4 people at the edge of the stone platform saw a pair of blood-red eyes slowly open and cried out. Chi Xiao, be careful. Gujun tried to warn me, then seemed to realize that they were the ones who needed to be careful. They couldn't afford to be caught in the crossfire. The aura pouring from the darkness made it difficult for them to breathe. Boom, boom. Heavy footsteps sent the loose stones on the platform jumping. Don't even think about awakening Lord Nightmare. I'll crush you into fertilizer. A furious roar rolled across the platform, making everyone at its edge sway on their feet. They had to support one another to keep from falling off the cliff. This is what Mr. Jiang called easy? Why is it so hard? It's our fault. We fought them in the wrong order. This must be hard mode. This is terrifying. I ignored the cries behind me and focused on finding the monster. Even my luminous cloak couldn't illuminate the area ahead. The darkness stood like a solid wall, blocking the way. Whoosh! A heavy gust roared toward me as an enormous tree trunk came crashing down. I knew I couldn't escape, so I immediately activated Light Shield. Flash! 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 I instantly transformed into a golden sun as 32 layers of shields wrapped tightly around me. Boom! A tree trunk 10 feet thick slammed into the light shields, sending dust billowing in every direction. Vor's heavy strike was negated by Light Shield. The same notification flashed repeatedly. My golden barrier dimmed in an instant, leaving only 1 or 2 thin layers. I stared at the thick trunk as it slowly withdrew, my heart pounding and my pupils contracting. For the first time, I truly felt the threat of standing on the boundary between life and death. One hit had destroyed 30 layers of Light Shield? How could a dungeon boss deal more than 10,000 damage? Get back below the stairs. It's too strong. I shouted urgently without turning around. I pulled out 8 basic mana potions and instantly refilled my mana. Fall back. The 4 supported one another as they hurried down the stairs. If even I said it was strong, they knew they couldn't possibly beat it. They had to get out of the way and avoid becoming a burden. Meng Yun's lips trembled. Should we call the teacher? Wait for Qi Zhao's orders. Okay. I was left alone on the stone platform, facing the giant tree monster looming over me. Immortal Vor. Health. 4,167 plus, 2,970 plus, 3,270 plus, 2,774 plus, 2,409. Damage. 324 plus, 224 plus, 244 plus, 220 plus, 212. Defense. 112 plus 40 plus, 12 plus, 35 plus 35. Skills. Heavy Strike, Healing Wave, Lightning Bolt, Entangling Thorns, Hypnosis, Serpent Swarm Bind, Serpent Transformation, Venom Spray, Slumber, Soul Symbiosis, Rejuvenation, Thunderstrike. Vor was an enormous tree growing from the stone platform. Its roots reached deep into the rock, and an enormous magic array was barely visible beneath them, flashing with blood-red light. I'll kill you. You deserve to die. The master will be furious. The branches extending from the trunk were covered in fruit shaped like human heads. They had the faces of the 4 bosses our party had killed. Their eyes were rolled back as they cursed at me without pause. A wave of overwhelming drowsiness suddenly swept over me. Heart of Light's effect immediately triggered. I quickly cast Heart of Light, and a layer of golden radiance enveloped the area around me. Those 4 bosses had woven hypnosis into their curses. But even after their spells dissipated, the golden light around me remained completely intact. Gulp, gulp, gulp. I drank 8 basic mana potions to restore my mana. Still not attacking? If you aren't ready, I'll make the first move. Vor's trunk was still drawing back, clearly gathering strength. I seized the opportunity and narrowed my eyes. A thick golden rod formed from 74 castings of Light's punishment came crashing down on Vor's trunk, with at least 20,000 damage behind it. Smack! Vor howled in agony as the blow landed. The trunk began to split, and cracks tore through its tough bark. 3 pieces of equipment fell from its branches, one of them radiating an eerie purple glow. Vor killed. You received 3 points. Blood-red sap erupted from the shattered trunk and flooded the entire stone platform like a spring. The crimson sap continued to gush out and slowly pour over the edge, forming a waterfall of blood. The 4 people below the platform were overjoyed when they saw the notification. They prepared to come up, but the surging flood of bloody sap drove them back, forcing them to hide against the rock wall. Is that all you've got? I sneered and strode through the bloody sap to the base of the trunk. Thump, thump. Just as I bent down to pick up the equipment, the fruit bearing the boss's faces fell into the sap one after another, splashing crimson droplets in every direction. Several blood-colored spots landed on me as well. A bitter wind roared from beneath the roots, making me feel as though I were standing in a wind tunnel. I lowered my head, picked up the scattered equipment, and looked at the roots soaking in the sap. The magic array beneath them was visibly fading away. Who has disturbed the dream? Who seeks to destroy the peace of this place? A voice came from the depths of the cavern. It sounded very far away. I ignored the voice and continued picking up the equipment at my feet, one piece at a time. The item details appeared on my interface as I did. Fruit of Immortality. Quality, Epic. Category, Accessory. Equipment effect. The wearer may store part of their soul within the fruit and revive on the spot upon death. The fruit ripens once every 24 hours. Root of Life, 4 spirit form. Quality, Rare. Category, Two-handed staff. Physical damage, plus 73. Spell damage, plus 288. Attack speed, 2.90 seconds. Stamina, plus 20. Spirit, plus 48. Resistance, plus 15. Requirements, 8 strength, 20 spirit. Vor's sapling. Quality, Rare. Use effect, summon a young Vor. Do you really want to do this? 1 ling passed on Root of Life, 4 spirit form. 1 ling passed on Fruit of Immortality. 1 ling passed on Vor's sapling. Meng Yun passed on Root of Life, 4 spirit form. Messages announcing that they had passed on the equipment flooded the screen. Seeing how considerate the 4 of them were filled me with satisfaction. At last, the bloody sap stopped dripping. A sweet, fruity fragrance filled the cavern, reminding me of pomegranate seeds I had eaten before. Footsteps sounded behind me. My 4 leg hairs had arrived. Whoa, that boss is huge. And it only gave us 3 points? Even 30 wouldn't be excessive. What's that supposed to mean? You're complaining about getting 3 free points. I'm not complaining. I just feel bad for Godfather. He worked that hard and only got 3 points. It's not fair. I wish I could give him every point I have. Ugh, disgusting. Wen Ling stuck out her tongue and glared at Shuiruiji. Humph. Who knows whether you two have already praised your future husband 7 or 800 times in your heads. What did you say? Meng Yun's delicate brows shot up. What? Don't you want to repay him by marrying him? Don't worry. As long as Godfather agrees, I'll immediately start calling you Godmother. You get a free adopted son. Isn't that a great deal? I'll kill you. The two girls raised their weapons and chased after Shuiruiji. Oh. Shuiruiji laughed as he hid behind Gajun like a chick fleeing a hawk. The four of them started fooling around just like that. I studied the 3 pieces of equipment in my inventory with particular interest, especially the root of life for spirit form. As for the fruit of immortality, it was certainly good, but it didn't surprise me that much. The stats on this staff are insane. Gajun praised the numbers repeatedly. What's so special about it? Isn't it just a regular rare staff? Shuiruiji asked curiously. It isn't merely rare. It also has a title, for spirit form. What does that mean? Shuiruiji leaned over to ask. Didn't you read the textbook? The monster guide says Vor drops, root of life, but it never mentions a for spirit form. That proves this staff is anything but ordinary. Oh, I get it. That really is impressive. Way to ruin the fun. I was trying to show off. Gujun immediately lost interest. Now I understood. Like Meng Yun's shield, the for spirit form of the root of life was a product of hard mode, and its ultimate form at that. The teacher had even mentioned in class that one of his parties had once obtained a root of life in its one spirit form. I get it. Shuiruiji clapped his hands. We killed Lane and activated Vor's hardest form, so the staff in Godfather's hands is its ultimate form. Exactly. No wonder it's so powerful. That boss's strength was beyond anything we could have imagined. That's why the teacher kept stressing that we had to fight them in order. Otherwise, our only choice would be to quit halfway through. I'm definitely paying attention in class from now on. We almost died in this easy dungeon today. It was far harder than the Mines of Sin. Qi Xiao really is incredible. Listening to their praise, I waved a hand. All right, that's enough. Hurry and see what Fendi's dropped. Right? We almost forgot. Only then did the 4 remember Fendi's. They searched the entire platform, but couldn't find Fendi's corpse, let alone its equipment. Damn it. The sap must have washed Fendi's over the edge. Then let's go down and look. We can find the final boss while we're at it. I turned toward the stairs. No need to walk. Just jump. There's a pool below, and now it's full of sap. Gujun pinched his nose and jumped off the platform. Splash. Water flew everywhere. I think I'll walk down. Meng Yun shook her head in disgust. You're not going to catch a cold. What are you afraid of? Shuiruiji was standing at the edge of the platform, trying to work up his courage, when Wen Ling kicked him off. Hey. Ah. He hit the water with a splash that reached all the way back up to the platform. Before long, his cursing rose from below. Wen Ling, I curse your future husband's dick to be thinner than a nail. But if your husband turns out to be my godfather, then the curse is cancelled. How does it feel to get a godson for free? You have a death wish. Wen Ling's face turned red with rage, and she jumped straight down. Jump, Meng Yun. With that, I leaped into the pool too. Okay. Meng Yun stopped hesitating and jumped after me. Splash after splash rang out. The 5 of us emerged from the pool of tree sap covered in crimson from head to toe, but in excellent condition. Whoa, this effect is incredible. No wonder I feel like I have endless strength. Wen Ling stared excitedly at the buff on her status screen. Blessing of Immortality. Health plus 300%. Mana plus 300%. Physical and spell damage plus 300%. And recovery potion effectiveness plus 500%. Disappears upon leaving Nightmare Cavern. Looks like the boss ahead of us is going to be very strong. So it's part of the story. How is this any different from already clearing the dungeon? Don't let your guard down. The Vor that Qi Xiao fought was in its 4 spirit form. The final boss could be even stronger. So what? With Godfather backing us up, everything will work out. Stop overthinking it. Let's hurry up and kill the thing. Okay. Still soaked in bloody sap, we continued down the path. The moment we left the pool of immortality, we found Fendi's corpse floating toward us, along with 2 pieces of equipment. Viper. Quality, rare. Category bow. Physical damage, plus 50. Firing speed, 2.40 seconds. Special effect. Hits have a chance to inflict poison, dealing 45 poison damage. Requirements. 8 strength, 8 agility. Viperfong foot pads. Quality, rare. Category, leather boots. Defense, 16. Stamina plus 6. Strength plus 3. Agility plus 6. Requirements. 6 strength, 6 agility. Viperfong set, 0 out of 5. Holy shit. Gujun licked his lips. If you want it, fight me for it. Today, we're not only testing our strength, we're putting our lives on the line. Shui Ruiji, Wang Ling, and Ming Yun were speechless. We agreed you'd take the boots, and we'd roll on the bow. Did I ever say I didn't want the bow? You bastard. How could you do this? Seeing the three of them getting anxious, Gujun chuckled. I'm only messing with you. The bow stats aren't even that good. It's just 50 more damage. Why fight over it? After saying that, he passed on, Viper, and turned eagerly toward the boots, pressing need without delay. Gujun rolled 55, 1 to 100. Thanks for letting me win. Haha. Huh. The blue light he expected never appeared. The boots continued lying quietly on the ground. What's going on? The corner of his mouth twitched. Realizing something was wrong, he hurriedly looked toward Shui Ruiji, Wang Ling, and Meng Yun, all three of whom wore wicked smiles. Come on. If we're deciding who's superior, we might as well decide who lives and dies too. Shui Ruiji declared grandly. You? What are you planning? Stop. Gujun panicked, finally realizing how serious the situation was. I'll go first. Shui Ruiji pressed need with a grin. Shui Ruiji rolled 66, 1 to 100. No. Gujun dropped to his knees, clutching his head as he screamed. Wang Ling rubbed her hands together with a grin. 66 isn't bad. My turn. Wang Ling rolled 24, 1 to 100. My luck is terrible. You'll pay for this, Shui Ruiji. Gujun roared. Hold on. I'm not the only one competing with you. Mingyun, you're up. Finish him. I'm definitely winning this time. Mingyun was brimming with confidence. Then Mingyun rolled a 1. The boots instantly transformed into blue light and flew into Shui Ruiji's storage. No. Mingyun dropped to her knees, clutched her head, and wailed. Why does this keep happening? Wang Ling consoled her. It's okay, Mingyun. You definitely won't roll a 1 next time. But what if I roll another 1? Then the time after that. Ha ha. Wang Ling laughed until her stomach hurt. Nearby, Gujun clung to Shui Ruiji's leg. My dear brother, I lost my head. Please, I'm begging you, let me have the boots. These boots really are a perfect fit. Shui Ruiji said with a grin. Brother, calm down. Didn't you just say we were deciding superiority in life or death? I watched them with a smile and didn't interrupt. I hadn't expected them to find a way around Gujun's talent so quickly. That talent isn't so impressive after all. Ha ha. Shui Ruiji said smugly. Kid, don't play tricks on us again. I wouldn't dare. Gujun promised repeatedly. When their fooling around ended, Gujun finally received the boots, and the 5 of us continued onward. Darkness once again shrouded the entire cavern like thick fog. As I walked through it, I noticed the incandescent glow of my cloak steadily dimming. Damn it, I'm starting to panic. Me too, Shui Ruiji said nervously. Godfather, don't hold back. Kill it outright, please. Mingyun pleaded. Okay, I answered evenly. Suddenly, I stopped and said under my breath, it's here. The 4 behind me instantly drew their weapons and scanned the darkness nervously. Mingyun pressed close to my back as if trying to protect me. Footsteps approached. Boom, 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 growing faster with every second. Here it comes, I shouted. 5 golden shields instantly lit up and enveloped the entire party. A massive shape swept overhead. A streak of bloody light tore through the air, and the piercing scrape made our eardrums ache. Red light flashed, our shields shattered, and all 5 of us lost 75% of our health. It's so strong, someone exclaimed. What do we do? The teacher never said we'd run into something like this. This has to be hard mode. I steadied myself and restored everyone's health, then applied another 24 layers of shields to each person, exhausting my mana. 5 golden suns blazed brilliantly in the darkness. Let's go. Keep moving. It's retreated for now. I led the party forward. The mud beneath our feet gave way to coarse rock. When the shields were about to disappear, I applied another 24 layers. It's coming, I warned. Sure enough, the footsteps closed in, and the giant silhouette appeared again. Attack wildly in every direction. I barked, drinking a mana potion and refilling my mana. Shui Ruiji, Meng Yun, Gujun, and Wang Ling all attacked at once. Crack. A strange sound came from Shui Ruiji's direction. His heavy hammer seemed to have gotten stuck, and he strained to pull it free. Then he suddenly screamed as a monstrous force dragged him into the darkness. Godfather, save me, Mingyun cried in alarm. Found it, a voice called from the darkness. I focused on the tiny sun that was Shui Ruiji. Golden light illuminated his pale body. I narrowed my eyes and swept out one hand. A blinding golden rod suddenly appeared, illuminating the entire area and driving the darkness away in an instant. Thick as Sun Wukong's golden staff, it was every bit as massive as the giant serpent. My mana had increased by 300%, yet Light's punishment still cost only 20 mana. With 5,920 mana, I could instantly cast Light's punishment 296 times. An enormous white serpent appeared before us, and both girls cried out in shock. Shui Rueji dangled unsteadily from the corner of the serpent's mouth with his heavy hammer still in hand. "Help! Save me!" His voice came in broken bursts. The golden rod smashed down with a crisp crack and an explosion of golden light. 296 castings of Light's punishment dealt almost 330,000 damage in total. The giant serpent roared under the blow and thrashed wildly. Its scales flared outward, sharp as blades, and slashed toward the four of us. I sneered. "Interesting. That still didn't kill you." I pulled out a greater mana potion and drained it in one gulp. The potion took effect, rapidly refilling my mana. I cast Light Shield over and over until my mana was empty again. Then I drank another potion and continued shielding everyone. With its scales erect, the giant serpent repeatedly rolled over our heads. For little golden suns flickered between light and dark. In the distance, Shui Rueji hung from the serpent's mouth, dizzy and nauseated enough to vomit. A chain of system notifications showed that everyone was protected by Light Shield, but my mana was steadily running dry. Rumble. The giant serpent rolled over me again just as I emptied my mana. I still had 89 greater mana potions in my inventory, but anxiety gnawed at me. If this drags on, we're still going to die. I have to find a way to break through. I stared at a golden point of light, no bigger than a grain of millet, swaying back and forth in the endless darkness. "Godfather." "Savav." "Me." Shui Rueji's cries drifted toward us, so faint the four of us could barely hear them. He wasn't injured, but his light shields had less than 30 seconds left. If this dragged on any longer, I kept casting shields on myself and my teammates while searching for a chance to counterattack. The giant serpent rolled over the party once every 3 seconds. If I wanted to fight back, I had to find an opening within those 3 seconds. At last, after applying another round of shields to everyone, I refilled my mana and launched 296 stacked castings of Light's punishment into the serpent's body as it prepared to roll over us again. Smack! Blinding golden light illuminated our surroundings. The enormous damage made the giant serpent's entire body snap straight. Hiss, Raph. The serpent slammed into the rock wall in agony. Rumble. The violent tremor nearly knocked the four of us off our feet. I spotted Shui Rueji, still hanging from the corner of the serpent's mouth, being flung away by the impact. That tiny point of light plummeted straight toward the ground. A long, drawn-out scream came from the distance. "Ea!" The serpent had stopped rolling over us. I knew our opportunity had arrived. Quick! While it's stunned, let's find Shui Rueji. I ran toward the place where the light had fallen. Judging by the sound, it shouldn't have been far. Gujun and the two girls snapped out of their terror when they heard my order and hurried after me. As I ran, I checked my floating interface, and my unease continued to grow. There was no notification awarding points for a kill. As I thought, it isn't dead. Gujun's tearful voice came from behind me. Why hasn't the story event triggered? It wasn't like this in the book. Story event? I frowned. What story event? The book says that after you defeat Vor, you receive its blessing. Then, when you fight the nightmare, Vor appears and triggers a battle between Vor and the nightmare. But it's been so long. Why hasn't Vor come yet? I slammed on the brakes. Gujun failed to notice and ran straight into my back. The two girls crashed into Gujun a moment later. What happened? Wenling looked fearfully around us. Ignoring her, I asked Gujun, "Didn't I kill Vor?" Gujun's eyes widened, and he blinked several times. "Huh, killed it?" He thought for a moment, slapped his forehead, and laughed. "Right? That's right. How did I forget? You killed Vor in one spectacular blow, and it dropped 3 incredible pieces of equipment." Gujun stopped halfway through his sentence. It was as if someone had pressed pause. He stood completely motionless. Wenling noticed something was wrong and gently tapped his shoulder. "Hey, Gujun, why did you suddenly stop talking?" Meng Yun also peered nervously into the surrounding darkness. "Gujun, don't just stand there. If you thought of something, say it." Gujun still didn't respond. Meng Yun grew anxious, clenched her fist, and punched him hard in the back. Thud! The blow finally jolted him awake. Terror covered his face, his teeth chattered, and he turned his stiff neck toward me. "Almighty Qi Shao, you instantly killed Vor, the character that was supposed to advance the story. So now we're stuck in the story event." I understood, but Wang Ling and Meng Yun were completely lost. "Then what do we do? Are we trapped here?" Meng Yun asked anxiously. Gujun hurriedly opened his interface and discovered that they returned to dungeon entrance. button was indeed missing. I closed my interface, pressed the mark on my back, and silently recited the teleportation incantation. Nothing happened. I couldn't leave. No, we're still in combat. We can't teleport until we disengage. Wang Ling's face went pale. Meng Yun screamed in terror. What are we going to do? Are we going to die here? No, I don't want to die. Gujun grabbed his hair and broke down sobbing. This is all my fault. I should have paid attention in class. If only I'd stopped you back then. I frowned at the three of them falling apart and shook my head. Something felt wrong. A strange sense of discord kept rising from the depths of my mind. I closed my eyes and replayed every scene since we entered the dungeon. Wang Ling's face was bloodless, but she was the first to calm down. When she saw me standing there with my eyes closed in thought, she crept over on tiptoe and stared intently at my face. The moment I opened my eyes, she asked in a rush, "Qi Xiao, you've thought of something, haven't you? You killed Vor in one hit and defeated the giant serpent too. You can get us out of here, right?" I smiled faintly. "Yes, I have a theory. I'm not certain, but it's worth trying." Wang Ling smiled when she heard that, and her pretty face flushed. She turned, slapped Meng Yun and Gujun firmly, and barked, "Stop crying. Qi Xiao has a plan." Meng Yun and Gujun stopped panicking and looked at me together. "What plan?" I raised a hand and covered everyone in more than 10 layers of light shield. "First, we find Shuerueji. Move before the giant serpent recovers." Wang Ling urged the other two to follow. To guard against another surprise attack, I cast light shield constantly along the way. For golden spheres slowly advanced through the endless darkness. Squelch, squelch. For sets of hurried footsteps crossed the mud. At last, beside the pool of blood where we had jumped down earlier, we found Shuerueji floating on the surface. "This is the place." I chuckled. Suddenly, the hissing of the giant serpent's tongue came from somewhere close behind us. "Shuerueji, stop sleeping. Wake up." Gujun hauled him out of the pool and punched his round belly hard. Shuerueji spat out a mouthful of blood-red pool water and coughed as he pushed himself up. I'm not dead." The instant he saw us, he burst into tears. "Stop crying and get ready to fight," I urged. Shuerueji wiped away his tears and stood beside the other four. Wang Ling asked nervously, "Qi Xiao, what plan do you have?" I opened my personal storage and took out Vor's sapling. "What's that?" Gujun stared at the branch in confusion. "Young Vor," I murmured. "Use." A system prompt appeared. "This item will bind to you upon use and become untradeable." "Confirm?" I nodded firmly. Binding successful. I tossed the branch into the pool. Red light glowed from it as it slowly sank to the bottom. Before long, bubbles rose from below, and a tender shoot poked its head from the red light. The pool's water level began to fall rapidly as a tree with crimson leaves grew at a visible rate. At that moment, I heard the giant serpent scraping across the ground behind us. The sound was getting closer.